about this. It was daylight savings yesterday, and I'm guessing you guys, like, I know, like, I think some of Europe has daylight savings, but I'm pretty sure Australia doesn't have daylight savings, right? The same time for me. It's 1:08 a.m. But it's an hour earlier for everyone else that doesn't have daylight saving. But trust me, Valiant Boy, if I don't get affiliate, I'm 100% blaming you. You got it?
Valium just died.
Remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! So there's people that are like, you know, religious fanatics that are trying to, like, pile themselves on top of each other whenever the fingers come and, like, choose me! Choose me! And then you have the ones that are like, oh, the hand is evil! We must all run from it anytime it comes! Please run! Do not sacrifice your lives! That kind of idea. They're licking its fingers going, green's the good shit. That's hilarious because that's exactly what I'm doing. It's random, you red lunatic. I got charts, I got data, 15% Rufus. That ain't taste, that's a fucking death sentence. The other gummies shifted uneasily. The reds clustered tighter around Rufus, their ruby bodies glowing with righteous indignation. The greens flanked Gideon, muttering darkly about probabilities and survival rates. The container vibrated with tension, a theological cage match with no referee. Rufus wanted the hand's favor, craved it, preached it, lived for it. Gideon wanted it gone, or at least exposed for the indifferent reaper it was. Neither would budge. Their roots ran too deep, carved in the sugary marrow of their beings. The sky split open with the wail of Terminus testing the faith of the Reds. It came down, bearing upon the assorted masses. Praise be to the fingers, let the Reds bow to the master of fate and pray for salvation. Leader of the Reds preached as he stared skyward, his eyes wide in expectation as the fingers wrapped around one of his brethren. Blessed be the red gummy bear, shouted the preacher as he raised his hands to the torn sky. I saw it, where the fuck is it? You see that fucking clutch shit? Holy shit, that was insane. But remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Anyways, today we are going to be doing setting atmosphere, because I'm apparently fucking terrible at it. Setting the tone for a character with, like, internal emotional escalation, essentially, to the point where within like 3 paragraphs I can go from a blank slate to a fully tension built scene. Damn, I'm so bad. And anything on this side is already basically vetted, and this is like people can come out of the tree and they don't have to engage on the other side of, like, adventure, like a line basically between the Adventurers Guild and the tree. So it's kind of like a border passing between the tree and Ifrit. And the spectacle of coming into Ifrit as, like, from the Viceroy, because the idea I'm thinking of because it's first person, it's Husai's reaction to what he's seeing, right? So if he's watching the Viceroy, for instance, then Viceroy is the main character we're focusing on. So then maybe I could do things like, as long as you know that Husai's attention is on this one character, it's one of those things where it's like, it's an appreciation. Like, I love the brown accent, just like I love the Asian accent, but I can't do an Asian accent. But I can do the brown accent, at least. People have told me that I think I can do the brown accent, and if you think you can, and you do it, and it is, don't hold it, brother. No. Remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. And Apmeken. and then
Yeah,
boss.
we can do that order.
Okay. Because that's just like what I
Yes.
have marked on the ground for like 1, 2, 3, 4. Because that's what I used to do the order in. Ah, shit. I'm an idiot.
What did you forget?
The armadillo.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to do that one.
Oh, why do I? Okay, we got it. Come here. Run to where I am. Oh,
Ooh. I'm dead.
okay, I can still clutch this easy.
So bad.
People that are really advanced at the game expect feeling special, and it's a really autopilot type of action.
Yeah. Woo! Thanks. Carry is real.
Just not going well.
Just leave.
Is there a quick exit? How do you just leave?
I swear you just log out, and then you don't have to worry about losing your shit and having to pay the thing. I know how the tick system works, and I know how, like, phasing through stuff works, so...
Hey!
Woo! Clutch moment, boys! I'm clipping that.
Oh, I just need one more good hit. Oh, I definitely put 2 across there.
Oh, shit.
Okay, we gotta zoom in close so that we don't get it spoiled.
And as always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Ah! Guards! Guards! Plus, how do I know you're not stream sniping me? He's gonna, at some point in time, be forced to attack me because I have his expansion. Oh shit! He built... Oh, he won. GG. Ah shit, and I already lose. He attacked. Damn, I wasn't ready. I sent my ling out too late. When we asked you where you had gone, you'd always say you didn't remember and hide that little bag somewhere we could never find. I get up and go to my luggage. There it is, a red gift bag, innocently sitting beside my largest suitcase. I pick it up. Inside, a single devil's food cake sits with a note attached to it. I rip the note off and open it, my heart pounding and stomach rolling. Thanks for playing, Isaac. You've always made the best puppet. 16 bodies this time. Congrats on the new record. The gun, the knife, the blood. Always the blood. I caused that blood, didn't I? I'm the monster, aren't I? What is it, Isaac? Grandma touches my shoulder and I jump. Are you alright? What's that say? Nothing, Grandma. I move away from here. It's nothing. I stuff the note in my pocket, in the bag of my suitcase. It's nothing at all. We stay humble to our clan. Every 5 years we purge one of our own. God has righteously allowed us to live, and he has deemed it necessary that not too many of us should be in one place for once. For the land cannot sustain more than 50 dedicated followers of the way. The eldest of us is responsible for leaving our village, never to return. Yes, Levi, but it turns out there's actually an update for AMD. So that is actually probably the reason why it was crashing. And I was like, no, there's no way there's an update. So I opened up AMD, and sure as shit, there's a fucking update. Remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. It's just like, well, should I just bail and run the fuck away? Do something like completely random, like a Zerg? Well, yeah. Let's see what I get. 73%, not bad. What about
If I type it in my
power?
chat, it does do that. 21%.
Damn,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Good thing we're not
I'm
running
sorry,
today.
Levi.
My king. So you're gonna have to win by the other means.
Okay, we got the mic back. Now is the sound working? Oh, it's OBS. Sometimes, like, hey, what happens is my PS4 controller plugs in and it resets and reroutes all of my audio and, like, everything to the fucking controller. It just kind of overwrites everything. I don't know what's going on with the cam, though, but I was going to say, I couldn't fix my light. I got new light bulbs. It's set to USB video device. What the fuck is USB video device? Okay, we're going to deactivate it. Reactivate it. What the fuck is going on with my webcam? It's not really that dark. Like, no, it's just not showing anything. Oh, man. Yeah, I've been fussing with this for like 10 minutes now. Well, I was like, it's gonna take way longer, so I'm just gonna like turn off the starting student screen so it doesn't seem like I'm just sitting there. Okay, so let's try the audio. Okay, what's the source supposed to be? Okay, we have audio. Okay, we have audio. Just don't have video. Okay, we have audio. Just don't have video. I'm trying to unplug it and plug it back in, but I can fucking barely see anything in my room. And I literally don't have a light. This is fucking bullshit. So I gotta buy some sort of special bulb, I guess, tomorrow. Because I bought new bulbs, but they do the exact same thing. So I don't know what the fuck happened. The only thing is the third bulb, the bulb that burnt out, that caused everything to happen, was like a normal bulb. And then there's like these tiny little, like when I get the camera back, and then there's like these tiny little, like, or maybe I can try with the other camera. Can we do this? Or maybe I can try with the other camera. Can we do this? Okay, this motherfucker works. This is the bulb that burnt out. This is the other bulb. Bulb that burnt out. This is the Notice something? So this one burnt out, and it caused all of these other ones to flicker. And now that there's only 3 of these ones in there, if I turn the brightness all the way up, it flickers. If I turn the brightness all the way up, it flickers. So I gotta buy more of these type bulbs. I'm gonna unplug and replug in the other webcam. I just went to turn the light on because it's so dark. That's how dark it is in here. I literally just went to turn the light on even though I don't fucking have a light. That's how dark it is in here. I literally just went to turn the light on, even though I don't fucking have a light. That's how dark it is. Are we good? I accidentally unplugged the fucking internet. Are we good? Okay, let's try this
Good.
cam.
I accidentally unplugged the fucking internet. Are we good?
Okay, let's try this
Good.
cam.
I accidentally unplugged the fucking internet. Are we good?
Okay, well, let's open Razor Synapse. I don't know, webcam's fucked, guys. Oh my god. I don't know, webcam's fucked, guys. Oh my god. I don't know why it's doing this. I don't know why it's doing this. Wait, it was really, oh my god, it was just glitched. I changed the brightness and it reset. Oh my god, it was just glitched. I changed the brightness. What a load of shit. And it reset. Yeah, so it's gonna be like super fucking dark. Wait, do we have an echo? Oh, okay. Yeah. That's understandable. There, did that fix it? It's gonna be really dark. Okay then, I think we're good. It set me back so much time. Okay, one more thing and I think we're ready. Okay. So we're dark as fuck, but hey, that's what happens sometimes. Let's get into it. Well, welcome, Sean. I'm glad you're here. Because I want to read Catversion after this. But that's going to be in 3 hours. Because... yeah, okay. So I'm not hearing anything. So that's my problem. What is going on with my speakers? 15 minutes. We'll never get back. I just had to edit. open editing on the same chapter twice today. I forgot the E on 8,
기석이가 저를 뽑는다는 소문이
which is
있더라고요.
what
제
I started
생각에는 뭐
editing to
B조나
fix.
C조 정도
Then a
기석이가 저를 뽑을 수
sweetie
있다고
was
그러네요.
spelled sweaty.
선택을 잘하는 듯한 선수들이 굉장히 많네요.
1차 지명이 지금 이루어졌고요. 조기석 선수
Okay, there we go. That's why.
제일 나을 것 같긴 한데 포스분들이 계속 오고 싶어 하시는 분들이
Everything was set to my PS4 controller. It must have like unplugged and replugged in and just like reset all of my shit.
기억밖에 없어가지고.
김태경 선수를 잡고 싶다면 이번
Okay.
시즌일 것 같아. 14강에서
We are back.
눈에 보였었고 꽤 쉽잖아요.
아, 그걸 다 보완하고 올 것 같아요. 재욱이 형이 힘들더라고요. 온전히 게임만 집중 안 할 수 없을 것 같더라고요.
맞아요. 기석이 안
Well,
좋은
when
것도 있고
technology is against you.
괜찮을 것 같아요.
오, 지금 변해서 흔들었어요.
저도 온라인에서 기석이한테 엄청 많이
Actually, we can skip this because it's not edited and we already watched the entirety of it. So let's just watch the interview.
이름값 보니까
We've already watched the entirety of the group nomination.
더 강력하게.
Hello and welcome to Group B of the round of 16 of ASL Season 19, done in partnership with Ro16. Stronger, more robust, clean energy. In yesterday's Group A, on the opening day of the round of 16, defending champion Sulky and Light, once again aiming for the top, both made it through to the round of 8. Today, 2 Terrans, 1 Zerg and 1 Protoss are waiting to play their matches. Let's have a chat with our players. Hi, good to have you here.
No, this is before. These are
Let's
all
first
4 of the
talk
players
to
who are
seeded
playing
player
today.
Sharp. Joining us as the seeded player in Group B for the group nomination ceremony, after a while, you received
Why you
love
say they
letters
all
from
look
so
the
many
same
players, and in the
as
end,
the
this
guys
is the
who
group that
played
was formed.
last time?
As a seeded
Is that what
player,
you're
are you satisfied with Group B?
Sean?
I think we all have a chance of advancing out of our group. So I think the games should be interesting.
말씀하셨던 대로
Just as you've said,
I
it
love
felt
it.
that out of the 4 groups, Group B was the one where all the players seemed more than satisfied. Which also means it's difficult to predict who will make it out.
과연 조기석 선수
But if we're talking about the form you've
Oh,
shown
I had to move
over
the
the
TV
last
back.
3 seasons,
Completely
it's highly expected that you should advance in first place.
stuck in my ear.
I wonder what you think about that.
원래는 이제 오프라인
You know, I should be doing well
headphones,
both
those lazy
offline
fuck.
and online, and yet I keep leaning to one side, as in doing well offline and not online. And that's why many players want to play with me. They've not got a taste of it yet. Today, I want to show them why me offline is a whole different game.
나를 원했던 걸 오늘
Oh, your goal today is to make them regret wanting to play against you. Yes.
굉장히 기대.
Well, this certainly raises expectations. Let's talk to Speed
That
as
doesn't
well.
take much
Hi.
doing with an
Hi.
actual vision impaired person like
It
me. I
looks to
couldn't
me you've
pick
got your eye on the game as you're warming up your hands.
you
I
would
would
by
expect
sight if
you're
you were
motivated,
dressed
you're not
like
as
them.
nervous as you
At
might
20
have
feet
been last time in
distance,
the round of
people may
16.
as
How
well
are you?
not have heads. They're just a
I'm
blur.
clearly more
That's like me if I
comfortable
take my
than last
glasses
time. I was
off, so I
really
definitely
nervous
feel
last
you
time.
with that.
This time, I'm not as anxious. I should have a good performance.
선수가 지난 시즌 비록 8강에서
Last season, you got eliminated in the round of 8. It was the round of 16, though. But you put up a formidable fight against Snow. It was a season you showed an impressive side of yourself. So many people have expectations for you. They expect you'll cause a stir.
이런 부분에 대한 본인의
Can we hear what your take on that is?
전보다는 확실히 그래도
People will be thinking that because my appraisal has gone up. I think that's premature.
True.
I'll show how I prepared.
선수의 오늘 경기 임하는
How confident
Is it
are you
more
today,
mysterious like
percentage-wise?
this with the
Around
light?
60%?
With the light all dim?
60%. So in
Or is
more
it-
than
is it- is
half
it just
probability
bad?
you advance, it would seem. Shall we talk to Jadong now? Hi.
안녕하세요.
Hi.
굉장히 드문 일이에요.
It's quite rare to hear you're satisfied with the group you're in.
이번 16강
It would appear you've got a good feeling about this round of 16.
It's what he says, but is he saying the
You will have
truth?
practiced, so now has your level of satisfaction gone up, or did you perhaps
I'm
realize
wondering
it
if I can
won't be as
change
easy as,
the because the other camera looked
as you
fine in this lighting. This
They're all
one's
good
just
players,
exposure
all
is
easy.
fucked. It's not bad, a little dim
Nonetheless,
compared
I
to normal, but
prepared
it's aight.
diligently.
Yeah.
I came here just having cleared my mind.
이재동 선수의 징크스를 하나 말씀드리면
If we talk about this lucky
But like
jinx,
compared to the
the
other
last time you made
camera,
it into the round of 8 was in season
Like if-
15, and
here,
it was here in the
hello.
Free Cup studio.
이재동 선수가 이 경기장
You are personally more comfortable with this studio. It's a studio you've experienced some joy in.
공을 좀 내신
There will
you
be
look
people
at-
with expectations in their hearts. Will it be alright?
Like,
Whenever there's expectations, I tend
the
to drop the
exposure's
ball.
set to like prime
But
-4, whereas
I did put in a lot of prep.
for the other one,
I honestly
using
just cleared my
now
mind and I want to be relaxed today.
is
The attitude you always
like
show is that
max
you
at
show up
-2.
relaxed with an empty mind, and then you start getting fired up as
It's
you
still,
play
like,
the
super
matches.
dim. It
I
wouldn't have
can't
worked
wait
for
to see
yesterday's
if the
stream,
tyrant
as you
will
wouldn't have
present
been able to
himself today.
showcase your makeup
Let's
skills
talk
with
to
this
Best
camera.
as well. Hi.
Yeah,
Hi.
that's what the other camera's for,
Best,
because the
you
other
ran
camera
into
I
some
find is
difficulties
better,
in the round of
but
24,
this one
you
is
have
just
managed to
like more
safely land in the
convenient.
round of 16.
Because I don't
How's your
have to
rating
move the
play your
cameras,
matches? What's
and
your
it's
condition
not like better
My
enough
form is
that me
acceptable.
sitting back here
Having made
is
it
like
into the round
worth
of
having the
16,
other
you
camera
said,
up there
as
and
long
moving
as
it
I
around and
myself
fucking
do
up
well,
the camera all the time.
I can make the round of 8, but before that, you said you need to raise your performance. How well have you managed to improve your game?
그래도 뭐 어느 정도 올라왔다 생각을 하고요.
I think it's improved to some degree. I feel that
올라갈 수
if I don't make mistakes, I have a chance to advance today.
선수가 엮인 스토리들이 또 굉장히 많은데
There's a lot of storylines involving these 4 players. We need to go
Yeah, man,
quite
this shit
far
is
back
insane.
to
It's
Group
gonna be a
B
good
of ASL
group.
Season 2. Sharp, Mind, Jaedong, and Best were the members of that group. Replacing Mind is Speed. The members today are similar.
right
The
back, one
races
second.
are identical. This is actually the first time Jaedong and Best are meeting in the ASL since then. It's been so long, it almost feels like you're meeting for the first time.
오늘 좀첫 경기 상대
How do you guys feel about going up against each other as your first opponent today?
생각하세요?
Jaedong?
사실 저는 잘 기억이 안
I actually can't remember that very well. It's been so long.
그때 이후로도 사실 온라인에서
But even afterwards, we played a lot online. So,
이번에 오랜만에
despite this being an offline game after so long, I feel like we are well accustomed to each other.
실력이 좀
I feel I haven't been able to deliver offline, to have my skills show. I think it would be fun to put that to the test today.
온라인에서는 만난 경험이 많으시지만
The two of you have been playing each other recently quite a lot online, but this being an offline match, it will clearly feel different for the both of you. Best, I'm sure you'll be feeling differently about playing Jaedong on stage.
게임할 때도 되게 존경하는
Even during my own professional days, we had these highly respected players. We had Tekbek Lee Sang. Meeting on stage has a special feel to it. It'll be interesting. He's a player I like, and with that in mind, I
My
want to
wife
play
got
a
a
fun
special
game.
light panel. Is various brightness
You both are
settings, but
revered
also
quite a
color and
lot, seeing
intensity
how many
settings,
people
like a
have
blue
showed up
setting,
to
which
the
helps
studio
vitamin
to
D
watch this
absorbing
game.
without sunlight.
Another match
Sunburn
to look
risk?
forward to in Group B
Oh,
would
we
be
got
a
it for our
potential
model
match between
cat.
Sharp and Best.
With bad,
The loss you suffered at the hands of Sharp on
jaundice.
the 1st of April 2024
Yeah, I
must
just
feel
got
like
this
it wasn't
stupid
true.
thing.
It must
I wonder
be
if, like,
ingrained in
changing
your
the
memory
lighting.
as having been a lie. Looks to me you need to get payback today.
This one?
Oh, I lose my mind when playing Sharp. If we do end up meeting today, the priority will be to get a grip. I lost last time, so maybe today is my turn to win.
반면에 뭐 조기석 선수는 도저히
And in contrast,
I don't know, I can't tell.
Sharp has good memories of playing
This is more of
Best
a
last year.
fluorescent than like
You
the
had a
yellow
lot you
lighting,
want to
so I don't know
show.
if it contrasts
You
with
said you
it,
want to
whereas
dunk
this
on these
is
guys.
like-
If you meet
look,
Best today, will you be able to revive that memory?
재욱이 형이 잘해.
like
Best
yellow,
plays
and then this is,
extremely
like, in
well.
between.
I just want to play a fun match.
이영웅 선수도 도재욱 선수 한번
Speed, you've beaten Best before as well.
허탈한
Oh, a bit of an awkward smile coming from Best there. Today we have a lineup of players that have given Best and Best alone some harsh
worst thing is,
lessons
like,
in
the
past.
reflection on my
Speed, What are you
glasses.
smiling about?
Like that's
When I
like the
first
most
qualified,
annoying
he did
thing
crush
about wearing
me, but
glasses.
he's also a player who allowed me to unblock the flow of energy. Oh,
But
you
it is
say
what it
he
is. I
cleared
haven't
your
solved that
meridians.
problem
Interesting
yet.
Phrasing. I'm curious to see if having your acupoints opened will let you move on to the round of 8 today. Let's hear the players' final words of resolution. Sharp,
오랜만에 또 무대.
But like,
seeing it's my
like
first
that's
game
why
on
I
stage
kind of
in a
have
while.
everything angled the way that
I'll
it
do my
is.
best and
So
play
when
well
I'm
without
looking straight
regrets.
ahead,
Thank you.
like it has like a
Good.
minimal glare on my glasses, as opposed to like looking
Rather
directly
than
at the
thinking about
camera.
advancing, I'll focus
Yeah,
on
I've
showing
tried
good games.
contacts. I
Can't
fucking
wait.
can't do it.
Jaedong,
My eyes are too
I'll make
sensitive.
sure to get to the round of 8 this time. Got it. Best.
I've tried though multiple times.
These
Just can't
guys
do it.
well, I keep losing to them recently. I'll turn that
It's not
matchup
that
into
much of a
winning
big
one.
deal, right?
Good. Looking forward to great games from the four of you as we wrap this.
If it was,
interview
people
up.
would have
Thanks.
complained about it, and I would have just turned my camera off and
You're
become a
waiting for
VTuber.
Group B of the round of 16 of ASL Season 19, done in partnership with Hot 6, as we wonder which two will stay alive and live to fight another day in the round of 8. Let's kick things off and fight out.
Yeah, I know, because I watch plenty of streamers who have glasses, who have reflections on the glasses.
Everybody? We're here
And it's
in
like, you can
day
tell that
two
people
of the
try to
round of
minimize
16.
it, but it's not something you can get rid of.
Group B.
It's just, so, and like,
an
someone who
all-star
complains
group
about
we've got
that, I don't
going
want
on
them in my
here.
community.
Each
They
of the
can
races
fuck off.
is gonna be
Because they're probably a
represented.
Karen.
We got a Protoss back
We don't
here
need
with
Karens
Best.
around here.
But of
Unless they're
course, our
fucking
Karens
hot.
and Jaedong are looking very strong as
If they're
well.
like
It's a tough
fucking
group to
hot,
call
I'll
who's
put up
going to
with
move
it.
out.
It really is. I think everyone has a pretty decent
That's
chance.
why
I
people
actually
put up
put
with me,
kind
you
of
know?
low as far as a chance to move out, and I do question Sharp choosing speed first. Sharp historically has had really strong Terran versus Terran. He's even done things like beaten Flash and Flash's Prime in TVT. He takes games off light and everything. He's definitely always been one of the stronger
Scary.
TVT players. But speed is such a rising star right now, much more so even than Barracks. And that latter TVT, man, we saw.
Yeah,
it in that
Barracks been
previous
on
group.
the up for like
he
7
just
years. Speed's
routed
been up and up
everybody.
for 3 years. And Speed's
that's after
already in
having
the
some pretty
ASL.
rough seasons. He seems to have come back and completely improved. Not letting the spectacle of ASL get to him. He
Poor
did have some embarrassing
Scan.
games in the past. He looks good.
But
He's
Barracks
another
is
Terran
young,
that could
man.
absolutely,
Barracks is fucking young as
take
shit.
out
He's got
players that
tons of
might have
time.
Otherwise expected to move on. Sharp, Jaedong, Best are all players who have been extremely accomplished. As far as the recent era, especially Sharp and Best, both looking good. Best, in any given day, he can beat anybody, but he doesn't seem to perform that well in ASL. We were talking about Sulky and how he should have won an ASL. Well, he's done it 3 times, and he might very well do it a 4th time, but it hasn't happened yet with Best. So, very
It'll happen
interested to
one
see
day.
how he's
Just
going
keep
to
at
perform
it.
here
Don't
today.
stop.
Jaedong has somebody, we would lump him in the same category as Bisu or even Flash back in the day. Bisu has managed to actually rise to the occasion and consistently be one of the strongest Protosses in the world. Jaedong in the world of Zerg has not quite gotten there. He's gotten close. He's had seasons where he looks very good, but he hasn't been able to be consistent. And so this is going to be an extremely important group. And I think, frankly, he may be the weakest guy out of the 4 players, Artosis. What do you think?
Yeah, it's definitely possible to look at it that way. I do think Jaedong is in pretty good shape right now, but his Zerg versus Terran is always suspect to me. But honestly, these 2 Terrans, it's a little bit more reasonable. I think Jaedong is really weak against the Terrans that are super good at SK Terran, like Light or Rush, let's say. And he's much better against technical Terrans, which I would definitely include Speed in that group. So I really can see anything happening with Jaedong. I think it's really up to him how well he plays today. But it's a really close group. I think it's very hard to predict this.
It is what it is.
I'm kind of on board with you with
Some of my
Best.
lips are fucked.
I think Best has the most unbelievable stretch
Talking
of
all
being
the
one of
time,
the
man.
strongest Protosses in the world. Something like
Dries your
17
mouth out
years in a row.
quite
He's
a
been one
bit.
of the
That's
very
why we got
best
the
Protosses.
hydration here.
And I could see him winning this group, but I could also see him falling out.
Yeah. In every conceivable matchup that we could have, I really feel like it's close to 50-50.
Yeah.
I don't think,
Well,
as an example, the
I'll
round
be
of
your
24, we
eat,
actually had the results pretty straightforward, right? The 2 best players always advanced. However, the games are very close. They were very exciting.
Yeah.
Here, I think that the games could look any possible way. Should be neck and neck. I think at most somebody's maybe at a 6-4 matchup as far as favoring somebody. But
yes, exactly. That's what I think too.
Yeah.
I think it's mostly 50-50 or 55-45. With the only one I give 60-40 to is Sharp against Jaedong. That's the only one where I'm like, ooh, I think this one goes this way. But yeah, everything else I think is super close. The matchup between these 2, I have no idea. Best one between Sharp and Speed. I mean, I want to see it. I'll sign up to watch that all day. But I have no idea which way this is going to go. And that's why I think this was a weird pick for Sharp, who got 2nd pick.
Yeah. Sharp is he's been very strong. He's had moments where he's kind of risen to the top of Terrans and then sank back down. But, with his own unique style and approach to the game, also he seems to be extremely comfortable in the studio. This is going to be a great match because Speed has also improved so much. Both these guys very hungry. The last couple seasons, Sharp has looked, very, very eager to kind of get deep, and he has done that here. So, I don't know, man. We already had some great TVTs. I'm ready for another good one here now.
Dude, Sharp's t-shirt, live free or die. That's the New Hampshire state motto. He knows I'm watching. Taze is my favorite Terran player. Let's go.
Okay, Speed here in the bottom left, Sharp sharing the bottom of the map with him in the
What did I
bottom right.
miss?
Okay,
My
feel
Tomcat
really
is major
conflicted,
nuts in
Tasteless.
his
Let me
fur. Won't let me
lay this
cut
out
them
for you
out.
real
We'll
quick,
comb 'em.
okay?
Too
Sharp
sensitive. About to call him no joy.
has been,
Just shave
continues
him
to be
with
my
pet
favorite
clippers.
Terran player to watch. Like, he
Yeah.
is, I just
I
love
had
his
two
style.
really, really
I'm
fluffy
very
orange
much
cats
a
that always
vulture
get
guy
mats,
that loves
one
to
really
harass
fat
with
cat,
vultures and get vultures
and we
in.
get them shaved
And Sharp has just
every,
been that since Remaster came out. He's been like
couple
the
of
Terran that
months.
I've kind of looked to as like, this is how I actually want to play.
Cutest little
play
things
like Flash, but I wanna play
wobbling
like
around
Sharp.
the house
It's
after
like that
coming
type of
back
thing.
from being shaved.
Yeah, totally.
And
Getting
I
off the
love
drugs,
his play,
can barely
but at
stand
the
up.
same time, I see what's wrong with it. So sometimes
Little-
I
little
undersell
paw
how good he is because I
boots.
kind of know what can go wrong for him.
Puff tails.
And then
Good
we
times.
have Speed, and I feel like I'm some sort of inside trader with Speed. You know, like I do so much casting of StarCraft. I watch so many games and everything and talk about and stream it all the time. And like, I feel like I'm trying to like sell Speed almost too hard because he's so good right now. And so now they're playing against each other, and I'm like, you know, I'm having one of those Team Liquid fanboy moments. I'm like, who do I cheer for? Like, who do I want to win this? You know, like I really don't know. Like, this could go either way, and I'm completely both happy and sad.
Sure, yeah. I
Gonna
mean,
be
these
a
are two
poodle, like
Terran
poodle,
players
but
it's hard to
feline.
not be a fan of. Sharp's actually been one of my favorite Terrans. Since the very early days of ASL, I always kind of gravitated to his approach to the game. I thought he's made it very exciting. I appreciate his charisma, and also he was kind of doing yoga during the big yoga phase in Korea. I feel like, I mean, people obviously, yoga's big and everybody does it, but I felt like yoga for a while, it was like everybody was doing it, and he lost a bunch of weight and got to a finals in that shape. That was a fun time, long time ago. But Speed, you know, he was one of these guys, he could have just been in the background. He could have been one of the extras in Star Trek where he dies at, you know, at the start of every episode, and we kind of move on with the story. And instead, he's moved close to the front and center here. He's had humiliating losses. He's been really beaten up in some games where you got to wonder, is any, you know, can a player like that even come back from this? And he has. So I really respect that. And I'm excited for this season to see how he'll perform.
Me too, for sure. I think that Speed is going to be a round of 8 guy.
Sam,
like
Speed is a red
don't
shirt.
know how
Yeah, I know.
he's going to rise. Like, he definitely could be someone who wins a championship, but
Scan was
like,
a red shirt.
Him and Barracks.
And
are
this
the
is
two
the
guys to
top
watch right now that
16
are,
in
like,
the world.
Really, they're changing their stars tasteless, just like the greatest movie ever, A Knight's Tale. But they're like they're improving so much at this point, and I love that a ladder Terran is doing what Speed is doing, because he's like the #1 ladder player, and he has been for a long time now. Because we haven't had that happen in the past. A lot of our other ladder Terrans have failed pretty badly. Like Ride Sky, for instance, still hasn't been in ASL. So, looking forward to seeing that.
I want to clarify what you're talking about here, because people might not understand what you're saying, because a lot of people might say, well, don't they all just play on the ladder? You know, aren't all the ASL players just the guys at the
What
very,
happens when
very top of the
stormtroopers and
ladder?
red shirts fight?
In fact, a lot of the very best players, like, you know, the round of 8
True.
guys, or, you know, you could say like round of 16 even.
I think it's like
a
when
lot
the
of them are
French
just these
fight.
spawn bong
Someone
matches,
has to
which
win.
means they're just playing fund-raised money matches, you know, thousands, sometimes tens of thousands of dollars a week going into these things. And so they don't ladder as much as they just play I guess you could say, smaller televised matches. Maybe big streamed matches is a better way to put it.
Yeah.
And so a lot of times, players like Mini or Light, their games are
die
not
from
really
a
in the
heart
ladder
attack.
ecosystem.
Yeah, and some players aren't able to do that as much, so they just play a lot of ladder. And Speed, like in the top 10 ladder accounts, he had like 6.
Venture to the reason why Stormtroopers are so bad, because they think they have good aim,
and that's like
because the guys
one,
just die,
number
but they
5,
actually don't
7,
aim.
something like that. It was absolutely crazy. But like we saw that reflected. Ladder Terrans just play TVT differently because they play so much more TVT than a top guy like Sharp.
I think Django would be pissed that his clones were
I
such
don't know if you should really
shitty
be choosing
fucking
him, but let's see. He does poke in with these two. He's looking to pick off the Marines so
soldiers.
that his barracks lives longer. But you got to be careful here because if you overcommit, Sharp will do those moving shots. But he brings his own 2 Marines down, and it's still going to be very Sharp favorite.
Who didn't die on away missions.
That was
yeah.
that was
Control
really
here
well
by
done.
Speed,
Scotty.
but Sharp comes out on top.
Yeah.
To what you were saying, Artosis, when you get these guys that are just ladder Terrans, or
True.
just laddering in general, because everybody uses barcodes for their names, basically capital I, lowercase l, sometimes exclamation points in there. It's a way to hide your identity a little bit easier when you're queuing up against people. So players tend to open up not with a build order versus a specific player, but versus a specific rank.
Yeah, and it's just like you get a bit more practice in the matchup. People don't pay to watch TVTs as much. Now, Speed, did I just see that Speed had mines? No, right? Like, that was Sharp that had mines, wasn't it? Yeah, okay, so Sharp actually has mines right now. And this is a 2-factory Vulture into Goliath opener. So this is like, this is a build that I know very well. This is a popular ladder build because it's very robust. This doesn't really die to anything. And he goes into the starport. This is the most standard follow-up to that 2-factory. And there's like a lot of ways this can go. You can go Wraith off this, but you can also go dropship and just kind of like harass. Early Goliath drops are actually surprisingly strong still. I don't know if you remember, Tasis, but back in like maybe 2006 or 2007, Goliath drop was like the strongest TVT build for the opener, which was such a weird thing to like emerge. But it's actually still pretty good to do. Not the best thing, but it can be useful.
Well, Goliaths can kind of fight in small areas, especially if you have like 3 or 4 of them. And they're fine against SCVs. They're pretty microable. Goliaths get weird around ramps, but generally you can control them pretty well. And so they're pretty handy. Plus, you can't counter drop them. If they try to drop your drop, you just pick that off. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It's yeah, it's not surprising at all. Oh my God! Okay.
Yeah,
gotta be careful because sometimes if you have enough mines stacked, no, it's okay. If you have enough mines stacked here, they can't shoot them all down. But the Goliath shot is instantaneous. It doesn't have to. It's not like a bullet, like a shell from the Vulture has to connect with the mine. It just has to fire, and then that second it hits the target. So.
Ooh.
Luckily, he shoots it down in time.
Yeah, Sharp, by the way, is making another barracks. So he made one because he lost it, but he actually started a second one. So that was definitely a mistake. He's not trying to go bio or anything here, guys. That is not a thing. But yeah, that's like a a little bit of a.
You have to go potty,
Sharp.
right?
Not the end of the world, but obviously he wants to add some factories right now. He does have double add-on. He's making more tanks. When your opponent does this type of build, generally this is the smart thing to do, is just get your tank production pretty consistent, because the add-ons are pretty late with the build Speed is doing, so they will be down on tanks a little bit, and they're looking to make up for that with, for instance, the Goliath drop going around and getting some damage.
Okay, that drop is inbound now. Sharp did see it. I think he's sending stuff back. Oh my God, there's a mine here. Hold on.
Awesome.
Oh, I think 2 Goliaths got hit with a mine. Perfectly placed.
And a mine brings Goliaths down to 1 health if it hits directly. So that's
right.
That's really, really nice. Yeah, and right now Speed is adding 3 more factories. I really like that play. That's actually been trending a little bit on the ladder. A lot of players I've been hitting have been going up to 5 factory play and really battling for control early on. A lot of like barracks floating out in the center. Like you lose your barracks and make a second and send it out immediately to try to help kind of spot where stuff is so you can push around. But honestly, right now looking at the game, this is like really even positions. It doesn't feel like anyone's winning right now. They're just both playing like a very nice, solid game. Positionally, you know, that third base could be a little bit harder for Speed to take, and you can see there's some mines in his way, so he's going to have to come up and clear this. But don't forget, the ramp goes down towards Sharp, so he has to take kind of a more forward position to get that. But it does allow the possibility of drops into that back of the base of Sharp.
Oh,
and you can
there
see
goes
he's already
the
getting
racks.
there.
Maybe he was smart for making a second one, because he knew that one was going to die to the Goliaths.
So for now, Speed's going to push into this position here. Another barracks is going to go down. This will be the third barracks Sharp will have to make here. Oh, no, wait, you said he was making 2, right? He didn't cancel that other one?
He did end up canceling it. I guess he shouldn't have, though,
okay,
right?
So,
because it's already dead again. That's annoying.
Should have had a backup one over there. And so, they're both taking through third bases right now. I don't think Speed has any way to interrupt the third base. I do like the position that Speed expanded to. I think this gives him great access to drop in the main.
Yeah.
Remember that the mains are huge on this map, and drops into the main are very, very strong in TVT. Main drops in this matchup stronger than they are in a lot of other matchups.
For sure.
And speaking of that, it looks like we're going to have 3 drop ships come in here now. Now, you don't have to drop on the edge. You can drop right in the middle, but it's a lot of terrain to try to get through. So there is a bunch of mines out here. I'm curious how exactly Speed's going to... Oh, he's so smart. He just scans it, of course.
And he'll drop...
the mines.
Yeah, he drops like 1 tank here. He's trying to get the mine to hit.
He's trying to be Snow.
Yeah, he's trying to be Snow. That's exactly it. But Terrans don't have that much practice with that, so that doesn't end up quite working for him. He loses the tank. But you know what? He's got this big threat, and now Sharp has to make sure it's like, okay, we have to make some additional turrets, make sure we have a tank back here, make sure we're laying some mines. So that is a little bit annoying. Like, there's a lot of flexibility with how Speed can move around right now, whereas Sharp is kind of focusing a little bit more heavily, I think, on securing his upgrades and just macroing out pretty cleanly.
So the dropships are now going to come up through the top. And it looks like he's going to go for this third base. Again, if it's too well guarded, he could just turn this to another drop and go into the main from the other angle. That may be too risky, but I don't think there's going to be anything down here. In fact, I think he is going to thread that needle, just barely avoiding these turrets. And maybe he can drop up here at the ramp or maybe in the SCV line.
I don't think he's going to find anything with these. Like, he's just going to have to get out of here. He's lucky that Sharp hasn't made that many Goliaths. I actually think that a strong thing to do against this particular build is to get Goliath range pretty quickly so that when they're trying things like this, you can punish. Because as you can see, he's not being punished, even though, dude, he's flying over on this side of the map all day long, you know? And you really want to kind of say, like, no, this is not going to be something you're allowed to do. Oh, that's kind of a cute... You see that little setup there? 2 Goliaths and a siege tank on the high ground. That, like, can intercept drops a little bit, but also maybe deny that 4th base location for a little bit. That's cool. And he does end up punishing a little bit. He gets one of the drop ships there.
So, oh, we do have Wraith Tech coming up here for Sharp. I don't see double starport, though. But we've had this be a pretty big theme in the round of 16 and the many TVTs we've had already. Where,
good old TVT.
You know, it seems even, but one player throws down.
At least EVZ ends fast.
Techs into Wraiths with Cloak, or maybe even Wraiths with Valkyrie.
But this looks like it might be a split map situation.
By the way, Speed is looking like he might bust. I think there's been enough of a distraction here in the top right that now Speed can come down here. He can throw some mines down and just shell these tanks in his vicinity.
Ooh.
Looking really good.
If he can curve up and right here just a little bit and stop the direct reinforcement route, he can probably kill off that 4th base while he's taking his own 4th behind. Sharp now is going to counterattack towards that 4th base, but I think that's mostly vultures. Okay, there's a fair amount of tanks in there, so he has some real potential to bust up that 4th base of Speed as well.
So the vultures are going to leave this position. He's going to come up here. He's going to see that Sharp's trying to run around him. It's a funny situation where it looked for a second like Speed was going to surround Sharp, and then Sharp pulled out and went wide and over, and now he's in some ways surrounding Speed here. Speed's going to secure this base over at 9 o'clock. And I got to say that Sharp, I like the spread. It could be a little bit too flimsy. This is a very, very wide diagonal position to hold. It's not exactly sealed up in the center either if you wanted to have vultures run by there and maybe go up to the top right. Instead, he's going to push through here onto the right side, leapfrogging siege tanks and probably scanning to try to get that early shot off.
Yeah, and it looks like he will be able to eliminate at least a couple tanks here, maybe? Oh, he loses a couple as well. Still
Are
kind
we
of roaming in the
winning,
center. You can see
Levi?
Sharp is kind of arcing over
yes, we
Speed
are
now.
winning.
So he's, he was pushed back a little bit on the bottom, but he's pushing towards the left on the top.
Because no matter who wins, the Terran still wins.
Not yet.
Although
in this game.
we're
You can see
losing
he's
because I couldn't
very
fix
light
the
on
light.
Tanks up here, and Speed uses this
I'm having
opportunity
issues with my light.
to clear as much as he can. And he's
It's
mostly
flickering.
just using vultures,
I don't know
which
why. One of the
really,
light
they're
bulbs
just here to
died
tank at this
yesterday, and if I turn the
Vultures
dimmer
in some
off,
ways are there to just
like turn the
absorb
dimmer
shots.
up,
Occasionally,
it
after a tank's been
flickers and
shot twice,
pulsates.
you can pick it off. +2's done, by the way. I think that
I don't
is
know.
for
I need new
Speed.
light bulbs. I bought
I
some
could be
today,
wrong.
but I need different kinds.
It's possible it's done on both sides as well. No, I'm sorry, I flipped it. Sharp has +2. Speed is still on +1. +2 attack really changes the game when it's Silver's +1 or +0 because you can two-shot tanks. And it looks like Speed, through this pretty cool little setup, is going to deny this command center at the top right. So it's 4 bases to 3. Although, as I say that, I see Sharp is expanding up into 12 o'clock. So right now, Sharp is in a little bit of an unstable spot. He's going to have to try to take out this little foothold in the top right. And while that's happening, this could be a really good time for Speed to try to break one of these positions.
Yeah, this is like, that is such a big brain patient move he did. Like, those 3 dropships did nothing for him, but he dropped that little drop off, and now it's paying huge dividends. Like, Sharp has to focus on that. His 4th base is super slowed down, and look at, as soon as he deals with that, we just see Speed push through the center. And if you control more ground in Terran versus Terran, it's almost more important than base count, because you can just, shift your army into these other directions where your opponent can't reinforce very quickly. So Sharp is kind of like finding his footing. He's getting a couple more bases up with SCVs there, but like, I feel like the center map presence for Speed is quite a bit better right now.
D-Matrix on the Vulture. You don't see that very often, but I kind of like it, actually. Oh, my God. That paired with the mines, I think I've never... That was so cool to see.
Yeah, yeah. Wait till you see
that
someone D-Matrix
really, wow.
a mine tasteless. It's a very rare occurrence, but it happens sometimes.
Yeah, I forget you can D-Matrix a mine when it pops up. Can you D-Matrix it, sorry, before it burrows and then it pops back up with the matrix on it?
Yep. In very specific circumstances, sometimes you can do that, and they're like, "Oh no," because they can't kill it in time. But yeah, that was kind of a cute move there, but doesn't pay off
freaky
that
ass
much.
stories
Sharp does
today.
hold on to that base. But the thing is, look at how big
unless
this
you consider
spread of Sharp
Catversion
is.
freaky,
Speed has
but
this kind of, like,
so
small
far
tempo advantage
they've
right
only
now, where
kissed.
He's just kind of going back and forth.
So
Now, Sharp
I
has a
mean,
lot of
you
drop
ask
hits,
Sean
so he has some big
if
counterattack
there's
potential, but he
a
can't lose these
spicy,
positions.
freaky scene in Chapter 4.
Yeah, a big push coming down here from Speed. Now, they're even in base distribution. We have no more.
I mean, there's a
expansions that can be taken to
possibility.
the map, except for the little
I'm not
measly
quite
one in
sure.
the middle, which will
Why,
only
did you
play a
like
big
it,
role here if
Tadfield?
they start to mine out. But what Speed's
You like
gonna
the
do
spicy
is
stories?
He's gonna try to seal up the entrance to where all the factories
No,
are.
I'm worried.
Because all production's in the bottom right. If you can contain them there,
For your
you can then divide and
sanity.
Conquer, wiping out the
Yeah.
other bases.
Don't worry-
top
don't
right,
worry about it,
top right, I should
Tashfield.
say.
That's one of the strongest ways to play Terran versus Terran, and you just utilize like dropship plus a massive army to do that. If Sharp has to
You
use
don't need to worry
dropships
about my
defend the
sanity. I'm
bases,
quite sane,
that becomes
sir.
really hard. Since we are about max supply, it can be done if
I'm
you
just
make a lot
in
of
the
missile
dark
turrets and a lot of siege tanks.
currently.
But
Unfortunately.
that's going to give Speed like a lot more flexibility.
You
in
sure
how
I
he can
don't
play the game.
need to book you a therapy meeting? No, good sir.
So he's going to push up now. He needs to get that command center started up again. Just buying time with these vultures.
That story was all
Seems
for
like there's
Eggy.
a little bit of a crack in the defenses where Speed's
If you can't
contained is outside of
appreciate a
Sharp's
good
natural
troll,
expansion.
then what's
Sharp's
the point
got a
in writing?
ton of drop ships. And now that I'm looking at the minimap, I realize there are no
Like
turrets.
the greatest
in
comedy
the main
ever,
that's been taken at the
Tropic
top
Thunder.
left. In fact, it's just a vulture. I
It's
thought that was a
the
turret
perfect
there. So
play on
this is a pretty
fucking
big blind spot.
irony
And it's gonna be really
and
hard for Sharp to
like
control this. I think
perception.
it's five drop ships, which is a lot. Keep in mind, not only
Writing
can you
crazy
take this
stuff doesn't
position,
make someone
I guess he
crazy.
didn't
True,
actually
Sean.
Either fill them all up or doesn't want to unload everything there. But you can siege up on
Some
the high
crazy
ground. They
people
can't
write
take
some
the
damn
natural
sane
now.
stuff.
And again, it's like a game of Go, man. They
It
just
is.
keep trying to surround each other and,
Oh,
and engulf
man,
each
the
other.
drop
This
ships.
prompts Speed to do a huge counterattack here, and a surprisingly small amount of tanks are actually protecting this area. So this is big.
Oh, and
Because
if he gets
can
on
get
top
here,
of
if he can get to
production,
those factories, it's going to be massive. He's going to drop on top.
my
of
cousins
it.
wrote
Oh
murder
my
stories, then he
God,
murdered
this
someone in
actually
real
could be
life.
Game ending.
That's
This drop-
fucked
drop
up,
Artosis.
Tadfew.
This is,
But that's generally not what happens.
ASL. Like this is so high level.
Was he
control.
violent beforehand? Did
He
you
can't get it to
notice that
unload.
he signs?
He can't get the red
Like-
dropships to unload.
Everything.
They're like stuck. If you tell all the dropships to unload in the same spot, they won't do it. You have to space them out and
Yeah.
click
Yeah,
down.
see, he
I
probably
assume
had a
they've actually been emptied out now. So
predisposition
this is
to
gonna-
it.
I think this actually might be game
If
over
you ask
because
anyone
he can't
who
make
knows
tanks.
me,
He's gonna
I'm
lose
like the
factories to
chillest
add-ons.
person
He
ever.
lifts them off. He has to remake the
People
add-ons.
have asked me,
That's
is there
not enough
anyone
time.
who you don't
And
get
there's
along
enough
with?
resources that are
And I'm
being
like,
mined
no,
right now
because
by
of someone
Speed
like
that he can
I
power
want
up
to
enough
get
units
along
to
with
just break
more
through
someone who
everything else,
doesn't
no
want
matter
to get
how many
along with me.
Units are still out on the map.
And the
This
cross-dressing
was
is
beautiful
a
counterattack,
perfect
'cause
example
Sharp
of that.
actually started to find his rhythm. He got up to his 5 bases. He dropped top left to deny Speed additional bases, and you know he was doing a great job. That's why he only unloaded a few units. He realized, oh God, I'm going to be counterattacked, and that is exactly what has happened here.
But I
And
do what
Sharp
I
is not
want,
gonna
and
be
I
able
have
to hold on
fun,
just
and it's a
because
good
all
time.
his production's going to
We
be
are
dead.
watching
This is the
StarCraft,
number one way
the
to kill
World
Terran, is
Championship,
you get on top of their production.
ASL, round of 16, Group B.
Okay, big D matrix over
And
on the
Sharp
GG.
GG's!
Sharp goes
Holy
down,
shit!
Speed nodding
Speed
his head.
wins! Speed's the underdog.
Played that game really well.
Yeah,
that was really impressive, man.
I have been
Damn!
singing this song, like, you don't want to pick someone like Speed if you're a Terran player. He's a ladder Terran. He plays so much more Terran versus Terran than Sharp. It's not even close. Sharp is busy doing dances for balloons and playing Protosses and Zergs on show matches, and Speed is grinding the ladder, which at the top is heavily Terran. You know, there's a lot of Terran players that grind all day. This guy plays so much TVT. And I think you see it there because Sharp did not play poorly. He played a very strong game there.
Yeah, I
but
thought Sharp
Speed's
was gonna
still
win.
out
I thought Speed was fucked.
Love seeing it here. So
Surprised
when
I
saw
Show
this drop
Speed
up
is
here,
so
it
good
might
at
be taken out. This
StarCraft.
might be the moment
I
where
know,
Sharp has
right?
to take
It's so
this. He
weird
doesn't
seeing
even
his
have to,
name
like,
after
by the
now
way,
knowing who Speed is.
Occupy this top left area with command centers. All he
Like,
has to
it's
do
so wrong, but
is
it's so
siege up
right.
units and keep dropping the drop that Speed
It's
is
perfect
inevitably
because
gonna
most of my
do.
favorite
So when I saw the dropships
characters
down here for Speed, I
are
thought, okay, well, he's
named
gonna try to fight
after
for the top
units
left.
in the game.
But
Queen
he didn't.
and Larva.
He saw the yin and yang
My
moment.
two
He said,
favorite
well, there's enough
Zergs.
stuff being dropped up there. There's probably an imbalance and a weakness somewhere else, and that's where this was. And this was a
But there's
knife
also
right
Zealot.
to the heart
Dude, that was...
of Sharp.
But that
was
has a
huge.
different
Right, look at
meaning,
this
right?
spot. And then there was a part, I think we're going to get it on screen here. Yeah, the dropships come down. I think he clicked unload all in one spot. See how they kind of...
Yeah, they
There's
all.
nowhere for
Yeah,
it to
you
work
can.
together
I'm gonna
as one
disappear
drop
into
tip.
AFK
Yeah,
with
there
the
was
smoke.
nowhere to unload.
Sounds good,
And so they
Tadfew.
started- by the way, I think
Enjoy.
even if they did unload, he wins this.
Yeah.
But they seemed to get stuck.
That was
And
just...
so he just couldn't get it out.
And I got to point out again, he's wearing wristbands, a true ladder Terran. Okay, guys, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. We're gonna
Just
come
like
back and get all this-
Artosis. Probably gonna vanish too. Alright, sounds good, Levi.
Welcome back, everybody. It's finally my turn. Finally, we get a Protoss player to cast.
All right.
And what a matchup, too. Jaedong versus Best. Best of
Levi,
one
I'll
going
smoke
into
for
this,
ya.
and Speed awaiting the winner of this match. I would put this at like a 55-45. Like Jaedong slightly unfavored.
AFK
but
for a bit. Sounds good,
you know,
Sean.
he's very good at crushing Protosses. I think, and you know, Best I think is probably a little bit of a stronger player in general, but he just sometimes isn't strong in ASL. I'm still waiting for him to be the kind of guy that can master navigating a multi-week league like this.
It's weird, isn't it? He's been such a strong player for so long, and he just can't quite do it in ASL. And you know, we'll see, like when he played against Mind, right? The same build 5 games in a row. It's like, damn, man, like you got to mix up a little bit in a tournament. But he is super stable. I'm actually a big fan of his Protoss for Zerg. He uses Dark
too.
Archons more regularly than anyone else. He really understands the
That
positions to get
freaking
those,
Hydra
he won't
catch.
skip it if he thinks he
Oh,
might need it.
it was so beautiful.
So I feel like that
It was like 8 Hydras
maybe
in one.
leaves some
Maelstrom.
aggressive options.
Just unexpected.
harder to
Usually it's only
utilize
for
for J-Dog.
mutas, but he
So,
fucking took the
Not
Hydras
really
out.
sure how this one's gonna go. I think it is a pretty close match, but yeah, I do favor Best.
I mean,
just
yeah, I'm
slightly here.
hoping J-Dong wins, but I think Best is gonna win.
Yeah.
Because
J-Dong,
if
you know,
J-Dong
he's
wins, it
shown
means it's a better
really
chance of the
scary
Zerg
mid-game
being,
PvZs.
you know,
I'm actually ready to
advancing.
go into this game. I'll save it for the
And it'll be
actual
J-Dong
match.
versus
Guys, get
Speed.
ready. PvZ coming up here as we continue on Group B of the ASL.
Woo! Preach it, Tasteless. Go, fangirls! We love to fan out on StarCraft!
Okay, J-Dong spawning in the bottom left. Best, excuse me, and Best spawning here in the top left. Guys, you know the routine. We always do 2 plugs here in the ASL. This is the first one. Consider signing up. Consider supporting us. If you love StarCraft, we're here because of you. We're here because of your love and your ability to make this possible. So sign up for the Patreon. We want to do this forever.
Yeah, people, keep supporting Tastosis so we get more StarCraft in English.
Because StarCraft 1 is so big in Korea and ASL does so well. Anyways, I'm rambling. Sign up for the Patreon, patreon.com/ASL English.
Yeah, thank you guys very much for the support. I actually
I
want
believe
to
in
throw
you.
out.
I'm gonna act like
a-
I didn't
a-
just
a
drop my
PvZ,
Lego
I guess,
set by tripping
hypothetical in a
over a
way.
door frame.
So, like in TVP,
Exactly,
there's like a
Tadfew.
rotation for Protoss, whether you're going to make a Zealot
At least
or
you
not,
didn't step on
where
a
it goes up and
sharpened
down
crayon.
in, popularity, and I feel like that trend matches how often we see gasless expansion from Terran, because there will be months where like it's 80% gasless expansion from strong Terran players, and then like more quick Zealots come out, and that goes down towards factory expansion, right? And it's just kind of this back and forth that kind of exists. And then, like, I feel like I've seen more Ling Floods from Zerg against Protoss in the last couple of weeks since J-Dong beat Stork with that than I've seen in a very long time. Is there something with Protoss where, like, you try to greed your opener as hard as you can, but you get safer as more Ling Floods come? Is there, like, a reason for this? Oh god.
Let's
yeah.
let's
well, we
talk
don't
about
need to
this
talk
real
about
quick
that
because-
anymore.
And I'll bring this up later if this goes on. So he's going to do the cannon rush. 3 more drones are being pulled. Now you can fit this in here. He can try to do an extractor trick and pop one over. The answer to that is okay.
Yeah.
He does get one over, but he puts a pylon here. Now he has to kill the
Oh
drone.
man,
that is
they
trying to
can't
surf
get
on top of it.
in.
He
They
cancels
can't
it.
get
He makes the cancel. He jerks his
in.
probe out.
Wow.
This is insane. This is so hard to do. A drone does get over to the other side. I don't believe that's enough time though. One drone almost dead. He can use the 2 probes now to zone this out. He's going to try to come back around and probably fill up this backside with cannons.
Ooh.
1 probe getting stuck. He gets shot down. He needs to throw some more Oh, is he going to go back around to the other side?
Oh
Okay,
my
blocks
god, he
him in. That
locked the
was
drones in.
insane.
That
Oh
is
my
crazy.
God. He's going to throw the cannons down. He's going to come in here for the block. He has to block the sunken colony. He does. He's going to come back. He's going to make a... Oh my
Dude, he
God.
evacuated the drone with an extractor trick. Oh my
Oh my
god.
God.
Best is really the best cannon
That
rusher.
was
and he actually is
fucking
cannon rushing ASL
crazy.
far more times
This
than anyone
shows how
else,
like
and you can see why.
insane the
home?
game
He
is.
Does he have
God tier.
cannons back at home?
Yeah, he has 1 cannon. He has 1 cannon.
Okay. He has room for a second cannon. He can kill this one that's morphine if he shoots it and it hits it with the probe. Okay, he cancels it. He's going to keep this one back here. This is a really tough call. And in fact, right now, J-Dong is not going to go and try to take this out. The sunken colony, this is a really weird bug. It can shoot further than it can attack.
If you
you
can
might throw it
attack
right.
something.
If you like attack their pylon, or you can attack another building. I think you can even do it with your own building.
Yeah.
But
Oh my
he
God,
didn't
the
do
pylon's gone. This is still here.
Yeah, he did mess that up, so he didn't
Okay,
get
so-
to kill that, but the Lings will be able to kill this cannon. So he will be able to clear
So-
that, but he forced 2 Sunkens and a ton of Zerglings there.
Yeah, that was
Okay,
insane.
you know, sometimes Brood War is so technical, the weird bugs and the things you can do, I almost can't get the words out fast enough.
Yeah.
If you attack their pylon and then I think it hit stop or something, it'll fire one more shot that's further range than the pylon is.
Yeah, I think it's
and
a
the pylon has more
retarget.
HP.
Yeah, if I
something
recall
like that.
correctly, yeah.
Sorry guys, there's a Terran and a Zerg. I was Terran and Protoss casting a Zerg thing mechanically here. So if you're able to do that, the pylon has more HP than the cannon, so the cannon will eventually die. That's what we were trying to get at. Either way, a bunch of Lings were forced. There's a big Ling counterattack, and I don't think they can get in there. There's no speed done yet, and slow Lings, you can kind of always hold that off if you got enough stuff. Best feeling pretty confident he was able to
he's
stalk
gonna go
the
for a
Zerglings
third.
and figure out, you know, if his speed is done and if he's coming at him. So he doesn't have to block with probes here. He can just stay back.
He's not gonna
J-Dog
go
does
for
stabilize, he's
two hatch
expanding.
Muta.
Whenever you do a cannon rush, by
I
the
wonder
way,
if he's gonna do a
really,
Hydra bust.
You need to kill the hatchery. If you can kill the hatchery, you're in great shape. If not, it's a little uncomfortable. Like, yeah, the Zerg does end up making a lot of
Yeah, he didn't lose
extra
any
Zerglings,
drones.
but
Eggy
you also
Bale,
have your
welcome,
Nexus
welcome.
later,
How's
so
it
the
going,
game becomes
brother?
very weird, and every
Welcome to
phase
Group
Cannon
B
Rush game
of
is a little
the
bit
round
different
of
from the next
16.
one because, you know, it depends on how many probes they were able to squeeze out, how many Lings was Zerg forced to make, how many drones were killed, all that.
Would you say then that Jaedong is ahead here?
Let's go, bro! Hell yeah! And we just had an upset in the last
drones were
game.
killed, right?
Unfortunately, my light is fucked.
No.
Still
In
from
the rush, or
yesterday.
maybe one actually got
I
out.
need to
Yeah,
buy
no, he bought that
like
drone
different
out and
types
made
of
2
bulbs.
songs.
I bought these like really
That's right.
shitty
Yeah, I
ones
think
because
he
they're
made
the
it
same
nice.
ones as
Jaedong
those
may be
ones. But
slightly ahead.
I need to buy the other one,
Yeah.
the one that burnt out, that
But,
fucked
kill the
everything up.
hatchery, you pretty much win the game. But
Yeah.
You need to keep both of the probes that are harassing alive. One has to throw extra cannons down, and the other one has to block the
Either that or the dimmer
creep
switch
colony
is completely
starting. And so he
fucked
lost
on
one
it,
probe, so he wasn't
and
able
I
to
don't
pull
have
it
a
off.
light in my room anymore.
To go back to what you were asking me earlier,
Which would
this
really
interesting
fucking
cannon rush
suck.
happened. Basically, on
But
each
I'll
map,
figure it out.
Protoss has to figure out if Zerg's expanding
This
and then
is
where
my
Zerg's expanding,
dark
while also keeping track of the Zerglings.
Dark
And there's a lot of ways to psych out or outmaneuver Protoss players with the probe. It's why when you're teaching somebody to play the game, you teach them to never lose the probe. It's unacceptable unless Ling speed is out, because then you just can't run away.
Yeah.
And that's why you can see, even in this instance here, this is, you know, illustrated right here. Best is so good at keeping the probe alive and monitoring, do you have Zergling speed? Clearly not, because it's still alive. Looks like Jaedong finally comes in there and gets the kill. But in some of these games where, like, as an example, Zerg might take a third base at 6 o'clock on this map, but they could also take a natural at the bottom right, which would be a very different game. Sometimes you need to try to confirm that. And when you're trying to confirm that, that's a great moment to try to run Lings around. Or like in the game versus Stork, he just chased it back and literally did like a big C, like letter C shape move around the scout so that the Protoss just wasn't ready. That's how Stork got killed.
Yeah. Well, right now, Jaedong is just kind of macroing heavily here, getting all those additional hatcheries. So he's going to be up on 6 hatch. He's got a few Scourge out here to push back those Corsairs some. Second Stargate, Tasteless. We're seeing the second Stargate here from Best. So 2 Stargate Corsair. Is his read correct? Are we going to see Mutalus out of Jaedong? Because I feel like if you do this and they're not going Mutas, Protoss loses very, very often.
Yeah, because you just have so many Corsairs and they don't do anything.
Oh my God, he lost one. Now, the Scourge did not see the second Stargate. Their vision is very poor.
Well,
He is going to go for
Mutas.
Mutalus. I don't know how he knew that or if he did know that. But yeah, if you can actually see... Oh, by the way, Jaedong spots it.
Yes.
If you see the second Stargate, Mutas are just not a useful thing to have in this, because you're kind of feeding into the
he
counter.
needs to immediately
I
put
have
down
seen
a
games where
Hydra
Zergs
Den.
will try to go like mass Scourge because they already committed and hope they can like flank or surround the Corsairs.
But why fight
In
a losing
theory, if
battle?
some players play perfectly. I think the Corsair player is in a little bit of an advantage.
Definitely agree with you on that, because if they do start to clear things, they can get a lot of Overlords. The one thing that gets really scary is it opens up a bigger window for like a pre-storm Hydralisk bust timing on Protoss, where you're on 6 hatch really pumping a lot of Hydras. And if you can hit right before storm, you know, that makes the Corsairs that much weaker. And we see that Jaedong, you know, he's already got his 6 hatches. He's got an insanely good drone count.
He's got the den.
And he just finished his Hydralisk den. So I think he's definitely going to be attempting to make a bunch of Hydras and push in here. And I like how he's trying to utilize these mutas and trying to be like, yes, make Corsairs. You know, I'm still bringing up Scourge. Keep making those Corsairs, because the more Corsairs you're making, the harder it is to squeeze out High Templars with Sidestorm.
True. It's all about the gas.
There's only 5 mutas out. And 5, by the way, 5, it's a tricky number to tell if it's like less or more. If you know what I'm saying, when the mutas stack on each other because you have an overlord in the control group. My brother had this really smart move. He said the easiest way to tell how many mutas are in the group is to check the darkness of the shadow.
Yeah.
Underneath.
Same thing with lurkers.
Because the darker it is, the more units are stacked inside of it. I thought that was a really smart way to kind of hack that situation. So he's going to come out with speed lots and a lot of Corsairs. So this isn't the mini style where we have 2 Stargate into like a really fast DT cheese. This is going to be like an insane amount of Corsairs and enough Zealots that the Hydras have to do some work. They have to defend themselves first and foremost. And so Overlords can get massacred. Zerg, if they hold this, is going to have to be with a really, really tricky flank. So he's got the Scourge in sort of a weird position. Is this going to connect?
Well, he actually gets his Overlord speed
has so many
during this.
Hydras?
Yeah, yeah. He also has a Sunken in there, and, you know, he's macroing so heavily off of the 6 hatches. This is going to be a little bit hard for Best, I feel like. Look at that big supply from Jaedong. Like, he has a large army at the moment. And if Best doesn't already have some High Templars out here, okay, he does have at least one that I can see.
I'm a little scared for Best.
Yeah.
Jaedong has mustered a lot of units. And, you know, we've cast a lot of games like this where the Corsairs, they're like kind of scary for a little bit, but then the ground army for Zerg kicks in.
Mm-hmm.
And if you dodge a couple storms, you can overpower them.
Yep. That's how it usually goes.
Well, that's, I think, what he's going to be going for.
I don't see why this game would be that different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that just seems like that's the direction we're going in here.
It just makes sense against 2 Stargate Corsair. But he is moving out with a ton of Hydras right now. The Zealot's going to try to kind of draw them in some different directions, running away, threatening counterattacks. There's a single DT out there, but Overlord's speed is done, so if he keeps track of where that DT is, shouldn't be too much trouble.
Back, had to perform surgery on my turtle filter
mutas
and
can
clean
do the
the
same
intake
thing
screen in the bathroom.
Even with Corsairs
back together
in a
and
number
pumping
this high,
away.
they can
Nice.
still snipe the Templars. If the Corsairs aren't there to protect the Templars, you're in the same predicament. And I don't see the Corsairs here.
Oh no, he's gonna get the Templars!
Where are they? He's gonna go for the Templars again. Looks like he barely gets a snipe with the Hydra and then runs away. Sorry, where are the Corsairs on the map? Is that the middle?
Yeah, they're over on the right.
To the right of that?
Yeah, that's them right there. But yeah, Jaedong does eliminate a couple of the High Templars, but moves back. This is not his full Hydra force. But, you know, the gas is tight right now. He's had to make a lot of Corsairs, you know, focusing on upgrades. He's switching in Dragoons and making sure he gets some detection.
Oh,
and the Lurker upgrade is ready. He makes an egg right there. Ooh, really nice from Best to catch some of those. But, you know, Jaedong, I feel like he's actually playing a step ahead of Best
no,
here.
they're surrounded.
Like, the fact that he
looks
already...
stronger than Best.
Yeah, like he picked off the 2 High Templars. Okay, great. He didn't overcommit. Like, he really worked hard to scout the second Stargate so he didn't overcommit. And yeah, like he could make eggs there to just trap these in there and kill them off. And now he's going into Lurkers. So he's like forcing Best to do more and more and more.
I can't believe how good Jaedong looks. By the way, we saw earlier he had an Overlord over the eggs too, just making it harder to get in there. Jaedong is a god right now. He looks so strong. Best will lose these Zealots, but he's doing a really good job buying time. Keep in mind those Lurker eggs will eventually hatch. He might be able to run out then, but I think they're too low on HP anyways. Behind this, Best has gotten a 3rd base up. I don't know if Jaedong can get up there and hit it or not. These, 12, 6, 3, and 9, they're all pretty fortifiable if you have cannons and Templars there.
It's like 4
pretty hard to break
storms.
it, but I mean, right now, Jaedong has more supply than Best, so if Best isn't prepared,
are they going
or
for
really
the natural
hunkered down in a
bottom
safe
right?
Position, Jaedong could overwhelm him.
Well, he's coming up with a lot of hydrogen.
That was the
right
plan.
Now. Could put a contain up, but that is a very small choke
Like,
to kind of push.
the Zealots were
and he
going
actually
for
puts a
that,
contain at the end
but
of
he
the
couldn't
choke,
quite
so that
make
kind of
it.
makes some sense. It's a lot more
Jaedong
surface
was
area.
ready for
Gonna
it.
be harder to storm your way through this, but a very nice first storm there from Best.
I think this is a DT
Oh,
drop. Yeah,
DT
probably a DT
drop.
drop with the Corsairs here. He's going to pick this one up, taking advantage of those huge mains. But man, Jaedong is just on top of everything.
He's got the
3
Overlord.
Zealots and a DT. He could try to slip that DT
Jaedong
by. The Corsairs are getting
drew
shot
low.
down now. I think there's only 2 more left in this game.
Jaedong's defense just looking superb. I love that he left some units up there. Sometimes Jaedong plays a little bit too aggressive at times and just tries to push an advantage, but I love how he's playing this game. He's playing it a little bit further back. And in fact, he doesn't even have like a full contain up here, doesn't try to keep it. So he is going to run back, but he doesn't have any really great zoned area right now. Looks like those units from the containment are going to run to the bottom right. And a DT from Best is going to slip into the main base.
Sorry. The DT gets inside the base. It looks like it's going to be shot down. He's going to try to run over here to the side. He might just barely have enough HP to get away. He does not. Whenever you see a shuttle come out from
Perfect
Protoss,
sneeze timing,
whether it's
Tasteless.
Zealots, DTs, or just Zealots and a DT, they're trying to break the contain, which Best did do. Now, Best has to be careful here to not overextend. Basically, throw some storms down, use hold position, spread the Dragoons out, and then go back and macro up again.
Well, Jaedong attacks into that. He's actually up quite a bit of supply, but Best is taking a very good battle. As long as he doesn't overcommit, he does have some good storms in here, throws another good one down. Oh my God, Jaedong surrounding this army. I don't think these Dragoons are making it home. Oh my God.
It's 360 degrees. The lurkers are going to shut him down over here. I think that's probably going to be GG.
And he puts a lurker. Oh my God, these games are fucking insane.
Since he's been
What
back,
the fuck?
that's the best game I've seen of him.
Actually, this
That was beautiful. That
remember
was
when he played, I believe it was
2006
Rain in the KSL
Jaedong.
finals?
Yeah.
Like, that was the type of form he had at that time, where it's like, oh, damn, this is maybe championship Jaedong. That was a killer game from him.
Fucking insane.
That was incredible. Went mutas into, unbeknownst to him, a 2-star Corsair player. Managed to still kind of make it work. Mustered enough Hydras. Got a contain up. Best did a pretty good job with a shuttle distraction, Zealots and DTs, to uproot.
What a
the
world we
contain.
live in, guys, where
Jaedong
this
ran out,
is the
suffered many
peak of
losses.
gaming.
Best tried to commit to a push.
It couldn't
I mean,
get better
the
than
surround
this.
was completely insane. We're going to a break, guys. Or no, we're not. We're going to go break a second, sorry.
When you were
But
in school
Jaedong
and first
looks
introduced to the
so strong today.
platypus, was it introduced
He looks fantastic.
as the
Can't wait to
duck-billed
see him against
platypus?
speed. That'll
That's
be
how it was
after
introduced
this
to me.
commercial break.
Yes, Sean. That is how I was introduced to the platypus in school. Duck-billed. Same with Komodo dragon.
오늘 진행할 게임은 네. 이걸로 하는 거예요?
I was like, if there's a duck-billed platypus, is there? Which made me believe there was other types of platypus when there aren't. There's only one platypus. Yeah. If there's a duck-billed platypus, there's a non-duck-billed platypus, right? But nope. It's one of a kind.
잠깐만 잠시만요. 이게 집중을 좀 해야 돼가지고
These are like the types of games that they do.
하니까 또 1등 하고 싶네요. 이게 버릴 건 버려야 되나?
I don't even know what the hell that is.
아니 근데 이런 생각을 왜?
Welcome back, everybody.
Bro
Thank
died.
you for waiting.
True. Such a
Super
weird
excited to
creature, a
see this
mammal that
DBZ.
lays eggs and has
Jaedong
venom.
and Speed are looking so
I mean,
strong.
that's environment
I
for
gotta
you,
say, I was
right?
a little bit, I had chills after seeing that game that Jaedong just played.
Mother Nature
Really
gives you what
good,
you
but-
need.
But that surround, Do you know how almost impossible it is to surround a 3-base push from Protoss with lurkers? And
Yeah, it
Hydras?
was.
I
It was
guess-
Yeah,
impressive.
that was so beautifully
He did
done.
open with,
You could
you know,
see
two
it on the
front
minimap
doors
how
there.
he was like
But the
arcing
point-
around in like 5
The
different
reality is, like,
movements
you never
as
see
he
a
was
Protoss
microing
move out
away
and
from the
it's, you know,
storms.
almost 360
Like,
degrees.
that
of
was
lurkers
fucking
and Hydras
crazy.
hitting at every angle. The whole idea is that you can't surround it. When they come at you like that, you storm everything and just run back as Protoss and go back in macro. And the combination of Dragoons, Templars, and a couple of Zealots.
I suppose you
it's
could
just hard
consider
for
it as a
Lurker,
link
Hydra to
species between
advance on
standard
it. So
egg
to see him
layers
do
and
that
standard mammals.
tells me he's in phenomenal shape. You were saying before.
Yeah,
we
I don't know
started,
much about it.
TVZ, this is the matchup that Jaedong kind of struggles in compared to ZVZ or PVZ. So, truly going up against Speed, who has been so ambitious, has really modernized
One of God's favored
modernized his
creatures.
play, and bringing great games. This should be a real banger.
So no one's making this
I
thing
think
go
this is actually
stink.
a very good match between the two, and I'll get into that as we go forward. Deja Vu, Dominator, Radeon, very standard maps. I'm surprised at the Polestar ban from Jaedong, but not surprised at the Death Valley ban there from Speed. All right, let's get into it, guys. Best of 3 for the first spot out in this group.
Almost seems like some ancient alien's personal pet got loose and were fruitful. Yeah, I could see that, Sean. That's a funny concept. I love it.
Okay, Jaedong in the top left, Speed in the bottom right. This is not a Patreon plug here, but I just wanted to make a quick announcement. I am going to be playing in a Warcraft 3 Invitational on Grubby's stream on the 18th.
That's
I guess
today.
1 a.m. KST. I don't know what time that would be for you, but look that time up.
Where's that?
I have no
Wait.
idea how I'm going to perform. I've been
That was
grinding for 3
yesterday.
weeks.
Never
I've been
mind, that
streaming
was
Warcraft 3
yesterday.
every day.
Yeah.
Only other StarCraft guy in it is Loco, so hopefully one of us does well for the scene.
Yeah. I think Loco could do a good job.
Best Protoss win.
Oh, Tasteless missed that one. All right.
Warcraft 3 was a little better than WoW,
that's
but
around
not by
noon,
much.
Noon Eastern time.
Never played
just for
either of
people to
them.
know.
I was a
Okay,
Final Fantasy
so
11 chud.
I got him, and good luck in that, Tasteless.
Thank you.
Which, when Treasures of Odd Urgan
Now,
comes out, we will be playing Blue
I
Mage to
wanna
75
mention
on Horizon XI.
stylistically about these two.
So you guys can all get the
So,
experience of Final Fantasy 11.
We were talking in yesterday's group
On
about
my Dark
I was
Knight with
saying
my
how
Kraken
against
Club.
Sulky, he's so good against SK Terran that you should probably either Marine Rush him or do a very
Galleon boy,
technical build.
welcome,
And we saw
welcome. How's
everyone
it going,
basically
bro?
doing that, right?
My
No one
light's
was trying to
still
play
broken.
Marine Medic Science Vessel.
Warcraft 2
against
is awesome. Hasn't
him.
aged well,
His
but the
skill
style
set,
is
he's
perfect.
just so good at crushing those attacks. He's
Well,
so good at the late game.
Sean, that's why they
defending everything.
remastered it. I have
Jaedong is
remastered
literally the
Warcraft
opposite.
1 and 2
Like,
on
Jaedong
Blizzard.
is a player that
On
still
the
has
Blizzard
pretty
app.
good killer instinct.
Blizzard launcher.
But SK Terran is very robust, very hard to kill SK Terran, which is, again, Marine Medic.
I actually
Science Vessel.
played
I can
them
name
on
that, don't let
stream.
Cases tell you otherwise.
If you go to my channel
but,
on YouTube, you can watch me
like,
play them.
He is someone that actually struggles with very standard, straightforward play. Like, when I see him go against that, I'm like, oh, that third base likely to go down. Whereas if you do a more technical opening, like, I feel like he has that killer instinct where, like, maybe if you open Wraith against him, he has a pretty decent shot of getting it. Or you open up with some sort of factory 1-1-1. I'm like, okay, this is where I think that Jaedong can beat anybody. So I think he's kind of the opposite of Sulky in this matchup. Now, Speed is probably our most technical Terran that's left in the tournament. You know, he plays kind of like Royal or kind of like Sock or something, where it's like a lot of like quick factory openers and stuff. And that's not what I want to see here from him. I want to see him just try to do SK Terran for the most part. And it looks like that's what he's doing, right? Like,
Yeah,
this
if you
is
just
just
type
a
Warcraft,
barracks expansion, very standard.
You can get
very
all
normal.
of
And I
my
think that
Warcraft
that's
streams.
what Jaedong has the hardest time against.
Those were good days.
Yeah, it's funny because when Jaedong was on top of the world as Zerg in the pre-StarCraft 2 era, that was really when SK Terran, macro style, lots of vessels, control the map, try to power, you know, kind of almost charge into the Dark Swarm, and then right when it gets down, you know, with Lurker's Burrow, run back, exhausting the Zerg. That's the era that Jaedong cut his teeth in. But I agree with you. I feel like that's the way that you're going to beat him. I would not do something super technical.
I think Jaedong's going to win,
versus
but
him. I feel like
Speed
that's where he's going to find an opening.
could win.
For whatever reason,
I think it's like
seems
60-40 Jaedong.
Gargantuan Terran that's got really good control, and the moment that those vessels get over, 80 energy and Irradiate is cast on something of value and escaping out immediately, that does seem to be pretty tough for him to go against. Now, Speed, I think he could do either of those styles. I think Speed's got a pretty decent range. So it's not clear what exactly we're going to have. They are in cross spawns, and I feel like this is especially when you get into mid-game, you have to know what kind of mid-game you're going to be in. And cross spawns like this make it hard because you don't know where Zerg's necessarily going to expand. I guess on this map it's a little bit easier because it's probably going to be one of the mains, but people do go for
liked
naturals
playing
now.
with the Warcraft 1
If you're both
editor,
sharing a
made
side
a
of the
map where the enemy was trapped behind gold
usually
mines
it's the side
that they couldn't
that is
mine
further away from
themselves,
Terran
then
that
I'd build
Zerg's
up a
gonna go
massive
to,
air fleet and
because going to
obliterate
the
them.
other main is too
True,
risky.
Sean. True.
So, yeah, I mean, I want to watch and see how Jaedong tries to develop. Where is that third base going to be and can he cover it? Even though there's two, I guess, obvious textbook places to go, they're on opposite sides of the map. So Terran's going to have to be checking both sides. Yeah, but let's see how Jaedong does here. Again, he looked god tier. He looked better than I've ever seen in that game back there. I was blown away with what he did the best. So this is an exciting moment to see how he does in another matchup.
Yeah, I'm hoping he does well. I want to see Jaedong's complete return to form and be a champion again. That would be amazing. But Speed right now is doing literally exactly what I would tell him to do to beat Jaedong. He's going for a 4-Rax +1, just heavy Marine medic and pressuring your opponent's third base. That is what Jaedong dies to most often in this matchup. So I feel like Speed has actually done his homework. He recognizes that, like, okay, Jaedong has a really hard time defending that third, and oftentimes he'll either defend it incorrectly or he'll counterattack, and if you just have just enough to hold, he's way behind. So that's the type of game that I actually do think we're about to see. But obviously, there's a lot of play from here to there.
So the Mutalisks are inbound right now. I didn't see the turret positioning here for Speed at his natural, but this is one of those natural expansions that points out so Mutas can volley glaives into the workers in the mineral patches. He actually gets here just barely as the turret finishes. I thought for a second he was going to be able to snipe that SCV. That shows you how tight the timing of the turrets are here for Speed. It blows me away now that we play StarCraft with a timer on.
Yeah.
In StarCraft Remastered, that was one of the few kind of, for some people, controversial things about the game. It is crazy to me that we ever played without a timer on in the game.
Yes.
I remember seeing Jaedong have Muta Scourge timed out literally to get inside the Terran's base and hit the vessel without a clock on in the game.
Yes.
Where I'm like, I cannot believe you're that good. That
you have
was
to be pretty damn dialed in to do that, man.
6 or 7.
Yeah. Now, Speed has his +1. He has his range. And he is out roaming on the map a little bit. This is what you have to do with this build, is you go forward. Jaedong already got a fair amount of SCs, but he didn't overstay his welcome. He came out to meet this army. He needs to make sure that he's zoning this back and making Speed consistently reinforce it. Ooh, good pick off there from Speed already.
Speed's really controlling this well. There really isn't a loose end to hit an exposed Marine or medic. The first Marine comes up here and sees the drone.
Huge.
The mid-game is already being interrupted. Gets the kill. The drone can't escape. The drone is a little bit faster than the Marine, but it seems like now this is bad because you know what? Terran can just contain you for a little bit here. Well, unless there's a drone on the map we don't see.
What has to happen is Jaedong has to break the natural. If he's making this many sunkens, he has to break the natural. There's no other way. And he dives in immediately. He understands what he needs to do. He's made these sunkens, but, oh, he's going to get him just in time. That's enough. That's enough. Speed has to pull back. Jaedong dealing some pretty good damage at this natural. He's got a good amount of SCVs, but is this actually enough? Like this is kind of like the balancing act that you have to do as Zerg. If you're going to make a bunch of Sunkens, you have to get big damage with your mutas across the map.
He's killing a lot of SCVs. I think the turret's going to finish, though. I thought there was an opportunity to maybe snipe that SCV. It's 8 Mutalisks out here now.
Why isn't Speed barking right now?
There's a factory over some of them, but I mean, he's
true,
killing these
Dad
guys
View,
as they come
true.
out. Can he send the Marines back in time to save this? The next turret's going to finish. There was a lot of.
He
kills
really
there
should be at this
on
point.
workers. I guess
Barking at
still
those
not
Mutalisks.
finished yet. And the third hatchery started here in the bottom left.
This is
crazy
pretty
back and forth.
Yeah, this is like pretty even. I actually put Jaedong maybe slightly ahead here.
Yeah.
We have to see like, okay, there's one starport, and yeah, you can see how stifled the build is. Like he canceled one of the barracks, made sense.
Oh
He
my
lost 3
God,
SCVs. He
8
can't support it. He has to make SCVs nonstop. He has to rebuild some missile turrets, and he needs to get a radiate out. But like he is definitely hobbled a bit. The fact that he's only going to be on one starport vessel. That's going to take a long time to really push all the mutas back. He's not going to be able to break through lurkers very quickly. Jaedong has done a pretty good job here, but Jaedong's third is slow. That is a very slow third. Speed did such a good job finding that drone in the top right. That was like a crucial moment for him in this game. If that third had already been up and these things had happened, I'd already be calling the game.
You know, there's something like 10 SCVs mining over here, maybe a little bit less. Seeing the factory over there is, you know, if Jaedong's watching, like he is right now, it's a note to say, okay, there's not going to be tanks. If I can get lurkers to do a contain or even a push up here, was there a bunker above this?
No, I don't think. Oh yeah, no, there is one at the depots. There is one at the depots.
Okay, I wasn't. No, I thought it was 3 depots for a second. Okay, so it's double depot bunker, but if you can get some lurkers morphed out here. Oh, hold on a second. I think there's. Oh, never mind. Sorry, those are Zerglings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so lurkers are not nearby. Yeah, then this means that Speed can move out on the map. He's going to have the vessel. There won't be any hold position lurker shenanigans like we saw from Sulky. Good interception here from Jaedong to basically hit the Marines that are trying to reinforce. Could he go for the turret? He decides not to. He's going to bank out and go north.
Okay, that means he wants to utilize his Marines to slow this army, and that should give him enough time to morph lurkers. He's got a ton of Sunkens over here, so he doesn't need as many lurkers there, but he definitely needs 3-4 lurkers at that third base. And as he gets those up,
nice, 96% Valiant
position
boy.
here, like he's got 1-1, so that's pretty solid, and he does get his second starport going, but like he just doesn't have a lot of tech production. And the Marine medic can't do anything once you get the lurkers up. It just kind of sits there.
Sheesh.
And you need to rely on
That's
things like
so
a
close, Valiant
boys.
boys. 68,469.
Dude,
Oh my
Jaedong's
God.
got this
Getting
game.
a kill on this without even having to get Scourge is huge.
That's huge. That is, dude. And this
That's
is
one of the
still
worst
one
things
starport
that
production.
can happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you could just snipe that, it's basically a free kill. That's massive. You know, it means there's going to be 1 to 2 irradiates on the one vessel. It's going to be hard to get him back. We're already going into hive tack.
This looks
this Overlord
excellent
is
for
going to be
Jaedong.
pretty hard to hit. Yeah.
Well, you can
this
see
Overlord is eventually going to go down.
well, when he's hunting an Overlord,
You know
like
what
that,
else
you
is
can
massive?
see how little there is for him to do on the map. Like until you get good starport production, there's not a lot. It's like, well, you can't attack the natural and you can't attack the third. You either need dropships or you need to be rotating around irradiating things and making Jaedong reinforce. And he's having a hard time doing either. And look at this, Jaedong getting back in here for some harass. The vessel ready to irradiate. He actually moved it forward to like posture like he was about to irradiate, but he didn't have the energy yet. And look at that drone saturation instantly.
Yep.
Dude,
welcome to
Jaedong is putting out
Zerg.
a great game.
I love Zerg.
Yeah, Speed unable to breach that location. With the Nidus network over there, there's probably never going to be a moment where there's enough irradiates on lurkers.
He almost ran into the Scourge. That would have been so bad.
Drones are mining. We know that Consume is being upgraded. More lurkers are being deployed over at that ramp. And, you know, these mutas have just been doing damage this whole
You're like a
game with this
weird
natural.
uncle.
I wonder if more turrets there would be justifiable. He's going to throw down another irradiate.
I'm going to take that as a compliment in a good way.
He might barely have enough. If he can split this right, hold up. The mutas are going to change that.
I think he just got the double damage spine there. My God, that really looked like it. There's actually a bug with lurkers. If it's shooting exactly as you kill it, the spine does double damage. So he just killed a huge amount of Marines with that. Huge amount. That actually got dangerous for a minute. That's why I was saying you need 3-4 lurkers at the third base. 2 doesn't quite cut
I can deal with that.
You can bust in against that.
That's so funny. I hadn't thought about the double damage thing in years. I remember playing Terran and like shooting a lurker, and every once in a while, like I would have all these Marines that would fire and kill like one lurker, and as it shot, everything died, and I'd just be like, "What?
Yeah.
Like, how does that work?"
Yeah, I don't know.
And then finding out later it's a weird bug.
No, every now and then I'll be playing a ladder game tasteless, and like I'll kill a lurker and everything explodes. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me. But yeah, speed, this is the type of pressure you need to apply if you're going to win this game. But Jaedong has Consume. He's ready here with the Defiler, and I'm sure he has Plague on the way. Like, the Plague is going to be the next stage of grinding here, where you're just plaguing armies like this, and they're having to pull way back.
Oh,
damn,
good targeting.
Almost
Excellent
got
targeting
that.
there.
Yeah, that's very hard to pull off. A misclick and you just walk right through the storm there. Oh my God, he's pushing. He's going to get a hatchery up here too.
At least,
So there's
at least
a third
speed has
base
the
here
third.
for Terran that just got landed. SCVs are being sent over there now.
Yeah.
Jaedong seems here we go. I think he wanted to do the eraser, and this was just the worst possible time. There was actually no justification for doing that.
None.
I think that speed might have fallen apart a little bit here.
Well, I think he's desperate. So many things have gone wrong.
Yeah.
He's gotten 0 real damage this game. The only damage he did was killing the drone that went to the third base. Like, literally, that's it. Everything else is just normal to low damage. And, like,
and now
okay, a Plague goes
out.
off. Oh, maybe he gets a cancel on this. That it looks like he should. Some more units coming out from Jaedong. I do think he has to cancel that fourth base. And Speed did set up his own third. So, like, there are redeeming things he's doing, but his vessel count is really, really low. I think Jaedong pulled back on his mutas at just the right time as anti-drop for the main base. Ooh, and the Fire Bat meta tasteless.
Yeah. Is that one lurker in there? I think there's actually nothing in there.
Yeah, this has actually been trending a little bit, where you go really heavy Fire Bats, because a lot of times it's one lurker that holds you off. And the Fire Bats can actually just go up and clear that sometimes. So he's adding in a lot of Fire Bats right now. Double Ultralist Cavern. Don't know if that was
Announcer's goofy ass laugh.
That's all right. He's gonna get into those.
Artosis is the one who's talking right now.
But we have battle cruiser tech for speed.
Yeah, battle cruisers can be very handy in games like this.
Or this guy, Tasteless.
I would put Jaedong just slightly ahead here.
Yep.
Another Defiler is going to come down. He's going to
Artosis,
Dark Swarm this again.
Artosis is great.
And, you know, the funny thing with Fire Bats is, like, yeah, they can kill Lings, but it's almost an even fight a lot of times. Like, if there's
too bad his stream is just riddled with
Lings, they can kill off an infinite amount, but the moment that
Mario,
there's a couple angles they have to shoot at, they die pretty fast.
Erotica.
So even one lurker and just a few Lings sometimes can take on Fire Bats. Good dodge on the Plague overall, only hitting 3 Marines. That's insane.
Yeah, very nice split right there. And, you know, he does have this base mining. The fact that he has a third gas, hopefully he has a third starport, because he really just needs to nail his starport.
Only he's
production
smart
if
and
he's
he
gonna have a
makes
chance coming
people
back
pay
here.
to
He's
spam it.
so many vessels this game. He's just got to gain some value somewhere. And I believe we have 2 BCs flying out right now. Yeah, there they are. So I know that little waddle across the mini-map for sure, man. That's and he's, you know, the BC's one-shot Scourge, as long as they don't have a carapace upgrade, or if you get a +1 on the battlecruiser. But look at Jaedong already adding Spores.
Yeah.
Spores and Plague are both very good against battlecruisers.
So
fucking battlecruisers. What do you expect in a fucking TVZ?
It can look really weird when the battlecruisers come out. They're never with the main army. They seem to almost drift out on the map to these locations. Most of what Zerg uses to fight the Terran is all ground. It's Defilers, it's Zerglings, it's Lurkers and Ultralists. And so
none of that can attack air.
Become this huge nuisance and forces the player to kind of commit to Hydras, which aren't great versus them. To make a lot of Scourge, which is sort of a big waste of gas. And it's a great way to kind of throw a wrench in the gears of the game for the
Look
Zerg.
how many
And
Scourge he
dude,
needs.
a lot of Scourge coming out here. Now, I guess with 4
You
gases,
spin me
Jaedong
right
feels
round,
like
right
this is
round, like
justifiable to just
carousel
stamp
baby,
this
right
fire out
round.
and move on with this game.
True.
And that's exactly what we're going to have here. Great plague on the battlecruiser. I guess the best way to handle a battlecruiser looking at that situation is to just plague it,
Yeah.
run the clock, and then go in and clean it up a little bit later
Sorry,
on,
gotta sing a
especially if
song
it's
stuck in
across
my
the
head.
map
Yeah,
like
no
that.
worries,
And
bro.
another little trick that Zergs need to do
understandable.
more often, and Jaedong just did there, is you bring a Mutalisk. The Mutalisk has higher attack priority than the
It's a great
Scourge.
song.
So if it's just Scourge, the battlecruisers will gun down a ton of Scourge before they hit. But with the Mutalisk there, it screws up everything. So really good handling by Jaedong.
Good pushing here. Another great plague that's going to bleed out all the medic energy there as they're going to be forced
There's
to
the
heal over and over.
Ultras.
4 Ultralisks and a handful of Zerglings are moving across the bottom. Oh my god, if there's no Dark Swarm here, this can be busted. I think it's more than one Lurker. It was a Lurker stack for sure, but all the Lurkers are gone now.
And the Ultralisks are going to deal with this bunker very, very easily indeed. Speed going to have to send more units up and run this army
GG.
away. He just calls GG. A good call of GG there.
Wow.
There was really no chance left. Jaedong
Told you, Jaedong,
massively
man.
outplaying everybody so far today.
Fuck yeah.
Interesting mid-game. The third base drone was
So we get it, boys.
ferreted out and killed. And it was this moment where Speed tried to bust and close the game out. Jaedong barely holds, beats up the main and the natural, killing lots of SCVs. And then we just went into this, standard TVZ. I think Jaedong's snipes on the vessels were huge back there. The counterattacks were fantastic. I love that he held the ramp and then just pushed right down the ramp to take a 4th base. Speed was behind for most of that, and he was basically just never able to catch up.
True
It was
tasteless.
superbly done. His mess up, I think, was leaving his base to go cross spawn when there was that many Sunkens making.
Yeah.
If you hit it, you look like a genius. But if they hold, you lose so many SCVs. It really becomes a problem. So we're going to go into Dominator from map number 2. I think this is a little bit better for Terran than Zerg, this map. Definitely easier to get drops off. So let's see how Jaedong wants to approach.
Jaedong knows it's just one game and he's out. One game and he's back in the round of 8. He's looking so strong. Speed, though, is no slouch. Let's see what happens as this best of 3 continues on here. Jaedong and Speed fighting for that coveted round of 8 slot. Okay, Jaedong center right. And the bottom left is Speed. Very cool to see Jaedong looking strong, not just in ZVP, but ZVT. It's the fact that he seems to be kind of firing on all cylinders, excuse me, that it makes it a very Jaedong-esque game. His movement looks so good. His counterattacking is on point. He's never counterattacking with too much. His muta control is excellent. He just looks very complete. And it's funny because he did not look complete in other ASLs.
Yes,
He had moments of Jaedongness, but it was filled with overextensions or sometimes misreads on pretty complicated situations where I can't really fault him on it, but you're not going to be a champion. If you fall for that kind of stuff, I'm thinking of games like what happened with him versus TY. But today, I do feel like he looks better than I've seen in a long time.
In a long time, for sure.
2007 vibes here. So this is very exciting. By the way, Jaedong is unique in that when he does extremely well, it's better for the game than basically anybody that...
Yes.
Does this make sense, Artos?
Yes.
He's got this kind of cult-like hardcore following that really wants him to win, that is really nostalgic for his past.
Yeah.
Flash has this, but Flash also just won ASL, so we kind of got that. But, a big question always in an ASL is how's Jaedong going to do? How will he perform? And what will it look like? And how much bigger will ASL be if he does go deep? Like, if he gets round of 4, the ratings are going to be off the hook.
Yes.
I promise you.
Yes, and I mean, especially if he maintains that form and Flash returns. Like, Jaedong versus Flash is probably the actual best rivalry ever. So.
Yeah, this drone is insane, by
Yeah,
the way.
he's microing it so well. Speed is the best Terran player at microing his SCV. Wow. Really, really superb from Jaedong.
That's
That is so
insane.
annoying. This is part of the reason why I don't wall in that much.
Zerg is so hard to
when the
frickin'
drone
play.
gets there first, you're like, oh man. Because realistically, against good micro, you kind of have to send 2 SCVs up because that's what happens. He tried to do it with one, and the thing is, Speed is super fast, and he's really good at putting damage on probes or drones doing that to him. But Jaedong just out micros him and, you know, gets that SCV. It's not the end of the world. You know, you lose an SCV, not the end of the world, but it's annoying, and it is a little advantage. And he even comes
off
back
of
into chat.
adrenaline right
it.
now.
I love it. He's
Hell
just
yeah.
so on top of things right now.
There's nothing, I think, more intimidating than a player with a drone or a probe that's able to do that moving shot and just starts to kill your stuff, and it's there's nothing you can do. It's pretty insanely hard to do.
I'm running on the fumes
even if you're
of
not making workers or
fumes.
buildings. But when you see somebody who's like, you know, doing that and also like even going back to mineral boost occasionally at a patch and make stuff, it's kind of insane.
Yeah.
Speed comes with this like, little counter rush. I really like this. Jaedong's control again is seeming.
Oh, he lost
a
a drone though.
Not quite. He gets a drone. Eye for an eye game so far.
That was very close to perfect, but not quite. And you can see.
So I think he wants to do the moving shot thing with the drone again. If the SCV turns around, he can keep moving shotting it, as they say. Anyways, now we're going into layer tech. Terran's going to steadily macro up with this finishing command center. His gas has started, and it should be kind of slow and quiet for a little bit.
Definitely agree with you on that. Looks like pretty standard openers overall. This will be like maybe a little bit earlier pressure from Speed because he did go for the 2 barracks pretty quickly. So it looks like it's just a 2 barracks academy rush. And in fact, yeah, he might have just done that off of 2 depots is what it looks like. So this particular rush, what you're looking for is having approximately 8 Marines and 2 medics, or 8 Marines, a fire bat, and a medic moving out right around 5 minutes. And that allows you to force the Sunkens, and if there's a 3rd base, you can kill it, all before the mutas are out.
Yeah. How I die in like 90% of my games.
The Overlord is going to be
going
perched
for like
up here.
2 base muta.
Checking
and they
how many
scout me.
Marines are being made over here. There is no cheese inbound. This is very bread and butter, textbook Terran play. And we're going to go into that muta play in a little bit here. The Spire is just about halfway done. I assume for the Zerg, you just have to expand to another main, right, for the 3rd base. I don't feel like you have a ton of options here for other bases, unlike a lot of the other maps we have, just because if you were to take one of the other bases, it'd either be on low ground and therefore easy to push, or it'd be on a high ground area but with 2 ramps. So it's harder to defend with lurkers.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Tasteless. The base I see taken most in these positions is that base at like 1 o'clock-ish that's on high ground with the double ramp.
Okay.
That's the most common that I see on this map. You definitely can't take the other main. The back of the main is so wide open, like you just can't get enough to defend it.
Oh, okay.
You could take the other natural.
Too, I guess.
Yeah, some people take the other natural on Dominator, and some people take that 1 o'clock base. But those are the 2 big choices. Or, I mean, if you're going to play a really aggro game, you can take anything because you're, like, going to keep them in their base or you're going to lose. So those are kind of the choices there. I'm not sure which one Jaedong will go for. I think just knowing the way he plays, his strengths and weaknesses, I think the 1 o'clock base suits him the best.
So those mutas are going to hatch in a sec here. Jaedong's, again, doing a great job kind of staying on the outskirts. Lings don't have great vision, by the way. So there really is an art to kind of tracking a Terran without dropping too many Lings, or any Lings in this case.
Now the muta's flying out. And yeah, he is sending up to that 1 o'clock base. There's actually a Firebat watching the other natural. And he sends a couple Lings up here. He knows that the Firebat's probably out there. So he will be able to kill that off. That's kind of nice. Nice micro there, but yeah, it does get surrounded. Excellent turret placement so far. You do have to be careful on this main. If the mutas get behind those minerals, that can be a little bit tricky to deal with.
Okay, the Marines are going to move out. Jiedong has to decide, does he want to try to pursue this and trap it in the middle? I think he can't because there's not enough Zerglings here. So he's going to try to find damage where he can, intercepting Marines at the ramp or the ones over here just outside the bunker. And Speed's not turning around. Now, if this was Sulky, I'd be very worried that Speed can't get back home, but it's Jiedong, so let's see what kind of damage he can do here. I think Jiedong, by the way, is just going to turtle. It's one thing I've noticed that's a big difference between Sulky and Jiedong. Jiedong will rely more on sunken colonies, and Sulky will have just kind of more speedlings.
Yeah.
Less mutas out on the map.
That's true. That's true. And he actually cancels this one.
I feel like Sulky's... Yeah, Sulky's feels stronger to me, but I don't know. I mean, this is a bit of an older style that Jiedong's playing. Old style never means necessarily that it's wrong. But he's going to have a lot of mutas here, and I think Speed probably can't get back home with these. I think the numbers are just too high, and Jiedong can kind of take the angles correctly and slowly pick this apart.
So I got to tell you, watching this right now, the way Jiedong is playing this is really superb. His mutalisk movement has been amazing. His harassment's been amazing. He's had exactly enough defense everywhere. Actually, like watching the way he's playing this, if I'm Sulky, I'm like, oh shit. Because I would be like, this is the guy that can actually kill me in this tournament. Because he is, I think Jiedong like is outplaying Speed right now. Not that this game is over. There's so much play in Terran vs. Zerg, but I'm just watching their movements and everything. I think that Jiedong is playing an amazingly strong game right now. Like everything is dialed in.
Okay, Hive starts up over here. And again, an angle with a bit of a high ground over here. You can kind of stay back and hit these SCVs. You can just stay out of range barely of the SCVs. And now he's going to have access to the main.
Yeah.
And one thing about this map is, like, it's such an open area. You can't really seal yourself off. So the mutas are stuck back here. I mean, they can't avoid damage if they try to leave, but there's a lot of places to take pot shots.
I want to sleep, yet I don't at the same time.
You see the Marines darting down into.
It's the conundrum of life.
In these single file line areas,
you only want to sleep when you can't,
will chain through them,
and when you can, you're too awake to sleep.
This exact back and forth is what every Zerg does against this position. Is they go back and forth. They hit the minerals, they fly back in, they kill SCVs, building stuff. You have to put your production in this area. It doesn't really work on the right side of the map. And it's a problem, man. It's like, do you try to build some turrets in here? How many places are you going to make turrets? You're trying to defend with those Marines, and all the while, Jiedong is making drones, he's getting Hive, he's making lurkers. Like, this is amazing. He is dealing so much damage to Speed right now.
Yeah, I think Speed's kind of fucked.
Eventually, vessels are going to come into play here, and Irradiate's going to be here, and these mutas will be gone if they stay here. But for now, Jiedong is getting a lot of value. There are some Marines that have left and are embarking toward this base up here at the top. Oh my god, those are dropships?
That's a huge catch. It is worth losing a bunch of mutas to kill both those. That is, dude, he is crushing right now.
This is disgusting. I think he's falling apart.
And the lurkers are going to burrow in time? Oh my god, how do all these Marines get through here?
Just barely. But he does have 3 lurkers, which should prevent the base from dying. Like, I think this will stabilize him long enough. He does lose some drones, so, you know, Speed's doing what he can do here. But with more lurkers coming up, and I think the mutas are actually coming as well, he will be able to save this hatchery, get it mining completely. And it just, whoa, that's crazy. There's no universe in which those Marines with no medics break 3 lurkers.
Yeah. It's always a sad sight when you see an intense game like this, and then you just see like 12 Marines alone with no medics. You go, uh-oh. So he's driven him back. The third base is mining. Looks like the drones are a little bit too stacked up over there on the right side of the patches. Oh my god, Jiedong has to be careful. He could end up having these lurkers sniped.
Oh no.
Oh my god, 2 more dropships. Ortosis.
Oh my god. Tasteless. This, like, he picked off the 3rd dropship. And that means that's like, that could have been 4 vessels, but it was 4 dropships, and he knows it's there and it's damaged. And, like, you know, with the vessel, you have a very expected return. Oh my god, he has whole position lurkers too. Dude, this is prime Jiedong.
Well, no vessels, right?
This is prime Jiedong.
Yeah. He's doing everything right.
He's doing everything.
By the way, I already said this in the previous game, but it's happening again. Mutas should never be allowed to snipe vessels or dropships. Like, that's the worst of the worst, because
Yeah,
it means
yeah.
you're just losing stuff for free.
Out of
you're not even
position.
getting intercepted by Scourge. Yeah. So, already, this is terrible for Speed. He invested in dropships that will never land in any position that's going to inconvenience Jaedong. That means his vessel count is later. That means all the irradiates in the game are going to come out later. I assume we have vessels coming out now. Maybe we have 2 more dropships. I don't know.
Yeah, you know, you're looking for like big returns when you go dropship. You want more returns than a vessel is going to give you, and the amount that he's lost with 0 returns and the fact that Jaedong knows these are out here. Look at that defense. Dropships won't do anything there. You need to make the game super sloppy, get units everywhere to get a dropship to work at this point. And I don't see that happening. Jaedong is like, this is actually some peak Jaedong stuff that we're watching right now. This is an important moment in StarCraft history, I feel like. Like, maybe he's just completely returned to form here.
Dude.
Seems
kills
like
a
he's
vessel?
back.
Are
God,
you
he gets
kidding me?
another vessel.
It's insane.
I mean, this dropship can't even do anything. There's enough lings here. It's going to kill Marines
Unless it's-
without lurkers, without Dark Swarm. It doesn't matter.
Unless it's 7 fire bats, man. It's going to be a tough one. Well, he gets in. He's going to get a little damage. So, I mean, this is an okay drop. You get 5-6 drones, cause some lost mining time, you know, kill what you can. Oh, good targeting there to save the vessel. But obviously it will get
Mutas
cleaned
can
up.
still get it.
Oh, my God. Okay, you know what this is reminding me of? I'm getting a flashback. I was...
Yeah.
Like, oh, God, he's going to load up these dropships.
Oh, this is either going to... I think that Zerg
Maybe.
is about to win the game unless Speed can do fatal damage with this to the point where it destabilizes Jaedong hugely. Big unloads coming down over here. The problem is I don't... Oh, hold on. He's going to do a big counterattack over here at the entrance. Is this going to work on either
Dude,
side?
Hey, this drop, like, he's absolutely, like, relentless dedication to getting drops off is starting to work. And this is why, actually, I think that this map is a little bit better for Terran, is it is easy to drop the main base. You can see it's just much harder when there's, like, this wall around it to stop drops coming in. And he's having a hard time. Like, Speed's actually, he's racking up some damage.
Yeah, he could maybe get behind the minerals.
Yeah, maybe.
More dropships are coming.
Oh, there's a lurker.
Oh my God, there's a lurker there. He scans. Can he kill this? No, that's 2 lurkers firing. The problem is that there's so many lurkers everywhere. I don't think there's anywhere to land. It's kind of like the floor is lava game. Like, you just can't put your feet on the ground anywhere. The only safe place for the Marines to be is inside the dropships. So I guess Terran has to take a third.
Yep. Yeah, and he's adding more barracks. He's just, like, really spending his money right now. This is one of those games where Speed has, like, the pedal on the floor. In fact, what was the name of that movie? Speed, where, like, you can't go under 40 miles an hour or something like that?
That's right.
That's
The bus
actually,
explodes.
that's perfect, because that's his ID, and that's literally what's happening, where if he lets up the pressure
Having a last
at
man
all,
stand just to
Jaedong
stay
will start
awake.
to run away with the game. Like, he doesn't have a lot of great staying potential. It needs to
I
consistently
believe in you,
be
Tadfield.
attacking and doing damage. And he's flying
Well,
over here.
Artosis-
5 dropships? Dude,
Yeah. The problem is
It's
I
crazy.
think Keanu Reeves is going to lose in this storyline. I don't know
Might
if this
be.
is going to work out. Oh, Eraser!
this is...
What's up?
That's a great idea. He killed the Spire, don't forget.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Good point. Oh, he's going to Eraser the... Oh, never mind. He's gonna
Oh,
Eraser the
Jaedong's
Defiler.
as ready as you can get.
Dude.
As ready as you can get. My God. Jaedong is playing so well here. Speed, though, he's trying to make something happen. He's sending some dropships up. The Hydras move. Oh, my God. Very fortuitous here for Speed.
Speed with a great play. Lurker's going to come in. Does he have the scan in time? He's got a vessel that comes up here. He could keep these Marines in the back. He irradiates 1 lurker. You know, it's just a 3-base Zerg, by the way. Got to point that out.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, it's not like this is, you know,
Dude,
you know,
this is...
4 bases and ultras are hat. I mean, there's been so many interruptions. Oh my God, the number of drones that could be killed here.
Yeah. Ooh. Tastes, I tell you what, like, we've been gushing over Jaedong, but Speed's comeback in this game is unbelievable. Now, that being said, Jaedong is moving forward with Hydra Lurker Defiler. If he gets into the natural, he can still end this game.
He's done another incredible drop over here. It seems like there's going to be a Dark Swarm down here. He has enough irradiates. God, there's almost no medics over
There's
here.
too many soldiers.
And, you know, pure
You've
Marines
You've
not
never
quite
seen
much.
Dark Swarm
Oh
before.
my god, he's
Oh my
killing
God.
all the
How many
buildings in the main
scans
base.
Does Terran actually, how many scans does Terran actually have right now? We've
Well-
had so many scans thrown down here. I'm worried these Marines can't quite last over here.
Yeah, you might
Zerg's
be
going
right
to try to
about
push
that.
in here. I don't see another Dark Swarm.
You're pushing my
Run
eyes
again?
shut.
All right, he will finally be able to clear that out of his main base. And you see a lot of fire bats being made, sent up here. I don't know if he has lurkers left. He has like one lurker left in there. So the fire bats are actually manhandling these hydras under the Dark Swarm. Oh, and he gets
Oh my
under
God!
there.
Hold on, he gets
Okay.
in there. He gets in a radiate. Hold
Yeah.
up, hold up. More fire bats.
That was still a good attack by Jadon.
Almost out of
he, you know, he
candies to
got rid
keep
of the
me
factory that
awake.
was there, and it was clear that he
True.
wanted to go into siege tanks, so he's preventing
Look at
that.
that Scourge.
And
Scourge like does an
Yeah.
ollie off the science vessel and then goes back in and dies.
You know, this is going to be a Hydra Lurker Defiler from Jadong against someone whose factory he killed, and this is like you can play 3 base on this,
Yeah.
and like. There, you know, he's trying to throw down some irradiates. He's used up a lot of his energy there. Another Dark Swarm goes down. The Lurker's going forward. Great Dark Swarm as he tries to intercept. Picks off the Defiler. Very important moment. Needs to kind of just zone things out right now.
Ooh,
But the
drop
Hydra's coming up,
ships.
picking off a lot of those drop ships. Oh my God, this game.
This is insane, man. I mean, here's the thing. Terran's on 3 bases, but barely. The 3rd base is almost naked. Yeah, there's a medic here. That doesn't help at all. The natural is about to be mined out.
Yeah, I think
may
Jadon
just
actually
have
just
enough, but then
wins.
you can never underestimate the strength of vessels and medic marine. You know, the infinite energy on the medics and the vessels, the irradiates that can be deployed over and over again to take out the few lurkers that Zerg actually has. We see Speed now taking advantage of the Zerg's Dark Swarm.
Yeah,
By the way, the 3rd base has been lifted off, so there's like a minute or 2 left before Speed mines out. Jadong's going to try to close this out. Similar to the closing of Best game, we have almost a 360 surround, every single side being hit.
Yep, that's GG.
My
Dude.
God, I think that is
done
game.
it. He's done it. I don't think you can come back from this as Speed. He just doesn't have anything that can deal with this amount of lurkers. My God. Unbelievable play from Jadong. This, like, we actually have Jadong back, Tasis. I'm getting chills right now watching this.
Yeah,
He's
he
back.
looks so strong.
This is some top form stuff.
Fuck it,
Like,
I'm getting a
This was
coffee.
a massive
True,
play game,
Chad
a massive
Few.
play day.
We've still
Every
got
single
another,
one of his
like,
games
4
was, like,
hours to
God
go.
tier. And very different from how Sulky plays, too, which makes it kind of exciting in its own way.
And to be clear, I mean, he won this group coming out first versus Best and Speed. These are extremely strong players.
Mhm.
Yes.
I can't emphasize enough how impressive this is. This will be the killing blow, by the way, the lurkers at the ramp and the few mineral patches that will be drained in minutes. I don't even think there's going to be enough time in the game for Speed to clear those out because this command center's going down.
He's not mining. That's it. He's not mining. More lurkers come in. Nothing left in this game,
Was that-
Tasteless.
Yeah,
What
Speed
the fuck
has to
was that
shoot back.
sound?
Big gasp here, and he taps out. Whoa.
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 I can't even. Like, Jadong was so on top of everything. He knows exactly what he's doing. His form is back. We know he's been working hard towards this. You know, he said it publicly. Like, he wants to reach that pinnacle once again. He's been training hard, and he wants to do it as long as he can. And I feel like he's broken through. He's absolutely stronger than what we saw last season. He was the 3rd best Zerg last season. He is innumerably stronger than he was last season. It is a different player altogether.
That is so hype.
Dude.
I mean, he was by far the best player in the group.
He was one of the 6
we were saying at the
dragons.
start, like, he might be the
The
weakest.
dragons are
Sometimes
back.
he's good,
What
sometimes
fools we
he's
were.
not. I'm happy to be wrong about this one, Artosis. What an exciting day of games.
Tasteless, I'm 42
We
years
got
old.
plenty more to go.
My biggest regret in life was doubting Jadong in this group.
Well, we can't turn the clock back, Artosis. We can only move on into the losers match in Group B for the round of 16.
It's going to be the story of the next 42 years of my life, is thinking back to this day and how stupid I was to think he wasn't going to dominate.
You'll be on your deathbed with your kids, and they'll be the last words you say before you leave this earth, Artos, is, I was wrong about Jaedong.
Man. Yeah, Jaedong really played out of his mind. There was so much going on. The fact that he did this nice counterattack, he kind of walked around a funny way on the map. Like, I think this army actually came from that 1 o'clock base through the Nidus and went down. So it just wasn't intercepted. Like, Speed didn't realize it was coming. If you think that's coming, you put your Marines spread out way in front and you make them grind their way in. And he probably would have won if he had done that. But Jaedong found a way to victory despite the immense damage Speed was getting.
This was kind of a crazy moment. We didn't really give much attention to the third base of Speed, but I think a couple bunkers, you know, fire bats up there might have helped.
Maybe.
You know, it's never so much that it's a conscious decision, right? It's just there's so much going on. You're trying to do as much as you can in a game as crazy as this is. The push into this was questionable as well. You know, he kind of attacked into 5 lurkers, which, you know, I don't care how many Marines and fire bats you have. If you don't have a perfect arc around that, you shouldn't engage with that at all. And this gave Jaedong a bit of a counter push here, cleared out all the drop ships, and was able to drive a wedge between the third and the second base.
Perfect style from Jaedong too. In these low econ situations, this is really the only composition that can win. So the fact that he showed that flexibility to go into this comp that's pretty popular right now, the Hydra Lurker Defiler, and then he played it brilliantly. Like, he wasn't focusing on trying to secure 4th base. He was like, no, we're going to kill him. And he did that wonderfully. Very important thing to have in your toolbox against Terran is this type of play.
The only logical reason for a
Okay,
male
we're
to
gonna have a winners
moan
interview
is
now.
if
Let's see
they
Jaedong's
get
thoughts.
the
He's
perfect
the third player
stretch.
moving on to the round of 8.
So some
You're
say,
watching Group B
Tadfuse,
of the
so
round
some
16
say.
of ASL Season 19, done in partnership with Hot6, as we have our first player advancing through today. Once again, getting to play extended series after a
That's
while.
why there's only
Let's
groan
meet
and a
Jaedong.
moan.
Congratulations. Thank you.
아, 오늘 뭐 그야말로
I
Only women
imagine
bitch
even
and
you
moan.
would not have expected they would get to play matches that left such a lasting impression in front of so many people. Even now, after the game, watching
Perfect
you
stretch.
sit down for this
Back in
interview
my
and
day, we
still
called
trying
that
to catch your breath, it really showed
Joking.
just how much focus and intensity you poured into those matches. After a long while, you deliver a performance worthy of a tyrant as you move on to the round of 8. If you could sum up
True,
how you're feeling,
Levi.
what would you
Fucking
say?
true. So we all got big
It's
dicks
so
in
good.
here.
For a few
We all the
years,
jokers.
I've been getting knocked out in the round of 16. I wanted to get to the
Don't my
single
dick
elimination
size,
bracket for
bitch.
once. The matches went well today. I am satisfied.
이재동 선수가 승리를
Now, you have been scoring wins here and there, but actually hearing you say
Another
you were
reason if
satisfied
a
with your
man is
performance
getting head.
is somewhat of a rare thing.
듣기가 어려웠어요.
Given you someone who is
Didn't
harsh,
mention what was
cruel,
being
even
stretched.
in
True,
your
Sean.
assessment of yourself,
True.
these matches will resonate with meaning.
의미가 있을 것 같다는
Starting with how you move your drones, with your Mutalisk control.
부터 뮤탈 컨트롤까지
I felt how
정말
intent you were to remain calm and collected throughout those games. I used to be bold. I knew no fear when I was younger. But now, whenever I came to the studio for a tournament, I would become more and more timid, in-game as well. So getting rid of that, I focused
True,
on
you
my
gotta be
mentality
decisive.
so that I can do
It's
the
better
right
to make the
plays.
wrong decision
이재동 선수가
steadily
Maybe that's
than
why
to make
in
the
your
right
preparation
decision
for today, rather than
bumpily.
focusing on your early game
Swedish
movements.
made
Whether
a
it's what you did
blank
to counter
and
Best's
larger.
double Stargate, whether
It's
it's
my
how you dealt
bag,
with the Marine attack
written
that Speed
by
played in the
Austin
first set against you
Danger
by quickly
Powers.
building Sunkens to defend, you approach this with a mindset of calmly predicting your opponent's movements and dealing with them. What was your preparation
True,
like?
Sean. True.
Preparation? I just prepared the same way. Coming to the tournament, I just constantly adjusted for my opponents. I thought to allow myself more freedom in the games as well.
Didn't want to get censored by Modbot.
I think these things
I
came
don't know
out
if
in the
you-
matches as well.
If you do,
선수가 경기 전 인터뷰에서는
In the
I
pre-game
honestly
interview,
don't know.
rather than talk,
I'm pretty sure I don't have
you were saving your
automatic
breath.
moderation on.
I felt you didn't want to distract yourself from the games.
Because I
But
hate
before the winner
not
match,
being able to type
before the
something
match
out.
against Speed, I saw on the screen you were muttering something to yourself.
Anyone could say
he must be
anything.
talking to himself, I thought. Would it be in order for me to ask what you were saying?
Because most of the things
when I
would
play
be in
Speed
writing.
online, I often
In,
get stopped
you know,
in weird ways. He manages to
It
make
makes sense.
good turnarounds.
Because then it would limit what
I
people
just
would be able
thought,
to post in the chat
do what
for
you
their
gotta do.
writings.
I kept thinking that I shouldn't let him do it or get a turnaround whenever I'm ahead. I kept telling myself to play it safe. It was all so I could win. You kept your temper in check, and this sharp edge you have was clearly showing in the games. You advanced to the round of 8, not dropping a single map. Honestly, in the second set against Speed, Jaedong,
You fucked them up.
can't stop
Jaedong's like,
laughing.
yeah, I know. I used to be one of the 6 dragons.
In the second set
It's all
against
good.
Speed,
Don't worry. We got this.
Speed really
I'm
turned
good.
it into a
My Lego
slugfest
set is missing
with his
16
dropships and
pieces.
vessels. You got shaken
Did
at
you
12
eat
o'clock
them,
and 3 o'clock.
Tadview?
Regardless, when executing your own attack, I felt you were resolved not to throw the match, not to give up initiative. What
I
was
know
your
that
judgment
sometimes
at that
happens to me.
point?
I accidentally eat the pieces while I'm making it, and I'm like, fuck.
That game should not have gone that way.
I
I was a little annoyed
I'm
with
short
myself.
like 22 pieces.
And in that situation, I realized if I don't rush forward,
bad
I will
habit.
get disjointed and lose. So I just went for it.
아마 이렇게 끊임없이 본인의
I have a feeling a lot of people have come to the studio and been watching online to witness this never-ending drive that propels
Missing
you
Lego
forward,
is a
this
recipe for a
sharpness
crippled
of yours
foot.
as a player.
True.
Droves of people were holding cheerfuls with your name on them and showing zealous
I've
support.
never seen this zoomed out
Seeing this
before.
must always give you strength. I am
When they're
really,
doing the, when they're
really
doing the
thankful. It's a
interview.
great source of strength. Oh, actually, would it be okay? I have something to say.
Oh, he wrote
What do you
something
have
down.
said there? What's that? Oh, you just didn't want to forget.
I'd
Jaedong,
honestly rather
the
walk on
stage is
coals than
yours.
step on a Lego. All you've said
I'm
for
so
the past
nervous
15
I
minutes
can't
was
speak.
true.
First of all,
Tadview.
big thanks to Barracks
True,
and
good
JYJ
sir.
for helping me practice. Now Protos, YSC, Bisu.
Oh, he's listing
For
restricted
4
content.
days we practiced until dawn. That's
Wait,
how diligently
what do you
I
mean,
practiced.
Muffin?
I hope you guys make it out next week, and if you need help practicing, please let me know. I also wanted to thank
네, 와주셔서
Truman from Easthart. He's like a football
Oh, I
commentator
forgot to
and
turn it
content creator.
off.
Also, we have
I forgot to turn off
representatives from
the sexual
T-Rex.
themes, Muffin. Thanks for mentioning
an
that.
esports club. I like these guys, so I'm thankful, and
I turned it off.
oh, I'm so sorry. No, it's fine. Also our Cada students, thanks for coming here.
The
And
fangirls!
we're both
I'm gonna
watching
fuck them
online.
later!
I'll
I'm
just say one more
J-Dog!
thing.
I'm
You can
back,
say 2 more if you
boys!
want. I can say 2
I'm
more
on my
things.
longest
Yes.
stream.
Also, I always
Nice,
work out before coming to
Muffin.
the studio to play. I want to thank my coach, and I also finally want to thank my fans.
네, 이재동 선수 다시 한번 진출
Once again, congratulations on advancing, Jaedong.
8 hours and 38 minutes. Jesus,
Once
bro,
again,
you're going
After a while,
hard.
aiming for perfection. He
Hell
makes
yeah,
it into
brother,
the
keep
round of
at
8.
it.
He is all smiles. That was Jaedong. Let's take a look at the events
You
we
are
have
popping
prepared for you.
off, son.
ASL 현장 직관
We have an offline event for those watching live at the studio. Upload a photo or a video of yourself to social media and then post that as a comment under the event post.
보조 배터리를 드리고요.
10 people will receive power banks and
I'ma
we also
go
have one
till
ASL uniform to
I
give away. Please participate.
go to bed.
We also
Good,
have
Muffin.
a winners
Keep
prediction
it up,
event
man.
on
As
the
long as you're
Super
enjoying
Esports
it,
website taking place all
that's
throughout
what matters,
2016.
man.
thought people
Keep
would
enjoying
be
it.
receiving prizes there.
분을 추첨해서 ASL 맥세이프 보조 배터리
아.
보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 저희는 잠시 쉬었다가
And we will take a short break and come back with the losers and decider matches. See you in a few.
Finish the pieces were under my couch. Ha! True. You knew exactly what you were looking for.
Welcome
Let's
back,
go,
everybody.
bro!
It's time to go
Hell
to the losers
yeah.
match. And this is going to be a great
Losers match.
honestly.
Top 16 in
I
the
don't
world, and it's the
know
losers
who's on
match.
Artosis.
These are
Sharp,
who's gonna be the
he's
loser.
performed a little bit better, but you know,
Who's
on any
gonna be
given
the
day, Best can still
loser?
just bet anybody. We know that Best's PVT tends to be very bust-oriented. He busts Terrans more than any other Protoss that we have seen in the ASL.
Yeah. Yeah,
True.
yeah, I think that this is just a fantastic match. We're going to have Eclipse, a Dominator, Radion. All right, Polestar ban from Best, and a Death Valley, of course, ban from Sharp. Let's get into it.
Season 19. Soon it'll be 119 in 50 years.
Okay, Best in the top right, Sharp in the bottom left. Our final plug for the Patreon guys. I know that a lot of times people are watching this and they're like, I haven't made an account on Patreon. There's like too much friction. It's a headache to sign up. Consider doing it. You'll get access.
Yeah, guys,
to
go to
Tastosis
Patreon.
Secret
Sign up for
Podcast. That's where
Tastosis.
Tastosis and me checking on each other. Do a little
Keep
back
the
and
spirit of
forth,
esports
little live
alive,
podcast
people.
Before we start this recording, I think you'll enjoy it, and you know we are.
Because
so
the
grateful
Koreans
to everybody
don't
who's been
think that
supporting us.
English
It's
is
meant the
it
world
has
to
enough
us,
viewers
and,
to support them,
ASL
so they
forever.
kicked
Artosis.
Tastosis out of the studio.
Indeed. Thank you much, everybody.
Because they'd normally be in the studio recording in the
That's an
fucking
excellent
studio
drawing.
live.
What a face on that thing.
But nope.
Okay, so
Sad face. Koreans
Sharp,
didn't think them worth
his
it.
weakness used to be gas steal because he would prevent it.
I finished
And if
it. The
someone
sail
goes heavy
fin
zealot pressure and
just
you prevented
popped
a gas
off.
steal by taking your gas more
I
quickly,
see.
you're just behind. But he stopped doing that. He started letting... He was the only pro that was actually blocking gas steal completely. Like, starting his gas to block it. Or
Are you making
putting
a
an SCV on the
dolphin,
ramp to stop
perhaps?
it, that type of thing. But I see that he's actually opening with the new meta for these two-player maps, which is to get your racks on 10, so it's down before the probe gets there. And he should let it happen. Okay, this
No,
is
space
this is what I was waiting
battleship.
for, just to make sure he was
Oh,
still on this
okay.
Because there was a long time. It was funny because people were like, well, Artosis, why don't you just like do it like Sharp and like block the gas steal? It's like because you died as Zealots. That's why, and he died as Zealots. I'll never forget the game against Free on Eclipse, where Free walked 3 Zealots by the bunker and killed Sharp. It was so funny because it was like a B rank move. And then he's like, in the interview, he's like, the old Free is back. And it's like, you walked 3 Zealots by a bunker, kid. Get out of here. But anyways, it's good. It's refreshing to see Sharp, kind of catch up on the meta here. And yeah, anyways, like you were saying, it's hard to predict this one. Best versus Sharp is just a great match. Anytime you can catch a Best versus Sharp game, do it. Because they're like, I think that they're quite evenly matched in this. I would say probably, yeah, maybe Best is like 1% better at the matchup or something, but Sharp is like a superb Terran versus Protoss player.
We're going to see Best do the gas steal into Nexus first, into Gateway Pylon.
What a greedy build.
This is one build specifically I don't know how to do that well. It feels kind of dangerous. You know, whenever you go Nexus first, there is an issue of just Marine SCV counterplay. Just doing a crazy all-in. Now, in this game, it doesn't look it's going to happen because Sharp is throwing down his own command center. So this is going to be heavy macro openings.
Yeah, and maybe even deep macro openings. But yeah, this is
deep macro.
This is really like I think about the best build that there is Gas Steel into Nexus first. It's really, really strong. Terrans were trying to block it for a while, but don't really do that anymore. And honestly, like, well, hold on. He actually is pushing in with these 2 Marines and trying to get a probe or 2. But he might end up losing the Marines, which is a little bit annoying. But if he gets a couple probes, hard to target there because they're all stacked.
Yeah, the stack is brutal.
Yeah.
It looks like he's going to pull. It's much easier to pull the probes away or any injured worker away. Okay, he gets one. Easier to pull the injured one away because you can group select as they're your units. You can't group select enemy units, so there's no way to pick out that one.
That was
the weak one.
Yeah, that was a great defense from Best. That was very well done. And getting his Cybernetics core. You know, the game, I would put a game like this, like, kind of close to even, but definitely Best is ahead. You know, that trade wasn't that good. He's having to make more Marines.
There's no Zerg in this game. What is this?
A little bit annoying.
Who voted for this?
I think it really comes down to, like, what does Sharp want to do here? Because there's like some new metagame things that we have going on in this matchup, like especially because Eclipse is back, where a lot of Terrans have been going 3-fact and just pushing very quickly. We actually saw Scan do it against Mini, and I've seen it on the ladder a lot from Terran players here. So I wonder if he's going to go smart for that. Yeah.
I think it's really smart because whenever Protoss Fast expands, they're giving up a certain amount of intel. And you know, one thing about this 3 Zealot rush is you can run in there and try to figure out what they're doing. Is he going to get the block up here? That was so good.
Get out of here, old free.
That was like perfect. Yeah, old idea, shut down. So what I was saying is those 3 Zealots, that's kind of a harass, but also a scout. A lot of times what you want to do is just run by the bunker, and then like you just kill whatever you can. You oftentimes have to get 3 Zealots kind of blindly, just to make sure you don't die to a rush. So then you're trying to figure out how to get utility from them. But when you go for 3 factory, Protoss is in this position where they kind of want to get a 3rd base as fast as possible, but they're afraid of rushes. And in this case, Sharp's going to have a really strong rush. So Best is in a very uncomfortable position. Oh my God, the Vulture gets by 2.
That was really good.
Didn't even damage it.
Yeah. 4 Zealots,
I think that if Best will survive this, he has to have Reaver Tech behind this.
Well, we don't know exactly which. He's only gone 1 add-on here. So it has to be a Vulture upgrade. Is it speed or is it mines? Is he making a tank? How many tanks does he want to make? When does he want to move out? You know, there's all sorts of different ways to do this. Like, you can get out there more quickly and try to maneuver speed vultures in to get probes, or you can go out there with a slightly stronger army more slowly with more siege tanks. You can do some sort of combination. It looks like a combination. So he's gotten mines quickly. He got 1 siege tank. And he's pushing out with the 5 Marines. I like it. I think Sharp is doing a very good job here so far. This pressure looks like it could do some damage.
These mines over here will draw the Protoss and the Observer to the side, and that can allow this push to come in. Now with 4 Zealots, you got to watch out. I mean, the funny thing is he stopped the Zealots from scouting, but now they're part of the rush. And Zealots can kind of tank a bunch of Vulture, tank Marine shots.
What do you guys think, Sharp or Best?
That kind of stuff. So Best is setting this up almost perfectly to kind of flank and hit this from both sides.
Really well done from Sharp, too. I like how you pointed out he drew the Observer to the other side, so he came in undetected. Really, really strong play with that. And he even goes up here to the ramp, where it's really hard to engage him. He's picking off the Zealots so quickly. The Goon is actually a little bit late on that flank as well. Sharp is definitely outdoing Best so far with this push.
I think Sharp might be able to just... Oh, he doesn't quite...
What's your best Sharp?
You always want to get that weaker Dragoon because just...
Wait for snow and rain.
Make all the difference
when
in the world.
Snow and rain meet, it's going to be great.
Pylons? No, I'm sorry. There's actually an opening.
What's
here.
better,
but
snow or rain?
He did wall himself in with pylons at the entrance. So now these probes are going to go down. Vultures run through here. Oh, Sharp is looking so strong.
Dude, he has a doctorates in unit movement. He is maybe the best Terran at that. It is unbelievable what he has pulled off with 1 and then a 2nd tank and just running around, dragging the Goons around, dragging the Observer around. He's killing the 3rd and all the probes of the Natural at the same time. Sharp is so good at this type of play.
So, I mean, maybe he can save the Nexus. It's looking pretty bad. Are there observers over here to actually spot the mines? Oh, he's not quite targeting it, though. You basically want to buy some time with these vultures down here in these mines. See if you can right-click this down. It's getting low. Oh, my God, I think he's going to get it. Yeah, it goes down.
Well, you know, he'll trade these as best he can, but not going to get that much more with it. And now the question to Best is, how do you want to follow this up? He actually has an observer on top of the base, so he sees late second add-on and only 4 factories so far. So that's actually some pretty good intel. You know, he can look at that and say, oh, actually the follow-up push isn't the scariest thing in the world. Like, obviously it's going to be scary because he lost a lot there, but it's not like necessarily a death sentence. I feel like he can start that Nexus, add a couple gates, add a Citadel, and maybe end up holding this push and getting into a real game.
This is a tough one. Protoss never want to have, you know, be one Nexus down like this. It's so painful. Terran can basically just 2 base and power up, and there's really not a lot Protoss can do. The 3rd base, besides getting all the gateways up, it lets you comfortably tech. And now Protoss doesn't have comfortable tech. They don't have, like, carriers. They don't have an Arbiter ready to go.
Reavers.
Maybe they could try to tech the Psystorm. The Reaver was never made in this. The Reaver would have made a huge difference had it managed to come out.
True,
so,
tasteless.
I mean, this feels very losing for Best. Now, Best is pretty good in bad situations, and he's probably
But
the
he's not
strongest
Snow.
on low base numbers in general.
No one Reavers like Snow.
But this is going to be a really, really hard game.
Yeah.
It's not called the Grim Reaper. It's called the Snow Reaper.
It's a very tough position to play from. And, yeah, you know, he has a shuttle, and he does have the 4 gates. We haven't really seen him warp in any more gates yet. I think he does need to get some more. You're not going to hold a 6-fact push with 4 gateway.
Okay, got other adrenaline blast.
Honestly, because
hell yeah,
Catversion,
let's go, bro.
Gates, maybe even 10 if he feels he can support it with his probe count. And, you know, just really focus on stopping this. But that command center is perfect. Sharp is playing a god-tier game here. Like, this is exactly, and look, he adds.
I'm staying awake.
Gates, so he's going
same,
to 9
bro.
gates right now. But, like, he has not let Best see that he's doing that. So you're sitting there as Protoss, and you're like, okay, I need to add a ton of gateways. I need to get a ton of units. There's a 6-factory push coming for me. And that's what Sharp wants you to think. He's actually going to push out, force Best to make 1 million units, and he scans there and he sees that it's like, oh, you added so many gates, and he'll just expand. And suddenly it's 3 base versus 3 base, and Sharp is way ahead.
Ooh, really bad usage of the shuttle there.
Oof.
Okay, I think Sharp can probably just push and win.
You might be right about that.
It's so funny. It all came down to the fact that Protoss didn't really know what was going on in the Terran space. The Zealots never got up the ramp, and he just sort of played blind. And, you know, it's tempting when you're playing blind to just kind of go greedy, right? But you were saying, Artosis, and I 100% agree, it's so true. 3-factory play is so strong and common now in the meta.
Yeah.
So it's almost better, especially on Eclipse where it's just really hard to get a 3rd.
That was a fucking mine, boys. Holy
into like
shit.
some kind of 2-base powering play.
I just ate 4 Dragoons for breakfast.
Yeah, I think a big part of the strength of Nexus First is getting your 3rd quickly, but that was a bit too quickly. I think he can actually just slow it down a little bit. Like, if he goes 3-gate Observer and then just recognizes what's occurring and makes his Nexus, how much later is his Nexus going to be? Not that much later, and he will never die to a 3-fact. In fact, not only will he not die, he'll crush it and be ahead. So, like, Best just playing a little bit too greedy.
Yeah, I said it at the start. It's fucking greedy as fuck build. He's not mini.
Best trying to just kill off as many vultures as he can. There is such a heavy amount of tanks here with a lot of vultures backing it up. This style where you just have so many tanks with vultures there. Sometimes you don't even really need to lay that many mines during a fight. You just kind of clump the tanks in siege mode with the vultures on top of them and nothing can kill it.
Yeah, it just kind of matters the game state. If there's a lot of Psystorm or something, you might not want to do that. If the Protoss is maxed, you know, maybe that'll backfire. But in this type of situation where it's like literally just gateway man, Yeah, man, keep that stuff clumped up, get the highest DPS you can out of your army, and Protoss can't really engage.
Okay, nice block. And by the way, I gotta say, there's a 4th base coming up for Best. It's looking okay. I was saying earlier, if there was going to be tech, it'd probably be Storm. I do feel like if you lost a 3rd Nexus, even though it's always kind of awkward to talk about, like, if something tragically bad happened in a game, here's maybe the best thing to do. I think this is probably the most realistic way to play a game out, is to basically go 1 shuttle, 4 Templars, and Psystorm.
Yeah. I gotta mention, Best is, like you already said it, but he's recovering really well this game. He's doing a very good job of kind of like securing another base. And one of the most important things that you can kind of see happening, but especially if you look at the minimap,
He's
he
gonna
keeps
zealot with
walking
legs.
groups of Dragoons around.
Just
clearing
wait until
mines.
I think
That's
that might
the
be
most
a
important
high
thing to do on
Templar.
Eclipse, because
As soon as he
the way
gets
that you
Storm,
beat Terran here is threatening counterattacks.
Yeah.
And the only way Terran can really slow that is by having a ton of mines out. So if you're just consistently clearing those everywhere, it's very hard for Terran to push out, because you can really, really quickly go down a different lane and threaten that counter.
Snipes the
Nice
probe.
snipe on the probe. Best is going to continue to steadily develop here on the map. And Sharp hasn't pushed. Sharp is maxed out. I almost feel like he should push. I feel like if he waits,
yeah,
this is kind of all Terra needs. Oh god, this is so annoying.
I think
when you do the pylon wall and there's like 2 vultures and a tank here, it's like so annoying to try to clean up, because Dragoons can't run in between the pylons to kill this off, so you have to kill it with Zealots.
Yeah. I want to go to what you were saying about Sharp attacking.
Yeah.
Like, definitely you're not going to have a better army versus army situation here unless Best attacks him. You know, when Protoss maxes out, sometimes they can't help themselves, Tasteless. Sometimes their hands just do it themselves, and they attack into a location because they're like, okay, I'm maxed. It's not going to get better than this. Let's go. And if he does that, Sharp will counterattack and kill him. But if he just straight attacks, they're like this, right? He started to move up the center. Now we have the counterattack going up. So these goons slow him, and the other goons counterattack because they're very close by. And you can see Sharp left a few units to try to stop this, but this is too big, and this is going to force him to turn around.
And the turnaround is where he could do the Psystorm. I think he wants to run up the ramp. Here we go, here we go. This is big. Beautiful first storm.
Ooh.
A second one comes down.
Great second storm. Great.
Oh my God. I cannot believe, oh my God. This is like almost basically perfect.
Couldn't have really
runs
asked
up the
for
ramp. That is literally about as good as it could be. Oh my God, Best is just so good at controlling armies.
Oh
I am
my
stunned.
God.
Is he gonna completely turn it around?
I got to tell you, Tasteless, I've been working on my manner and giving respect, and I got to give respect to Best for how he played. But if I'm Sharp, I'm saying some choice words about the Protoss race here. Sharp was in a great position, and Best just came right back. One counterattack, and he punched him so hard. And now Sharp is literally dead. That's it. Best wins.
I think Sharp really through here. I feel like he needs to, when you get that advantage and they have to re-expand again, all you got to do to win the game is just go contain the Protoss. He basically let the Protoss just
you let him get too many bases.
And he pushed too late, you know, and this is this is insane to see that Sharp, you know, after a 3-factory push kind of through like this. But
well, I think,
man, I mean, what are you going to do? Best played a smart game, and I love the Templar tech because he basically
those storms were
amazing. He didn't get too
amazing.
greedy. He didn't go for arbiters. He didn't go for, you know, double robo speed shuttle or anything crazy. He just kind of waited for an opportunity, did a counterattack. The counterattack comes back, and that's where you storm.
Yeah, I think the thing is, GG, very well done. The thing is, Best, like, keeping those mines as far back as possible. As soon as, you know, we were talking about this right before Sharp attacked. He tried to attack up the center. He left a few units to try to dissuade Best from countering. But that's how you win on Eclipse, is you threaten those counterattacks. And like you said, you know, the Psy Storms really hurt the reinforcing Terran army because it's clumped up as it comes in. It's not spread out. A great counterattack by Best. Like, he used the map how the map needs to be used for PvT. And it's a very hard map for TvP because you can't ever head off a counterattack. Every other map, there's different paths you might be able to go down and, like, kind of catch the army. Not on Eclipse. You have to just turn around all the way.
Well, we're not done. This is a best of 3. We're going to go to Dominator here for the next map. Best getting a disadvantage early on, but using that kind of macro patient style, slowly surrounds his opponent. Sharp going to be very frustrated with that loss. He's going to have to pull it together here if he's going to come back and make it onto the 3rd map, Radeon.
Well, I hope that he can do it, Tasteless. I'd be really sad if, you know, our 2nd place player from last season picks his group as best he can and goes out with
goes out
a
into
map.
2-0.
That would suck. But yeah,
0-2.
Dominator, I think it's a good map.
So
both sides
bad.
of this matchup. I think Protoss is pretty strong early on, and later on, Protoss really finds their stride on Dominator.
Yeah, oh man, you can see Sharp really beating himself up there in the last few shots, kind of just reliving that game. That's why we do best of 3s. Let's see if we can make it better here in game 2.
True. Boo.
Okay, best here in the
I
bottom.
mean, what?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, Sharp here in the bottom. Oh, guys, sorry. I'm not good with sides of maps, apparently. Sharp in the bottom, best over here on the far right.
So,
Hey, I'm looking at the sponsor for this.
Yeah.
Is this like Hot 6 with protein in it?
Yeah, dude. Didn't you ever
They're
wish
mixing
that your
drinks
energy
and
drink
protein
was a
drinks?
meal?
Yeah. I'm blown away. Is this the next iteration?
So,
It's like, well, I'll have Red Bull, but I'll
Yeah.
also have creatine in it because I'm trying to do 2 different things.
Well, here's what you can do, Tasteless. Next time you go to the gym, lift weights and drink one of these for your protein, and then that'll give you the energy to do your cardio. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. That's funny. Yeah, the drink game, they've always got to outdo each other, right?
Yeah. Got to have that next thing.
So, you know, Sharp, it was too bad to see him go down like that. I was so sure that he was, you know, going to have maybe the easiest mid to late game of his life with that great opening, but he got punished pretty hard. I don't, sorry, it doesn't look like Best is actually going to be going for Nexus first here on this map. A lot of Protosses like to open up with one Zealot and try to pressure. You know, if you can control a Terran at the ramp, it's always good.
Yeah.
Most Terrans at this level don't lose control of the high ground by their ramp, but I still think it's a strong opening. I think it's smart to play like this.
Yeah, I think
assuming that's what he does.
You can definitely catch people if they're trying to expand too fast or something. Stuff like that is really, really common on the ladder to see Protosses like maybe make an extra unit or so in the early game and try to battle a little bit. But, you know, Terran has plenty of counterplay to that nowadays. You can always just make a third depot and make extra Marines. You know, it's almost always a Vulture expansion. And if you ever think like, oh, this is scary, you just make a second Vulture before your add-on and you'll probably be fine. And, you know, so there's definitely some counterplay there. So we'll see how Best wants to go about it. And that is a 223 factory. So that means that was an 11 gas. So he's getting his factory extremely fast. I wasn't actually paying attention to the early game.
Oh, wow.
But, yeah,
no, I was looking at that. I'm like, damn, that seems super quick.
Yeah.
Okay, so help me understand this, because this is out of my worldview here. You go for a super quick factory.
Yep.
What does this allow you to do?
So the Vulture comes out quickly enough. Let's say that Best went for a Nexus first. Your Vulture will be in the natural before a Dragoon is out. So that's one of the big things it can do. So you don't necessarily have to do Marine, Vulture, SCV. You can actually just kind of go and harass. And there's some counterplay to that now where people make pylon walls and stand a Zealot there until the Goon comes out and just sack a Zealot. But yeah, it also just getting that Vulture out that quickly, you know, that gives you, that's where you kind of start to gain some map control unless your opponent's going like Goon range. And then they can kind of maintain that map control a little bit. It makes sure that you have a Vulture out on the map, which is very important, you know, for a lot of different reasons. It's like one of the most powerful things Terran does in the early game now. Yeah, it's a solid way to play, but you do cut your economy a little bit doing it. Your second depot starts after your factory. You have to kind of delay an SCV a bit more. You know, it has its good and bad points.
He did kill the SCV before it got in there. So Terran is probably still wondering, like, is there any kind of weird tech happening here? You know, there are plays where you go for, like, Nexus expand into DT. We've seen that have a lot of success. Maybe, like, 3-4 years ago. That was pretty powerful.
Yeah.
A lot of Terrans, you know, they're eager to try to get their own base up and get into their own tech, that they'll have turrets that are late, and they'll just die out. So this game, it's not going to be anything like that. It's going to be Robo.
And I think he's making a tank right now. So this will probably be a 4 or 5 Marine, 1 tank Vulture push. And this is just to poke the front to see what they're doing. You generally don't get any damage with a build like this that Sharp is doing. Of course, we'll see if that tank... Yeah, a Vulture would have been out by now, so... Oh! Never mind. Okay, so I guess it was just the second Vulture. So he'll just run Vultures around and lay some mines and stuff, but it's a little bit harder to tell what they're doing. The tank allows you to kind of check the front of the wall, and almost always an observatory is there, you know?
Yeah, very quiet game from Sharp, but I think this is good. Oh, hold on.
I think
Yes,
he's being a
he's gonna
little
try to
bit
come
more
through here.
practical now.
Sometimes a greedy Protoss is trying to take a third base super fast here, so that's a good time to try to run it and see, you know, are Dragoons trying to clear mines? You can kind of time it out as, like, when the mines come out. There's a period where, as the first observer comes out, it's going to glide through that area where the mine would likely be, and you want to try to get in there. And so that's a smart time to try to send the SCV in.
Need to point out that Best this game did what I kind of suggested last game of going 3-gate observer. Any 2 factory push, or even, well, you can't go really 3 factory with a build like this, like factory expand. You can, but it's terrible. But yeah, any early push, this build crushes so hard that sometimes you can just counterattack and win. But he's not doing that. Like, this is a 1 factory armory, which is actually the best build you can do against what Best is doing. So Sharp, I would say, got the better end of build orders here, but, you know, it's one of those small advantages where it won't necessarily translate into anything. It's just like, okay, that's good for Sharp, but, you know, the game goes on.
Yeah, well, one thing about going 3-gate is...
A win for Terran is being on even ground with someone else.
But at least it keeps you safe from some pushes. And so he's going across the map. A lot of times seeing the dotted mines here is already enough of a signal that Terran wasn't going to attack. But now he's going to have to go ahead and get that 3rd Nexus up.
Yeah, because he'd have more forward mines if he was going to attack with mines. Like, if he's going to attack. Because he'd have them set up so that as he's running away, they would run into mines.
From Vultures there, there's no way to make a pylon wall. You have to kind of just cannon it up or have Dragoons there.
Yeah. That's, like, if you have a lot of map control, the mineral bases become pretty good. Also, in these positions, the one thing I've definitely found on Dominator is taking that mineral base in these spots is incredibly hard because it's so close to the rally of Protoss. And you have to, like, go down onto a low ground, then up onto the high ground. So I think Sharp should expand to 9 o'clock as his 3rd base. And if he doesn't do that, I get really scared for him because Best is, like, the best at macroing up quickly and busting positions. So if you're not playing a very defensive-looking game here, it's going to be tough.
So not a lot going to happen for the time being. The observer is just spotting, seeing the factories, counting that. It's funny. It's a funny map. You can't really hide a command center easily here, and it's hard to get the observer to not get inside your base. So Protoss kind of just gets to see what Terran's doing.
Yeah.
We don't know what kind of tech is going to come here. Oh, that's unfortunate when you send this a little bit too soon. You can lose a lot of money having, like, 7 or 8 probes do a long-distance mining move.
That is annoying.
But yeah, we want to see what kind of tech there's going to be. Double Robo has been growing in popularity on this map, I think, because it's so easy to just fly in their main with mass shuttles.
Best was the first guy that I saw doing that. I don't know about you, but, like, when this build first was coming out, it was Best doing it against Flash, and Flash struggling with it. So
yeah.
I would like to see him do that.
I remember seeing this a long time ago, and I remember telling you about this. And you were like, no, that's not a thing. And I'm like, Artosis, it looks really good. And then we got a cast, and I'm like, oh yeah, I know what this is.
Yeah, I actually remember that.
Yeah. But it's good because, you know, there's moments where with mass shuttle you can just dump units on top of the push if they you know, position things wrong. But if not, you can fly into their main. You know, in some ways it's stronger than an Arbiter recall because you can't EMP the shuttles or really do much else about it. But I think for now it's just single shuttle.
Just for now, but I think this style is good on this map too, especially with the back of Sharp's main facing Best. So I think it's a really good choice by Best. Now, Sharp moving out of his natural. Might be a little bit of counterplay in here. Not really a lot of defense for Sharp. Has a couple missile turrets, but yeah, just now laying a few mines.
Oh! There's like this sweet spot here. He can just barely hit workers from that patch.
Not bad.
Oh, that could have been so much worse for Sharp. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Is the Reaver going to be able to block the ramp, maybe?
I think so.
That's insane.
Oh, that's just pure,
Yup.
you know, randomness of the universe.
Yeah.
The Reaver there. Wow.
Love
It was
when
meant
things
to
like
be.
that happen. But that will block it. He still gets some pretty good probe kills overall. Like, he did well with those vultures. But the counter of the Reaver did reasonably well also. I think Sharp just has to expand. I'm not sure what he's doing here, because he hasn't started a third command center. And I think if you try to do a push here, you're not going to beat Best. You are not going to be able to push through him here.
Yeah, this is a tough one because the thirds, they feel far away for the Terran. You know, you can get your tanks kind of close, but it's going to be tough. And here comes that counterplay with the shuttle. It's so hard to deal with this as Terran, truly.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to take out this turret and then pick up.
Ooh.
And this just basically pulls units back into the main. That's all you want to do.
Look at this. Going to do a
Could he
little
maybe
bit of
drop
a
a zealot here?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ooh, unload the shuttle.
Oh my gosh.
That's so sick. 4 tanks. 1 hit from anything in the game, including the probe, and they're dead.
Yeah. In fact, a Broodling. A Broodling would have got him.
Yeah.
Okay, so
we're going to have Psy Storms incorporated here now. Go ahead, Artos.
I think it's time for Best to take his 4th. Oh, he just as I'm saying that, 4th base goes down at his mineral base, and I think that's okay here. He does want to be a little bit careful about that. 3rd base coming up for Sharp. So now that you know that Sharp's going for the 3rd base, like, there's no real attack that Sharp can pull. And I feel like a place that I've seen some Protosses playing a little bit in error is not getting the 5th base quickly enough. Like, once you identify that your opponent is in a position like this, like, okay, they have to kind of secure all this. You know, I'm ahead on supply. I have my 4 bases. You need to get that 5th base up, because 4 base is still very dealable for Terran. When Protoss gets 5 base, that's when it's like, ooh, this is getting a little bit, it's a little bit iffy. Things are getting messy.
I think that Best may disagree with you. This is the way I thought about this too. I've seen a lot of games where he actually gets the 5th Nexus after or as he's doing a bust. It's really weird. And
Yeah,
I
I
feel
don't
like
like
every
it.
time I watch him do it, I'm just like, this is wrong. But then he breaks them.
Yeah, and that
Like,
that definitely
he's
can
going
occur.
to. Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, every time I watch Best do this, I'm like, oh, he messed up. Like, he should have more bases. And then he, like, does the bust. Oh my God, he's not even mining from that base right now.
Yeah, he's
You know,
playing pretty aggro.
Best, he kind of bends time and space. He can get bases really late and have a sloppy early mid game, and then just like max out and kill him. Like, it's truly crazy to me watching what he can get away with. This is also a very Best move, is to try to run everything up a ramp.
Yeah,
that's
Dragoons
fortified.
first, by the way. Let's get those Dragoons
Yeah.
up there first. Like, what? This is so messy. And see, he's doing all these moves. He could just make a 5th Nexus and not be wasting army trying to shove Dragoons up a ramp.
Oh,
There
I
it is.
agree.
There
I
it is.
agree.
No,
But
we're
the
actually
number
right,
of games-
Tasteless. We're right, not him.
The
I'm serious.
number of games, double robo, by the way, the
Yep.
number of games that I see where I'm like, no way. And about 50% of them, he just breaks up the ramp and kills a Terran, and I'm like, huh. Remember he did this on Retro, and it worked?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
I
like,
know exactly the
okay,
game you're
like,
talking about.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you can't attack up that ramp. He's like, you watch
Yeah,
me.
like if I saw anybody else do it, I'd be like, yeah, well, let's pause the replay here. This is wrong. Don't do this.
Yeah.
Now he's going to go for that bust. I think he's hoping that there's an overcommitment of units on the high ground at the third base. Now he's going to just drop.
The storms are so good.
God.
Uh-oh.
I think that might just be
just
it.
enough zealots to help clear out the rest of these
Yeah.
tanks.
I think that might just
and
be it.
that right there, Tasteless. When you have a
This
fifth
is
Nexus
it.
on the way, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it.
This is what I'm talking about. This is the best bust. It's like 4 bases.
Damn.
It's I don't know. I think we might have to reevaluate how many bases Protosses have if they're going to do busts, because he's just the Protoss that still does busts like this, and he's getting 4th and 5th bases later now than before.
Well, I think still the theory behind it is correct to take the 5th base a little bit earlier than he took it here. But, I mean, obviously he did a great bust. His shuttle moves were like, okay, they did pretty well, I think, as well. And Sharp was just not quite set up right to deal with Psystorm. The Psystorms just gave him enough value to bust everything there.
Ooh, we lost the shuttle, but it don't really matter.
All right, there's going to be another push coming through here.
Now,
I mean, Terran's basically dead. I mean, this is the honest truth about this.
Yeah.
He's going to push over here. He's going to keep
He
killing
just lost
off,
all of his tanks.
And maybe Terran fights back and saves at the ramp, but the third base should fall pretty easily. I don't know what's there exactly now, but I can promise you every one of the gateways back at Best's home is producing. So right now, this is a naked base. So you push the Terran as far back as they can.
Yep, and then you start
this
taking their
is open.
base.
It's ripe for the picking. You
They have
come
no
right through there.
tanks.
This will force Terran to pull more tanks back out again.
And then you
that's when
squeeze
stomp
them.
out.
really amazing game here from Best. Played very, very well. I didn't feel like Sharp actually played poorly this game. You know, this is kind of how you have to end up playing. He didn't drop the block the drops that well, but yeah, Best advances to that final match. Sharp, our second place player from last season, is out first in the group, not winning a single map.
Wow. Crazy.
That's
Sharp played
insane.
so well previously, and here we are.
This is the most
We got a great
one-sided
team
matches
coming up, man.
we've
Best
had
for
the
speed.
entire
Oh, I can't
ASL.
wait.
Yes.
Look at him.
You're
He's
gonna
like,
see a
what
lot
the
of
fuck
differences.
did I
Best-
do?
I mean, Sharp and Speed play kind of similarly, but Speed does a few notable things differently. Like, his drop defense is much better than Sharp's. If we get a similar game there, you're going to see more missile turrets, you're going to see more mines, and the drops aren't going to deliver as well as they did there against Sharp. And I think that that's an important change. And I think, again, that goes towards how many ladder games he plays. You know, up at the top for Sharp, he's only playing Bisu and Best and these guys. Well, commercial's going to interrupt me, but here we go.
Style. It feels a little bit older. You know, he's kind of a busty PvT player. He likes to kind of control the game as best he can early, be greedy early, and then he just powers up and he makes it tough for the Terran. He'll break you down in positions that literally no other Protoss in the world even bothers to try. Other Protoss players like Mini or Rain or Snow will look at a situation and go, nah, I think I'll go carriers here. Or maybe it's better to try to cheese, or I'll go for a Reaver opening because a bust doesn't
Open
feel
the window.
safe.
It's getting hot in here.
So, you know, can Speed try to play around that?
You know, I think he can. I think his planning today has been good. Like, yeah, he fell to Jaedong pretty one-sidedly there, but he had good ideas. And I think that, you know, with how many Speed shuttles Best does like to use for his harassment, that should help Speed a bit. Because he's better at that defense. So we're going to go into Deja Vu, Eclipse, and Radion. All right, interesting map pool there. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it? Okay,
Let's get into it.
I agree. Let's get into it.
Let's get some more drinks, so I'll be right back.
Speed in the bottom left, and Best in the bottom right.
Man.
Interesting TVPs so far. You know, clearly Sharp didn't have the answer. I do feel like Speed is certainly in better shape. And also, you know, Best had some bumpy early games in both of his games. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. And that definitely could continue to occur here. You know, I think the 3-gate observer was a good idea. Speed has a really wide range of openers. He does like everything. And I think, again, one of the main things I've noticed about his Terran versus Protoss is he's one of the best against drops. He makes a few more turrets than most Terrans and lays more mines in his main base. And I actually think that's going to become the standard eventually. Because, like, you saw how much damage Sharp was taking. He was having to run back. He's evacuating SCVs, losing a few, having to rebuild stuff. You know, like, Speed will see that's happening, and he'll make a turret ring, and he'll have, like, another turret inside, and he'll lay mines everywhere. And it's like, yeah, go ahead, drop. You're going to get punished for it. And it's like, you know, there's obviously, like, a line where you don't want to over-defend things, but under-defending is terrible as well. And I do feel like that's something that a lot of Terrans are doing right now, is under-defending against some of these things.
Yeah, it is this circular meta, you know, where Protosses get too greedy, Terrans get too aggro. Protosses get conservative and punish the aggro Terrans. Terrans, you know, they go back, and you have this kind of cycle where they're kind of chasing each other.
Yeah.
For instance, we had a lot of Nexus firsts from Best and a lot of other Protosses.
Hey, Valiant boy.
Best in most
You're
of his
fucking
games
high?
so far
Hell
has
yeah,
actually
bro.
gone for Gateway
We got some
Treasure.
oranges.
So, you know, these are old.
Bro was made in the
classical
darkness,
PvT builds.
forged by it.
I think because he's, you know,
Molded.
chased that part of the meta down to this part again. We've kind of gone all the way back to the beginning.
I think it speaks
rose
towards
triumphantly
Best
from
liking
it.
the mid-game. Like, if you open like this, it brings down early game volatility. If you open with Nexus first, it brings up early game volatility, right? So if your strong point is mid-game, maybe you feel like it's a
Hell
better
yeah,
idea
I'm gonna
open
smoke
like
to that,
this.
Valiant boy. Smoke
sure.
to that.
Yeah, I think it's very possible. We could end up in a game where, like,
Did he got natural right?
you know, it's going to look a lot like the very old
In the
PvTs.
end?
We've got, you know, basically factory expand versus, you know, Dragoon range here, scouting probe, Best over extending almost there. You know, that scouting probe can be valuable. A lot of players send it back, but sometimes you hide it somewhere on the map and try to slip in a little bit later on. That's always a good counterplay to a Terran that tries to push out and, you know, kind of challenge you at your base, is then you can run in and figure out, okay, is he like going for a starport after the factory and command center?
Nice run back in there by the SCV. Really gets that back in as quickly as he possibly can. Gets in front of the probe, which is important. And that'll allow him to check, like, is range still going? That's a big check.
Open the window.
And if you still see range going at this point, you know that they're going to let range finish. And, of course, you know, no other tech quite yet.
Okay. The Vulture's going to slip out. By the way, the SCV is still scouting inside the main. Can he actually kill this? Okay.
He went for a body block on the Vulture. That's actually
Fucking
really good
diving.
moves
Hell
to get
yeah,
in
I'm
front
sending
and
you
then
a
block,
video
and
on
then the Marines
Discord.
get like
Alright,
2
Valiant
additional
boy,
shots
sounds
each.
good, bro.
But he
Yeah.
actually missed it just barely.
That's happened to me before. It's always a bit of a shock to the system of the Protoss because in their head they're like, the Dragoon can't die.
Yeah.
You know? Like, you're basically safe against as many Marines as you want, so when they do that, it's kind of crazy. He is going for the DT rush, by the way. There will be a second gateway thrown down. I've
DT
started...
drop.
Oh my god, it's
Yeah.
DT drop. Never mind. I was going to say I have experimented with DT rushes in close spots, and I've had a decent amount of success with it. It works partially because the Terran really wants to rush in these spots, and so they tend to skip the eBay. So sometimes the DT will literally run by the rush. But with a DT drop, this is cool because, first of all, you can absolutely hold a push with a DT drop. Like, they'll just have to turn around.
Yeah.
But, like, let's say he's, I don't know, making a third command center fast. DTs are going to be great there. And a lot of times the follow-up from this is Arbiter. It always felt like Arbiter, you almost had to go for it because you already have the Templar Archives, but I have seen these weird games where Protoss go for carriers.
After
I'm always
DT
kind of
drop?
blown away by.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's some crazy stuff. I've seen it into
every time I see it, I go,
but
huh.
yeah, I think
Yeah,
Psystorm
Psystorm's
or
fine for that.
yeah, Psystorm or Arbiter does feel best, but yeah. Well, that's why carriers are probably reasonable as well, is because it's unexpected, right?
Yeah, it's counterintuitive.
And you're not likely
So
to
you know,
utilize your scans at that point to search for carriers too early because you want to kind of bank them for
Oh,
DTs
that's a good
too.
point too.
So yeah, that
I
makes
like
some
that
sense.
point you made. Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't go immediately into carriers, but you know, I'm just saying like a third base and then tech into carriers. I've seen it every once in a while, and I'm always
Sure.
kind of like, oh, you kind of just can get away with anything, huh, guy?
That's for sure. That I can stand.
Say
behind.
that to Artosis, Tasteless.
Yeah,
Say that to
it's
Artosis.
Yeah.
The number
So,
one
he's got the
ape
shuttle. He's
hater.
going to load up the 2 DTs. And, you know, a lot of games, you'll just get an incredible amount of damage off with the DTs if the Terran is being greedy.
He's
And
actually
if not, okay.
He's got great turret placement. That's very conservative turret placement. This is like literally anti-DT drop turret placement, I would say. Like if you knew it was coming, you'd make one more in your main towards the bottom, because he can get around the bottom and maybe kill some depots. But he's read this perfectly. He really did.
Can he slip through the bottom here?
Yeah, so that's a little bit annoying, and he is making an additional turret in the mineral line, but he'll lose probably 2 depots here is my guess.
He's going to try to splash damage the DT.
Big shout out to Montaro. That's back in the day, Tasteless, like 1999 or so.
Oh, Montaro.
Yeah, there was
I
a guy,
about
there was a strong American Terran known as Montaro that had Montaro.org, and that's where I learned that tactic of hitting the DTs by targeting SCVs you put next to them with the siege tanks.
I forgot about that.
500
And there was
IQ
Tsunami,
move.
Oh, yeah.
Who had guides on some site as well. My brother and me, because we didn't know how to read, we would call him Tsunami.
Oh, my God.
And then later on, I'm like, I read the word. Yeah, I remember we were both calling him that. And then one day, like, I was in some, you know, elementary school class, and I saw the book of like different natural disasters, and it said tsunami, and my teacher corrected me for putting a T in front of it, and I went, oh, that's how you say that guy's name. Nice. Did he get one? Oh, no, never mind. The DT's still alive.
This is so annoying
those
for
old
speed.
guides.
Of jelly, bro.
And he's still got both.
Hell yeah, dude.
Insane. He's ready to pick them up in a moment's notice. Like, it is so painful when you're like one matrix away from detection there. And he killed the academy that was making. This has been a really good DT drop so far. You know, sometimes they end the game and this isn't doing that.
Nice.
Dude, how annoying is this?
Fucking dope.
Hell yeah.
Finally gets one there.
This is fantastic. Best is really just putting the hurt on here.
Oh, man.
He's going to go for the armory. Oh, gets in range of the turret. I guess it's just below that. Yeah, beautifully done. Is this Arbiter? Yeah. So he's going to go for that.
It's a great follow-up.
And, you know, it's funny because we'll see, you know, the way a Reaver drop does damage is so different from a DT drop. Like, a Reaver can come out, it can pick off turrets, it can snipe tanks, but the DTs can kind of just maneuver around the blind spots of your turrets and cause problems. And the moment that the Terran builds out into that area, you just abandon it and go somewhere else. It's super annoying.
Indeed.
I do find DT drops require, weirdly, more attention than even, like, Reaver drops and other stuff.
Yeah.
You have to be kind of watching the whole time, so a lot of it's one of the reasons why I don't do them as much, as I find my minerals like pile up and I screw my whole game up because I'm running around with DTs.
I am on board with you 100%. There's builds like that that I actually avoid when it matters, because I'm like, no, I know my minerals pile up when I do this type of build. But I think it's because the Reaver drop has like a very steady rhythm to it. Everyone's kind of used to that rhythm and how to control it, whereas DTs are more opportunistic, where you're like looking for very specific things and maneuvering them because of that.
Yeah, you are so spot on. Like, sometimes the more you focus with the DTs, way more damage can get out, where no matter what, you know the Reaver has to reload, you know how fast the shuttle moves, so you can, as long as you know it's a safe path, you can kind of go back and do what you got to do.
More predictable.
I've also realized with a lot of pros, like when they're doing drops like that, one of the things they will give up as a priority is actually sending workers to patches. Oh my God, this is so good.
Yeah, for
he
sure.
gets that perfectly. I'll see players just like have 7 or 8 probes even queued up, and they're not going on minerals yet, but they made all their buildings.
Yeah. That's like Flash does that stuff too, where you'll see a ton of SCVs that have just been made but not sent to mine yet. Okay, so I have to point this out real quick. Like, we've been kind of talking about a lot of theory stuff during this because it's been kind of a fun game strategically. Looking at the game, Best is unbelievably dominating. I would be shocked if Speed wins this game. It would be one of the greatest comebacks ever. Because Best, like, slowed him down enough. He's getting a super fast fourth with Arbiter. I think that's perfect play. And this map and these positions, dude, it's tough because Best can take the high ground and bust downwards. You also have to watch out for potential recalls coming in. So it's just like you're taxed really heavily. The third base is not ready yet. Like, he's trying to set up. He's putting down some... He has to afford some turrets. Look at how small this army is. He's not even 100 supply yet, and we're at 11 minutes.
I mean, this is the dream right now for Best. I mean, I get that Speed has to take a third. Like, you kind of got to go for it, right? You can't just play from behind forever and just lose in a longer game instead of a shorter one. But,
yeah.
I mean, we've seen the games that Best gets the bust off. This is probably going to be a bust right at 100. Yeah, 100 energy here. He's going to look for the stasis. He's going to go deep with the Arbiter. He says, is there any clump of tanks? Okay, we'll get 2 and the SCV making the turret. And then he's just going to come through here with everything. And I think this is just going to be a 1-0 here.
Yes.
Again, by the way, 4 bases. I want to point this out because I was thinking the same thing Artosis was when I was watching Best play on his stream. And I always thought, isn't he, like, doing it wrong? Like, I think even I would have a 5th base. And then it just seems like apparently this is the way that you bust Terrans, is you just don't spend any extra minerals.
Well, when you get an advantage, when you get an
Yeah.
advantage like this, the clean macro into the attack, especially on Deja Vu, this is a really good map to play like that. I also want to mention, like, the defense of Sharp looked pretty good. He had good turret placement and stuff, and still the DT drop got Best into this unbelievably strong position. We're going to see a GG from Speed here shortly. There's no way he wants to stay in this game and struggle. It's not good for your mental even. Like, 0 to win. You could have 40 flashes controlling every single unit. Like 200 flashes in this game. And they are not going to be Best.
And each flash has Goro arms. They have 4 arms. They're all hitting every key on the
Okay, I was on
keyboard.
another page and I come back over to see I deleted the message. Make me curious how bad it was.
Though.
But
Yeah,
anyone,
about it. So maybe not actually.
one else in trouble to satisfy my
than
curiosity.
Yeah.
No, it's just one of those
Best takes that
viewers.
Speed looking
Oh,
distraught.
you know,
by
by viewers at this
by the way, DT
dot
drops
com.
are rare even at pro levels.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever talked
Just
about
a bot
this.
message.
Like, you could almost forget DT drop is like one of the big techs. It's not like Reavers, where you see him all the time. DT rushes you see all the time.
Now, if it was Valium
DT
Boy who
drops,
had did
I would say
it, we'd have some
statistically,
questions. But it was Eggy Mail.
The thing Protoss does the least. Am I correct about this, Artosis?
I think you are correct, actually.
So nothing
And I
profound at
hope
all.
it doesn't
No,
increase
unfortunately.
tonight. That would put me in a bad mood.
Oh, God.
I'm going to be laying a few extra
But
mines on my
Artosis,
base
what
tonight.
if it became common? Artosis just takes his glasses off and wipes the fog off.
Yeah. No, it used to be much more popular, like way back, like 2007, 2008. It was actually a very popular build back then. But yeah, he does a great job with it. Best completely outclassing Speed in that particular game. We're going to go to Eclipse. Such a different map. And, like, Sharp had a great opener against Best. I think Speed can take that and learn from it. Be like, okay, this is how Best wants to play. Like, if Speed opens the 3-fact, I think he'll have a better plan to follow it up. Like, take a 4th base, then attack, that type of thing. But yeah, let's see how he opens. You can see he's definitely in a negative mindset, shaking his head over and over and over. He's definitely frustrated with that loss.
ASL Season 19.
Okay, Speed in the top right, Best in the bottom left. On the dreaded map Eclipse. The map that is tough for Terran in the mid game. I'd say tougher than the other maps that we've got in the lineup. Going through all the maps in my head. I think this is still probably the worst mid game. The third base is far, far away. There's only one obvious spot to expand to his Terran, which isn't that uncommon. A lot of maps, it's like there's only one clear third base. But It is also a map that Protoss can expand into 2 different directions.
That's right.
And to top it all off, gas steals, proxy gates, you name the cheese, Protoss can do it. It's just a very much a gauntlet of different map features from early all the way into late game that are troubling for Terran. I do feel like if you get into kind of end game Terran, like if they can get 4 bases and then push up into that 5th base in the top left, I think it does favor Terran. But that assumes, that presupposes that you survived all the stuff that Protoss could do to you earlier, right?
Yes, that's a good way to
sometimes games don't have
it.
to go into end game, right?
I kind of agree with you a little bit. Not like I think most
Sorry
of
about-
what
I
you
washed my
said here is
hands.
true. I think that
What's
the best way to
happening?
win Eclipse
What?
is to take the 4th base. It's just you saw the power of counterattacks from Best. And if you don't have the 4th base, like the 4th base gives you more staging points and more areas to slow Protoss counterattacks down. So I feel like that is the best way to play it. One of the big problems with Eclipse is you can't really prevent Protoss from going carriers because, again, of the counterattacks. Other maps, it's like you'll hit a timing attack and Protoss might try to counter and that's still a good play. But there will be some path where Terran can kind of head off the army, kind of box the army back. And that's the biggest problem. It's not that they gas steal. The biggest problem is there's no way to switch lanes. Like, especially those 2 big middle ones. It's just you have to go all the way to the front or the back, and there's no other way to intercept anything.
Some
so
good oranges.
That's
haven't had some
I think that's where
oranges in
the
a while.
biggest issue is for Terran
Blueberries
versus
and
Protoss.
bananas.
Yeah, I guess we'll see how
It's always
Speed
good
wants
to
to deal
have an
with this
orange
game.
once in a while.
So the Nexus expand is incredibly common and incredibly strong off gas steel. It's made for these very, very subtle, but I think pretty interesting early games on both sides. Generally Protoss can't really do much to punish. I guess maybe the Zealot run by is an option.
I want to throw this out there that Speed has actually opened this very differently from other Terrans. Most every Terran goes second depot and start making some Marines and scout what's happening, then make the command center. He actually played this like a gasless expansion, where he just immediately made the command center and then second depot and then started really getting his Marines going. Like he had 1 Marine, but that's not abnormal.
Oh no! The SCV is supposed to block!
So he's just getting his expansion up a lot quicker than like what we saw Sharp do.
This is already so bad.
I feel like that's actually definitely an improvement.
Well, everyone knew it
when
was
you take
it was going to
gas,
be
there's
Jaedong
this
and
tendency
Best
for the
getting
Terran
out.
to kind of panic, right? They're scrambling to get the gas, or they're going to try to do an all-in if you went Nexus first and counterattack. And I think that they're pretty relaxed, like make a command center and kind of watch the Protoss and just see what they're doing and see if you can match them is a good route.
I think so.
And the timing of the gas now for the Terran seems like a pretty normal time, right?
Yeah, it's not bad. Like, he lost a little bit of mining time killing it with the SCVs, but not a huge deal. And, he's done this just right on the Marine count to be able to push back the first Zealot. So he'll start the factory, then he'll probably go for the bunker, because you don't want to go up to 6-7 Marines here. That's like, you're getting a little bit crazy at that point, but actually he did start another one, so we'll see. Sometimes it's just best to make a bunker.
Yeah, the funny thing with the bunker is that if you skip it and they don't attack you, you've got more money, right?
Yes.
You'll see this in PvZ. Like, if you don't make any cannons and they didn't attack you, you kind of get away with murder, right? But if they are not, if they're going to be aggressive at all, then you're punished. But for now, Speed has no bunker. He sends an SCV to go around the side.
Yeah, that's... I mean,
are we going to see a really, really fast third factory here because there's no bunker?
I actually think because he made the extra Marines, he's definitely doing a timing attack, and he wants a lot of Marines in it. This looks to me like it'll probably be like a 3 siege tank attack. Oh, the hidden port. Okay.
This is going to be interesting.
About a year and a half ago, this was pretty popular, where you'd go 2 factory, and you just make it look like a regular 2 factory pressure. And so, when a 2 factory pressure comes, Stasis, you bring your goons to the front. You have your observer there kind of watching. You're ready to micro against the tanks and everything. And then suddenly, a vulture drop into your base because your goons are out front, being, led around by the main Terran army. So it's a very tricky build and definitely has a lot of potential.
I like this setup a lot. I'm really interested in if Best can handle it. Builds like
Hey,
this,
Valiant boy, welcome,
it's
welcome.
really hard to scout. I mean, especially this spot. I think usually if you hide a starport, it would be somewhere in the top left. And I guess in some ways there's less hiding spots in the top left.
True.
When you drop, keep in mind that the vultures would have to fly through the natural, but maybe that actually works out even better for speed because you can drop one vulture behind the minerals and then drop 3 in the main, right?
Totally. It's a great way to do it because then you have more potential for damage spread across the 2 bases. Maybe they don't manage that right. And don't forget, you have the rest of your army, so maybe you can get damage with that at the same time. Maybe you pulled back. Really kind of matters what the situation's looking like. And, each game like this is a precious snowflake.
Nice, thanks Valiant boy for the 8 cents, man. You're fueling my career, man. I really, really appreciate it. You're an amazing dude, Valium. Like, holy shit.
Skill intensive for both players.
Like, you are my profane gaming, bro.
Now,
I'm gonna kill you with my car.
Like, when I'm big, you're gonna be the one who's, like, spamming the Mario erotica in the stream.
Shot out of the sky.
I'm Hank's friend.
Terran's in hell.
Would you believe I'm
sorry, that's
Brock
Robotech, right?
Sanson's long lost
Yeah,
son?
Robotech.
true, I don't think I would have
okay,
caught
so
you so
there's a
easily.
possibility
Couldn't
the
run
Reaver
because I had a
pops
lighter
out
up my
as
ass.
this dropship's
Okay,
coming in.
now
Now, this
I
is the
believe
dream.
you're Hank's
This
friend.
SCV is literally
True.
here to be killed
True,
by these
21.
dragoons. So that, oh my God, look at his placement.
Huh.
I cannot even believe this.
Well, this is where you bring the push out.
Map hacking.
Yeah, you have to bring the push out in this situation because you need him to react.
Yeah.
This isn't. Yeah, I think this isn't going to work.
At 7:30, the drop comes in. That's the time you look for on the clock. And if it doesn't come, in the next 10, 15 seconds, you can look away. The Reaver drop's going to come in. Now, this also puts Terran in a weird spot because there's nothing back here.
Yeah,
right?
this is an issue.
He's like doing his drop and push, so like, I mean, I don't know exactly how this goes. The Wraith also makes it complicated for the Protoss because now the shuttle can't leave. But the Reaver's doing work, man. Oh my God. He's going to take out one vulture. Good shooting there in the main. Even gets that mine. Reaver's out. Oh my God, he takes some damage.
Yeah, that's an excellent hit. And you know what? He can micro heavily back there and maybe get some units. Does counterattack the 3rd base at the same time. I think there is maybe potential to kill the 3rd because he has so many Marines there. I guess we'll see. 7 kills on that Reaver, by the way, and it looks like his drop will be cleaned up. Oh, the tank's actually kind of being blundered forward a little bit here. Dude,
this
Best is crushing.
Insane. I've never seen a hold like this ever. This is wild, dude. I mean, he's literally, he just like killed in every sense.
Yeah.
He's going to kill the final tank, and the probes are going to be perfectly transferred up here. The Vulture can't get up into the high ground. A Reaver is ready to go. SCVs were killed back at the expansion. What?
Very well done. And, Speed is still trying to make something happen here. He's laying some mines. Maybe there's still, like, a little bit of potential. He still has the starport. Like, you might be able to get a drop-off on the 3rd or something. He does have 4 facts at home, so that's nice. But any windows for damage, I feel like, are closing very, very quickly.
Well, here's the other problem, too, Artie, is that, like, when the dust settles here, it goes back into a 2-base Terran versus a 3-base Protoss.
I
believe. We were talking about the problem with this map at the start of this match, is that 3rd base for Terran is hard. And after heavy 2-base pushes, the only thing Terran can do is take a 3rd base.
Yeah.
Protoss, when they get to 3rd base, a lot of the heavy lifting of the early game's done. You're basically going to glide into mid-game. You're making workers, you're making gateways and observers, and trying to just see what they're doing. And Terran has to try to figure out how to get on the map. And an active early game Terran like this one that didn't get anything done, and really this Terran didn't get anything done, is going to be really struggling to find damage. And a 3rd base later on. And again, the same idea. This dropship, I think it
Valium
actually
dropped the rest of himself
unbelievable.
XDV.
It lives.
True.
But, all the vultures die.
Yeah, not the worst.
Drop yourself on me, Valium boy.
Okay. It's fine. It's whatever. But Best definitely his supply is about to shoot up, and Speeds is not. That's gonna be a big problem. Like Bess is gonna really hit his macro. He's gonna be able to get a 4th base very easily. Would love to see him take his regular 4th and then make a 5th in the bottom right. I think that's the strongest way to play by miles. It's so hard for Terran to decide, okay, where am I actually attacking here?
I thought he was going to shoot it down for a second. I'm like, no way. He is a time traveler. How does he know where everything is? I think from here, you get a forge with cannons at each base, and you get ready to break this. And God, you know Best is going to go for the bust. He's the only player you know 100% he's going to go for a bust.
Truth.
See,
Truth
even
like
Artosis
right now,
says it.
Preparing himself, clearing some of these mines up down the different paths. You know, I believe the command center's done here.
I love how Adox
Oh,
sometime
man.
is so
no
fed
way.
up because of us. You can say fuck you MFK,
Gamer
you're an
alert.
asshole.
He's
Adox
getting the
true
Reaver
Valium
drops up off over here. I mean, it's
BO.
gonna be a perfect takedown. I think Speed. I could not be judged if he.
Indeed,
GG'd out here.
Valium boy.
He doesn't have to. He's fighting for his turn.
That's
of
the
life. But
idea.
man, he's back down to 2 tanks. Big reset button.
Because
hit.
remember,
Protoss on what? 8 gateways? With a 4th Nexus about to complete. The command center for Terran's going to finish, but will it ever land at the 3rd base? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, the game is pretty much sealed up now.
Yeah.
I do want to point out, right, like Best stopped that drop really well. And when I was explaining the build, because it was a 2-factory into a later proxy starport, like, you need to push out with your tanks. And he had everything in his main base. I feel like that's where things really went wrong. Because if you're not actually pushing Protoss, there's no reason for them to not stand in anti-drop positions.
and Seek.
You know, you have to show something on the map and make it worth their while to leave their mineral lines. And he just didn't do that, you know? He, like, dropped it.
I got
about the
something
same
for
time
you
he
to
started
seek,
move out.
Valium
Normally
boy.
you move out, get the Protoss engaged with you, and then do the drop. And it just felt like the plan didn't really come together for him. Look at the supplies.
And this is the... yeah. He is about to double him. He's going to finish 2 or 3 more pylons, and then he's going to max out.
Bro is behind
this
the moon.
area here, it's hard. The 3rd base is so far away. It's such a
It is
wide
what it is, Valium
area
boy.
that Protoss can try to set up a surround. And the
We don't
further
try to
Terran
control
pushes,
it, we
the
just try
wider
to
the
embrace
angle is
it.
To be hit from all sides.
That's the best way to deal with it, I think.
This is not going to go well. He's trying to set up as cost efficiently as he can.
Adox Solitude Asterisk.
Best could right-click his army into the middle of that without attack move.
It's not
and
my
he'd still
fault
win
my
this
lights
battle.
freaked out.
Yeah,
I'm not even
100%.
joking. He is going
Bro,
to
we
just
don't
write them
see
out.
you.
ULMAOY.
Attack stuff here.
Yeah.
Because
He's
my
not really
light
doing it.
freaked
He's just
out. I
saying,
need
okay,
new
here we go.
light
He's
bulbs.
next to
I
it
literally
now.
don't have a light in my room anymore.
I think we're seconds away from GG
So,
here.
I'm in the dark.
Speed had a great run, and he showed a lot of
unfortunate,
promise.
but that's
at
the way
the
it
end of
goes.
the series, it's Best who's going to be moving
Sometimes
on
shit just
into that
fucks up.
round of 8 spots.
I don't
Dude,
know.
a lot of our Terrans are gone.
One of the light
That's
bulbs
like a
burnt
lot of
out
the possible
yesterday,
Terran
and
representation.
ever since then it's
And
been
I
a
think
strobe
the,
light.
Rush has a tough group, so GG.
So I turned the
Best
dimmer all
gets
the way
through.
down.
So now in our top 8, we already have Sulky, Light, Jadong, and Best.
Hell yeah.
What a killer group of 4 players advanced.
Speed's like, fuck.
Great day.
How,
games.
bro?
I gotta say,
even the lights dropped their job.
what Speed did was
True Valium boy. They just,
think
I
most
was
players
so
takes a
beautiful
beating,
yesterday.
maybe
The
loses
light
the
couldn't
third,
comprehend
or
it. It
pro.
started to have a seizure.
one of the best holds I've ever seen.
It's like, how does
I
he
know
look
I'm
so
saying a lot,
good?
like, I know I've said I've ever seen a couple times in a couple different games. I mean it. Today has been exceptional.
It has.
Sun
the play
has
from
gone
Jadong
down
Best
too, right? I
was
think you used
very,
LED
very
lights
good.
in that, didn't you?
And you
Not
know,
sure if
I
they
love Speed.
like
I love
dimmer
Sharp.
switches.
Two of my absolute favorite players.
Yeah, I know.
to
It's just
watch.
I've been
I
using
think they
them
definitely
for
made
like
some misplays today
2
that
months.
really led to this as well.
Yeah.
And then that
Like,
one
obviously,
light
he left
bulb
himself really wide
died
open
and
here,
fucked
but
everything
I just think
else.
He didn't
Now I'm
time,
wondering if the whole system's just broken.
The drop correctly. To go in with the drop, you know, and just not really have your pressure out there enough to draw them forward is rough.
This specifically turned out to be insanely impactful. The pylon wall which is always meant to stop vultures from running up. I don't know what happened here. Let's take a look. It looks like the fire was diverted. I think the distribution of shots, it was like every pylon was burning.
Yeah.
And not going to get killed off. So there's no escape route.
His positioning was off too, and he didn't have siege mode.
You,
Like,
you
if he
did
had
that
set
one
up right,
wrong,
this could have
Valium, bro,
converted
boy.
If he had
Talk's
two tanks
already
on the high
turned to
ground with
survival
siege mode
mode.
up and mines and
Acting
vultures
like an
raised
old
above, he
string
would've
of
been,
Christmas lights
I think
where
at
if
least
one ball
killing
breaks, the
dragoons,
whole
at
string
worst, and
stops
at most
working.
killing the Nexus and dragoons. So,
But
yeah.
it's like, it
Kind
is
of a
working,
crazy
it's
moment. The
just
transfer
turning on
timing
and
was
off
perfect.
extremely fast.
Sort of unreal.
Well, that does it. I think we're going to jump over to an interview now with Best and see how he's feeling about making it to the round of 8.
And that does it for Group B of the round of 16 of ASL Season 19, done in partnership with Hot 6. As we have our final player advancing through today, let's meet Best. Congratulations and good work. Thank you. After many twists and turns, you've done it. You can go home with a good result. No joke, Best is something else when it comes to PvT. A painful elimination last season, but regardless, you've made a speedy return to the round of 8. How are you feeling? Honestly, losing the first game is not ideal. I thought I was going to get knocked out, but the games went in the opposite direction. This is remarkable. And making it into the round of 8 after a while, I don't know who I'm going to meet there, but I'll make sure to prepare well and win. I'm sure these wins you scored today will carry personal significance. Even in the pre-game interview you said, I don't know why I'm always beside myself as soon as I run into Sharp. And Speed said you were the one who made everything click for him. Having to go up against Terran players who gave you as much trouble as they did, it must have been burdensome, but overcoming this burden and getting a good result, what does that mean for you? I said I can't come to grips whenever I play Sharp, and that was the case today too. I was so confused. I didn't think I would take as much damage as I did. I was beside myself. But as we played, I just thought, it's fine. If I get eliminated, let me just try and play by my rules. That seems to have gone well. And perhaps that's why when the situation got a little complicated in the early game, in the first set of the losers match against Sharp, you regardless showed this PvT style of yours. You took him on in fights with superior supply to overcome that crisis. It was impressive indeed, and in the decider match against Speed, likewise, you harassed him with those Dark Templar drops you do so well and you do so often. You went for quick arbiters to claim a clean victory. Did you come here knowing this is the build to use? To be honest, I only practiced versus Terran with JYJ and I didn't give it as much attention. I already have builds I practice on the daily. I thought let's just go by the feeling. It worked well. I got even more out of it than normally and punched through easier than I thought I would. Scoring consecutive wins against Terran and going into that last set against Speed, it feels both physically and in terms of your judgment. You improved your form very quickly. I think that raising your form is this quickly for the round of 8 will be an assignment for you. Homework. What do you think? Nothing seems to be easy this season. I always go loss, win, win. I lose the first match in a weird way. I'm worried about the round of 8 too. In the quarterfinals, I'll need to compose myself from the first set onwards and win. Your PvT is very meticulous and reliable, but the defeat you suffered in the PvZ against Jadong will be painful. And you don't know if you'll have to play the extended series of the round of 8 against a Zerg. What aspects did you resolve to fix for that? Nowadays in PvZ, the map size in the early game is not good. I'll have to make up for that. A lot of games just come out wonky. I think there's a lot of concepts I'm not familiar with, so I'll need to ask around and try things out. But still seeing how calmly you overcame and dealt with those moments of crisis today, the fans couldn't help but chant your name. It's late, they're still here with us. Do you have anything to say to the fans and your colleagues? A lot of fans were not happy with me getting eliminated in the round of 24 last season. I have made the round of 8
you
again.
Goddamn ass fucking ball popping cocksucking cum guzzling
bit by bit.
Gutter slut crack
I'll improve it even more with the time I have left.
Fiend,
I'll make sure to win in the round of 8 and go to the semi-finals.
Son of a bitchy
and your colleagues who cheered for you
rat
and helped you practice.
bastard. Slut from hell. Did I miss
practiced
anything?
with Queen,
Um,
Soma, and Rush.
Piss
I was hardly
drinker.
winning anything. I felt there was still a lot missing as I practiced, a lot that I need to fix. Our team YB clan has a university match tomorrow. They practiced a lot and cheered for me from home, so it would be nice if tomorrow they played how they practiced and they won. I'm always thankful to the fans, our crew and YB. I will not stop in the round of 8 and secure a seed. Thanks. We'll keep cheering on you as you compete this season. Oh, and yes, and my former students, I need to thank them too. Oh yeah, you can't forget that. They were so energetic cheering for you here. Take that energy, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in the next match. Thank you. Congratulations on advancing. And there you have your second player advancing to the quarterfinals. It's Protoss player best.
재민아, 미안해.
What a day of games, guys.
So,
what a day of games.
Yeah, we had
Some bad games, some good
advance.
games.
Our Terran players not doing so well in this round so far. One non.
It was a
Terran
pretty
versus Terran
fucking
map win for the 5
one-sided
Terran players
goddamn
played.
day,
We'll see if that
though.
continues forward. But, you know, Jaedong was the big story tonight. He looked phenomenal.
Yeah.
Look at his neck,
Really
too,
liked our
compared to
game so
everyone
far.
else.
I especially
Look at
liked
that
yesterday.
long
We had a
neck
lot of great
boy.
TBTs. Really interested to see how people are approaching that matchup. Today was really fun. Kind of crazy that Sharp and Speed were knocked out. I really thought at least one of them would advance forward here.
Me too.
Especially with how Speed and both of them recently have looked so good. I don't know. Look, Jaedong, this actually could be his season. I'm not just saying that.
God, a
You know,
ZVZ
best
finals
one, best like
with
fashion.
Jaedong
He had a pretty poor PVZ
and
then he did
Sulky
exactly
instead
what
of
he does
Queen
in
and
PVZ.
Sulky
He
would
does
be
better than anybody
fucked.
else in the whole world.
JD takes out
question is gonna
Sulky
be
or
how
takes
far can
out
that carry him?
Queen and then takes out
Our
Sulky.
next
Holy
groups, we
fuck.
have Rain, Action, Bisu, and Queen at the beginning of next week, and then
Yes.
Snow, Rush, Hero, and Mini. I tell you what, Tasteless, it's shaping up right now to be a very Zerg and Protoss heavy. There's literally only Rush left for the Terran players. But I guess that would be suiting if it's just Light and Rush in the top 8. I'm like, yep, those are our only 2 performers. There you go.
Yeah, this group's going to be fun. You know, Queen has had, after being one of the players to rise to the very top.
Yeah, he's a
back
champion.
still in
Queen's a
career
fucking
system.
champion.
Queen was looking
Ask
like
me if
he
I
might
wanted
be
to send my
user
last
for
comment
Flash for a little bit.
where I used
Let's see
cum
how he
without
does here.
modifying
Action's
it.
been
Should we
wildly
slip your
consistent, and Rain and
addiction
Bisu are,
prior to cum
I mean,
guzzling?
it's very possible it's 2 Protosses that just move on.
Bisu's in great shape. Rain is the most talented
Yeah.
player, I think,
No.
in the ASL. Action has been playing really well lately, and Queen is really back in form as well. That's just a solid, solid group.
And we're going to be ending with fireworks here at Group D, the craziest group.
Yeah,
that possibly have here.
insane. That's
With
like
Snow
a
Rush,
round
Hero
of
Mini, I
4.
don't even know what to say.
If you
That's
showed me
gonna be
those,
so fun.
yeah, if you showed me those 4 players, I wouldn't say, oh, that's like a group in the round of 16. I'd say, oh, the top 4 from last season. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah,
Yeah,
legit.
exactly.
Artosis,
You
legit.
mean top 4 in what could have been any ASL season
Yeah.
in recent memory? I don't know.
Anyone
It's
that
been
didn't
a
have
fun season.
Flash
Again,
in
it's
it?
tough to be back, guys. You know, again, looking at Group D, it's going to be just, I just can't stop. I'm just staring at my monitor like, whoa.
Yeah.
That's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Look, guys, we have a week off. We're going to be back with Tuesday. Well, no, what is it? Sorry, Wednesday and Thursday. These will be uploaded. So thank you so much for joining us. It was another amazing week, and we look forward to seeing you again in a little bit.
True.
Thank you very much, guys.
See you guys.
It has been fun. Make sure you check.
All right, you guys ready? Chapter 4, Catversion. Lock in, boys. Last we heard, they were about to go on an escort quest, and I was going to make a bunch of comments about escort quests, because everyone knows escort quests are bullshit. Oh, no, what are you saying? Oh, let's do an escort quest. Those are easy. So, let's see what actually happens. We then went to the guild hall to see about an escort quest. Jeanette was going to ask the receptionist, but I pulled her to the board instead. I noticed that escort quests were in a specific area. What are some town names on the way? I'll just look what's up here, she told me, and very quickly I spotted a perfect and almost too perfect quest. Holy crap, there's actually one going to the capital. I snagged it and went to the counter. The receptionist looked at the title, then at me, in amazement hit their face. This was a different person from the day before. Is this quest legit, or is someone trying to prank me? Milady, there is another lady here, and their escort has lost 2 people. They need replacements, that's all. In that case, it's my quest. I don't care if you need another higher rank to join too, but we're going regardless, so may as well be on the quest. What's your rank, milady? I showed him my silver card, and he sighed in relief. Splendid, that is higher than I would have expected to find here in any case. I'll register the 2 of you now. So saying, he made a notation. He handed me the tile. We left instantly. Whoever it is, we need to reach them quickly. If I were attacked, they're in danger too. Jeanette nodded. As we approached a very gaudy-looking coach, the guards around it, all wearing liveries indicating importance, straightened and were readying their weapons, but then froze seeing me. Instantly, their hands left their weapons and stood at attention instead. In reality, escort quests would be goated because you get to network with important people and you're not necessarily expecting combat. True, Levi. And it's not like they're actually walking at a slower pace than you could walk, right? It's just unrealistic that you can run without it with like infinite stamina at speeds you run at in video games. Because if you could only like walk like 3 to 5 miles an hour in video games consistently, I think video games would have been dead. Because people would just be like, yeah, no, fuck this. Panthers to a man. They were an imposing sight. Relax, guys. We're your replacement escorts. I know it's probably not normal, but I'd like to see the principal. The guard captain looked questioningly at me. Principal? I walk as player character speeds everywhere. I sighed. Any decent guard detail never mentions the name of the person they're guarding, just in case someone is listening. They are referred to as the principal. Seeing me, and not being originally designated as my guards, you might consider me as the secondary, although I'm not, in point of fact, a noble. You've probably been trying to place me since seeing me, and it's not possible because nobody has ever seen me before. I come from another country so far away that you'd not be able to reach it in your lifetime. My arrival was not of my own doing, and now I'm here. I assume that the nobles are going to expect me to join the bloodline somehow, which is yet to be seen. I am educated, but have no noble etiquette whatsoever. I'll ask you all to treat me as you would any guard, at least till we reach the capital, since it's the least bit of normalcy I'll have left. The captain was stunned, yet equally relieved. Thanks for explaining all that. I agree that this situation will undoubtedly end as you're predicted. The principal, as you've called them, will be delighted to meet you, I'm sure. I presume you have registered with the Adventurers Guild. May I see the tile? And your rank cards. I handed the tile over and showed my silver rank plate while Jeanette showed her bronze plate. Silver and bronze, we couldn't have asked for better here. And with it being so perfect for yourselves, and with your eventual future, being that she's going to be family soon in some respect, this is absolutely perfect. We can depart immediately upon the principal's wish. This way, please. He returned the tile to me. Milady, the replacements have arrived, and though it's unusual, I truly need to see one of them. They are both women in high enough rank, but seeing this one will explain things, just at a glance, please. What nonsense are you spouting? The coach doors flung open. Pretty Tiger Clan girl appeared with an annoyed expression, which instantly turned to shock and then joyous wonder. Who? I know I've never seen you before, but that should be impossible. May I come inside for the time being to discuss some of that? I don't want casual passerbys to overhear things. Oh yes, please do. I'm ever so excited to get to know you. Ah, and the other person. Well, she's mine, if you know what I mean, and she was there when I first arrived, so she can verify anything you need to know about my arrival here in this country. Looking at Jeanette, she instantly invited both of us inside. Please depart now. We have our replacements, and now more than ever, I don't want to waste time. With that, we entered the coach, handing our packs to be added to the luggage rack. Firstly, introductions are in order. I am Princess Adele Marian, of who you might be. I am very pleased to make your acquaintance. My name is Jane Ray Richards, and my companion is Jeanette. I smiled as I tipped my head in respect. Oh my, 3 names. Please don't think I'm being pretentious or anything. I'm not even a noble back home. Everyone there has at least 3 names. Just in case an extended family member has the same first name, the second name is the method of telling them apart. Some people get multiple middle names because everybody in their family wants to be remembered in some way. I know one person who had 6, and he was a teacher. Not even a college professor either, just a grade school teacher. This startled Adele quite a bit. You're saying you're not a noble, but you have schooling. Is that normal? I nodded. Back home, it's mandated by the government. Every child from the age of 5 at the oldest is required to attend school until roughly their 18th birthday. That's the age of adulthood there. After that, many elect to pay for future education. That is typically more career-oriented, or at least that's the idea. Usually doesn't work out that way, though. They end up wasting money on schooling, while they just get drunk and attempt to be, shall we say, intimate with as many people as possible. Adele's eyes tried to open even wider. I wasn't one of those idiots. I just got a job and worked it, all the way up till I came here. The place I come from is so far away that I shouldn't be here at all. There shouldn't be a way for it to happen. Some power beyond my understanding pulled me from there and brought me here. It seems like I was put here specifically to help guard you on the way home. I've only been in your country for 2 days so far. This is the 3rd day now. Adele looked at Jeanette, who nodded. It's true, milady. When Jane arrived, it was in a flash of light. She landed face first and was completely naked. Teleportation is supposed to be impossible, so whatever brought her here is beyond my understanding. Then, to be able to meet you only 2 days after her arrival, it does seem rather orchestrated. Plus, last night someone tried to take her from our inn. Adele was shocked again. What happened to that person? We killed him, tossed him out the window, and went back to sleep, I answered casually. Good, that's one less thing to worry about. How are you funding yourselves, by the way? You seem to have excellent gear, all things considered, though I don't see any weapons. You aren't relying solely on your claws, are you? I chuckled a bit. Well, the morning of the 2nd day, I was attacked by a particularly troublesome boar. I killed it within a few seconds, but as it turned out, that boar was Jeanette's quest target. So, with my share of that reward, and yes, Jeanette tried to make me take it all, I wouldn't let her, and then the sale of the materials and meat, I was just able to get my weapons and armor, clothes and shoes. Jeanette spotted me for camping equipment, my water skin and food, though expecting to get paid back out of an escort quest. Imagine our surprise when we went to look for an escort quest and we discovered one going to our destination. Then finding out you were here as well. It was impossible not to take the quest. Like I'd trust anyone else with it. We're going to be family soon, I expect. I'd have felt awful if I found out later that something happened to you and I had been that close. Adele grabbed my hand and squeezed it in gratitude for sentiment. You said you had weapons made, but I don't see them. I reached for my knuckles and showed them to her. These are knuckle type of weapons, so I can punch things full force without worrying about my fingers breaking. Then there's the spikes on either side. Also, I reached for the crossbow, which was already loaded and safety was on. This is a covert crossbow. It fires bolts, not arrows. Less effort to aim. I just have to release the safety, then pull the trigger once I'm lined up. The range isn't as great as a bow, but the power is higher. It can punch through most armor types. I handed it to Adele, and she marveled at the simple yet deadly design. Incidentally, I taught the local smith how to build full-sized versions for guards, as well as oversized ones for wall defense. The oversized ones are called ballista, and are anti-siege weapons. Then, there's the metal. It's stainless steel. It won't rust. I pulled out the one ingot that I was bringing with me. This is a stainless steel ingot. I'm bringing it to show the king. I intend to teach the royal smiths the technique to produce the stainless themselves. It only requires a chemical that alchemists tend to be overstocked on, and raises the temperature higher. Also, using scrap metal tends to improve the process that reduces waste. Adele positively beamed at the new metal. We can make similar things with mithril, but it's too expensive for general deployment. This will be very well received. As with the crossbow, and to a lesser extent the knuckle weapon, it's good for someone who has yet to be trained to use more conventional weapons, but most nobles won't want it, and the army needs more reach. I nodded at that. I understand that, but weaponry back home is far more advanced. Nobody can survive with just a sword. Arrows are too short-ranged even. Some of our weapons can be fired from our country and fly across an ocean to attack an enemy. Only it makes a sort of poison that would render the land uninhabitable for a century or more. Thus we only ever used it twice. Each weapon destroyed a city and ended the war instantly. Her eyes looked like saucers, and she trembled in fear. Like I said, it should be impossible for me to even be here. Those weapons can't reach here at all. I also don't have the slightest idea how to build them, and even if I did, I wouldn't. They're a weapon of last resort in a world of too advanced warfare. I don't want that coming here. Adele relaxed slightly. If I couldn't smell your conviction, I'd be tempted to have you assassinated after that sort of revelation. To think such terrible weapons can be created. I'm glad you're smarter than the country you came from. Would you please discuss any technology you want to introduce with the king or his advisors before you do anything else? The stainless steel is of no consequence even if every smith starts using it. They still have to craft the weapons with his skill, so it changes little. And the crossbow is perfectly fine. It's sort of a lazy person's weapon, something that can be handed out to even a young during the monster raid. And the larger size can't be moved, so it only bolsters your main defenses. So those things are all well. But with the vast difference between what you know and what we have, I worry about what may happen if you just do as you please. I nodded firmly. That was my intent. If I hadn't casually mentioned stainless at the guild, I wouldn't have done anything. I just assumed you already knew about it. Likewise, the knuckles were for myself, but I figure it doesn't hurt for previously unarmed fighters to have something that works with their style. And the crossbow is exactly what you said. I feel like I've already stuck my foot far enough into my mouth for starters. Your father is much more capable of deciding what should or shouldn't be introduced. Adele smiled at that. I made a decision and opened the screen of the driver's bench. I handed my crossbow to the lookout and explained how to release the safety and to fire the weapon, and handed my bolts. Better you have it and not need it and not have it. He gave me a firm nod. Thank you, milady. I will not squander a shot. I closed the screen again and returned to my seat. That was an excellent notation, Jane. I heartily approve. Adele looked proud of me. I may not be the smartest person, but I hope I'm not too stupid. Everyone chuckled at that. Still, the thought of even the lookout being able to help in battle never crossed my mind. A normal bull wouldn't allow that, but your crossbow is a different story. At that point, the carriage hit a particularly nasty rock. We came to a stop. I immediately got out to see what was wrong. The wheel is cracked. How are we supposed to replace it out here? There aren't nearly enough men to lift it. Ugh. The captain was rather agitated. Captain, do we have a spare wheel, or is that the reason you're so stressed right now? He turned to me, his tension slightly lessened as he replied, We have the wheel, but not enough people to lift the carriage, so we can replace it. Ah, no problem then. You there, go fetch that rock over there, and you with the axe. I need a tree, almost as thick as the axle. Let's say 5 times your height. And you don't need to limit, as long as we can reach the trunk at the upper end. Roughly 5 times your height from the base. Cut. Hurry with that, please. They didn't even hesitate. The boulder was brought first, and I had it placed where I wanted it, and within about 15 minutes the tree had been felled and brought over. I had them place the base of the tree under the carriage and put it on the boulder, and then went to the other end, and leapt up to grab the tree, smooth as silk. The carriage was lifted until I touched the ground again. Someone else needs to help me push it down to get it high enough to replace the wheel. The captain pointed to one man, and even with the wonder on his face, he wasted no more time in changing the wheel. Sean, this reminds me, this is just giving me massive, massive Dr. Stone vibes. It's fucking awesome. I love it. Repair completed. I let the trunk rise back up, and conversely, the carriage settled back down. Sorry for barking orders at your men, but explaining leverage without a demonstration is practically impossible. We aren't strong, but we weigh plenty, and with where the boulder was placed, we were lifting with 4 times our combined weight, more than enough to lift a carriage. He shook his head. No, thanks to you, we're back on the road in less than half an hour. We'd have had to send someone to fetch help otherwise, and been stuck here over a day. I can overlook a few well-timed orders being barked, and besides, it's good practice for you. He smiled broadly at me. Don't tell me you're going to expect me to lead people in battle or anything. I'd rather roam the country doing inspections and adventuring quests along the way. Adele had witnessed the lever in action, which pleased her, but seeing my casual interaction with the captain didn't. Once inside the carriage, again she spoke. You seem quite relaxed with the captain. He seems an okay sort. Didn't throw a hissy fit when I ordered his people around. Too bad I won't be able to act so casually later on. Now Adele pondered my words. I knew I wouldn't be allowed this sort of casual behavior as a noble, but at the same time I wasn't a noble yet. Well, I suppose this is the last time of you not being a noble, then, and you're trying to enjoy it as much as you can, while you can.
Mordecai89 is now following.
I nodded my head. I refused to accept any noble decorum. 1 second before I have to.
The Hatred was just telling me he used to arch Commander
True.
Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested. Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What, why? Are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish?
So you have been lying. It all makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice.
I wonder, which one of us will you marry? Do you have any preference? I don't have any knowledge of any of my options, but I'm not into men, so hopefully some noble's daughter will take pity on me and offer herself so I can avoid the worst case scenario. Adele was radiant. There's nothing to worry about there. My sister would probably want you for starters. I'm into men, or else I would. I was rather vexed with your casual nature around the captain. Well, because... I can guess. Best not to say it aloud, until you manage to ask him directly. Though I expect he will refuse as long as he's on your personal guard detail. Maybe you should ask him to switch with your sister's guard captain instead. Adele's eye widened. Do you truly think that's the problem? I nodded. It would be too much of a distraction to be in love with his charge, or more accurately, to be in a relationship. You can love someone and still focus, but when you're allowed to embrace them, then your focus is reduced. Adele smiled, thinking of the thought of finally getting somewhere with the captain. I think one thing I'll introduce is leaf springs. This carriage is rough on the body. Both Adele and Jeanette looked at me. Leaf springs are a collection of different length metal bands that are stacked together. They allow the carriage wheels to bounce while the carriage itself stays relatively still. It'll be more of a swaying rather than a hard bouncing. Then a lesser version under the seats will help too. That, coupled with proper cushions and this, will become a much smoother ride. Although the roads leave a lot to be desired. Tar and chip would be a good option, assuming tar can be found cheaply, that is. I expect you can get tar without any difficulty, but for what? You heat the tar, then mix it with rock chips, then spread it on the road, and tamp it down. Once the tar cools, particularly, practically a single rock, and you can level and crown the road so there'd be no bumps, and water runs off the sides. It needs to be resealed every couple of years or so, maybe 10 years at the stretch. But that's just for cracks and the occasional pothole. Carriages and horses will be able to move quicker on that kind of road too. Adele smiled. This is an example of something Father needs to handle. Tell him how it's done, and let him handle the rest. That's a national investment, but I'm sure he will implement it gradually over time. Most likely connecting major trading hubs first. Improving shipping times across the board will be worth the investment. As to the leaf springs, you'll need the smiths to manufacture them, but the carriage rights will need to redesign the carriage to use them. Are you able to help with that aspect? Catversion needs more Fuda. True, Eggy. When do we get to this woman on woman and make sure that she definitely has a dick? I nodded to Adele's words. Yes, the modification isn't difficult. I will have to explain the process on both the craftsmen, but they'll pick it up almost instantly. Also, has the concept of a stagecoach come into being? Adele shook her head. Explain it, please. I sighed. A stagecoach is a public transportation carriage. It's designed to hold around 16 passengers between 2 compartments, then the luggage rack on top, and the driver. And lookout, just like on your carriage. They accept fares to take people between cities or towns, a carriage mail, and carry mail and parcels as well. They'd only go between 2 locations, and the fare is per person unless it's a child who can sit in its parent's lap. Those children can ride free as long as the parent pays. Amazement, simple amazement, is all that Adele's face could reveal. Couple that with a government-sanctioned postal service where the coachman drops off all the mail and it gets sorted to be sent on or else handed to the recipient, and you've got a pretty good infrastructure and can send out royal decrees without dispatching individual riders. Adele was positively shaking with joy at this. We are beyond lucky you came to us. I know my sister is going to love you. This is, if you can accept her as she is. What do you mean? I asked, concerned. No, it's best if you see that part for yourself. It's what she looks like, nothing about how she behaves. Ah, well, I don't hold anyone's appearance against them. As long as she's an actual girl, that's all that matters. Well, that, and I don't want to be a mother myself, maybe someday, though I doubt I can make myself go through with it. Well, you never know, right? Oh man, good story. I fucking love it. I'm so excited. It's like, good job, Sean. I need more of your writing, bro. We need to do some laundering. So this is what we want. Get all this good shit. I missed a paragraph in that one. Both Adele and Jane spoke in the same paragraph. Gonna have to look for that one. Oh, I see what you mean. It could just be a pasting error on my side, though. From pasting it from the site. It might not have anything to do with, how you presented it. Why aren't these guys working? You have money? Oh, this shit. Where this shit happens. Where he has like just one of them. And then he can't do anything with it. Okay, you're doing that. Who's making... Oh. He doesn't have any... where's the other shit? Iodine. Okay, good thing we came here. Okay, he can still do shit. What about in here? Okay, we need seeds. We're out of seeds. So no one's really doing anything because we're out of seeds. So we're just gonna kind of leave that for now. Like, we got so much fucking money, it's stupid. And we have so much product, we had to set up another base to move it all. So I think we're just gonna hold off on that for now. We're trying to give people this Ultra Bud. Benji, what do you have on you right now? Hit. Yeah, you're set as fuck, and you're rich too. Nice, good job, Benji. You get a shit ton of money. What about my boy over here? Oh, well, there's the laundromat. Okay. He must be out. Where's the mat? Right there. Oh, So do a one and done. So, well, can we sell her something? No. This way, right? Okay, we're up to 17 grand in the bank, boys. No one's really buying shit, though. Fucking cops. Ultra Bud? Yes. I wonder if I can get this car salesman. Nope. What about this guy?
Huh.
Nope. My buddy. Nope. My buddy? Nope. Can I deposit? Nope. Nope. Can't get any of these guys. No one needs anything. Damn, this guy wants some good stuff. 15 green crack. I wonder if I can upsell him to 20 for like 8.15. Yes! Oh my god. I already sold to him, right? Oh no. Mega Bud. Fuck. Can't do anything to her. What about this guy? Alright, alright. Cat. No, he's already got some. What her? Okay, so let's look at the product. Let's go. Obviously, no one's buying anything. Whoops. No, that's fine. That should be good. Oh, they're just about to do a deal. No one? What about here? No. No. Gotta catch some more people wandering around. Guess we'll try and give her the Mega Bud. Hey, she disappeared, but that's okay. We made the sale. Staring at the cars you want to buy, dude? Can I sell to this guy yet? Why is no one buying anything? What is this? Making me question my product. Too fat slime. How about 3 for 505? Nice. I need to unlock more regions. This is so bullshit. Okay, you can use some more of that. You can use some more of that. Fuck. Anyone in the casino? You're already fucked. It's so hard to get in front of them. No! So what are you thinking? I'm in front of the cop shop, idiot. I'm like, but drugs! Drugs, bro! That was bad and con. Edit complete. There were 20 errors. How I missed 20 errors with Grammarly pointing them out, I have no clue. The worries of the world, my friend. Ooh, she'll take 5 meth? Yes! I'm selling my meth, finally. In front of the cop shop is the safest place to break the law in real life because the cops aren't there. True! Man, all these people are saying no thanks. Fuck. Needs more purple. I can take some Granddaddy from him and some Mega Bud from him. I don't think he needs to have that much. Yeah, and let's take this and let's give him some meth. So let's give him like a ton of meth actually. And let's pick up. We don't need the small baggies. We need purple. That's what we need. Pick up the full purple. And then let go some Rhino. And some Mega Bud. Okay, I guess ooh, that's a bad way to go. We're going to... Yeah, no, this is the way we have to go. Going to Molly. Wait, was that Molly? As to Fuda content, someone else would need to spicy sequel because I'm not good at smut. I see. Okay, well, at least I'm learning where some people are. Hey, no, girl. Girl, where are you going? Oh, she's actually, like, totally set, too. Look at this dude. I'm like, when am I gonna unlock the next area? It's been so long since I've unlocked something. Granddaddy Rhino? Nice. It's like, even after lowering our prices, like, no one is buying our shit. It's been a really, really bad day. We only got 3 deals. 9 crack. I'm gonna have to really, really upsell you. How about 15 for 600? Okay, now people are messaging me. 9, 15. For 630. Okay. Okay. Oh, fuck. I don't think anyone's really out and about now, so I think we can go back to the motel, drop all of this off. This is just our daily cell supply. Wait, I'm going the wrong way. Okay, there. I'm gonna go here. She's out of soil and seeds, so. Oops, soil. Down to some pseudo. Why is he not working? Oh my god, they haven't been paid. Shit. No, I'm just adding extra 1,000. Soil. Add soil. What does this guy need? Okay, so it's just seeds. So messages, we want you, meet up, you, drop. I need to go give her more cash. I'm thinking, do I need anything? Should just take everything from here. Anything in the corner here? Just a single green crack. Okay, so this will all be taken back to the hotel. And then we need seeds, so purple, green, white gruel, rhino, megabud, and more purple. Let's give more money to this bitch. Let's go buy some seeds. Oh, she has seeds. Okay. I have no idea where he is. Is he in here? Oh, there he is, just in the corner. 40 and 30. Does it really matter if I have one more than the other? But since it's pretty close. There it is. He's on the other side, that's why. Wait, what? We're gonna need soil. Grab all the bud from here. We gotta transfer it to... Okay, drop is ready. Good. Yeah, this way. Take all this bud and drop it off at the house. Stuck with like one thing in there. Does he have enough jars? Looks like he has way more than enough jars. Yeah, he's got jars. Okay, so now we want to go straight east. Buy more seeds. You just disappear? Motherfucker. Need, oh my god, we just need a fuck ton more of the other ones and we're good to go. And we gotta collect that dread drop for the pseudo. Oh wait, where is what's his face now? Pseudo. Oh, where's her drop box? Right here. I need to give her more money. Oops. Oh man, do I have enough money? I don't think I have enough money. Okay, let's go make some money and then we'll go buy the rest of the seeds. Maybe Molly has something on her. Not enough. Just to get rid of it. That's good. That's good. Okay, what are we looking at? Okay, we need fat slime. We need a ton of green crack. Ton of purple crack. And that's it. Oh, and we need a small baggie of green crack. No one wanted the purple. Okay, where are we going first? Here. Green crack. Get the real crack. Can I sell this guy something? Nice. We're making money, boys. All about those random people. Not even be in here. This guy's in here. This guy's also in here. Man, I really upsold about the green crack. Jesus. I try to sell fast, boys. We sell fast and hard. He's hooked on that meth. We are in the money now, but now we're broke. And we can't get those seeds that we wanted. But we can still get a little bit of them. Where is he? Is he gone again? Let's just message him again, be another asshole. We need to meet up. Who's the boss now, bitch? I'm the one commanding you where to go. Yeah, I don't even think I can afford 10. We at least need 10. How fast can we go? Fast enough? Nope. Oh man, I'm getting good at using the skateboard. I don't know if they can come in here, but fuck you bitches. It's doing its thing. We got that there. We just need 5 of those there and 5 of those there just to make sure that they're actually working. I think we're done. Fuck. No, the fucking cops are everywhere. No! I'm so close. Thank you, Jesus. Pretty sure I have a hangry cat to feed and a bed to warm. Catch you later, bro. See ya, Sean. Have a good night, good sir. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Always a good time. Guess we can take the fat slime with us, actually, or do we have... Yeah, no, we can do that. That's fine. Oh, you don't go. XP. But we have 23 grand in the bank, so that's good. Can we put more money in? Yes, we can. So we can put another 10K in. So we can go buy some shit. Maybe we can buy a new property? I don't know how much the next property is. Granddaddy Rhino? Not interested. Not gonna happen. Damn it. Okay, well, I tried to really upsell. Didn't work out. To be expected. I'm gonna unlock these areas, bro. Like half these people I can't even sell to. Hey, we're really in need right now. Please tell me you've got something I can buy. Yes. Take that meth, bro. Get addicted as fuck to that meth. Yes! Oh my god, big money. Big fucking money. Fuck. Nice. Whoops. Okay. Let's see what Molly's got. Actually, what's her, yeah, there's no one there. She's still pretty good on shit. Oh, yes, he wants the meth. Look at Mr. Longface here. Not what I like. Fuck. About you. About you. Ooh, she's on the meth. He's on the long neck. It's my boy. Do what you gotta do, bro. Ooh. Ah, this one shit. Want my taco dude. My taco dude want shit? He just came back. Just completed a deal. Ooh, he just completed a deal too. Everyone's getting their deals done. Nobody's messaging me though. This is lame. We're getting like nowhere. Okay, let's grab you. Oops. Yeah, you. And try that. Wait. That's the right one, right? I'm trying to get rid of the Mega Bud. What about Mrs. Ming? What about any of these? Any of these guys got anyone? No. Nice. I don't know, today's been a pretty shitty day, guys. I don't know why no one's buying anything. It's not that the prices are like out of hand or anything. Some BS. Not what I like. Fuck. Lame sauce. I guess I'm just selling too much shit that like people are just fully stocked. Jehovah's Witness selling weed and meth. And the good Lord's prayers. Mainly selling weed and meth. I mean, technically we could do this. It hasn't closed yet, right? Fuck, it did close. Oh well. I'm like, is there a condition that I need to meet other than just leveling up? Because like, I have not been able to unlock any of these areas. I feel like I'm kind of stuck now. In just like a leveling up loop. But I feel like I'm missing something. Are you shitting me? Fuck that. Come get me, bitch. Yeah, no one wants any bud, man. What is this? Maybe I was too aggressive with my practices. Yeah, I think I'm just upselling way too much. I need to stop doing that, I think. Where the fuck am I? This cop's chasing me around is freaking me out. Like, I knew there's a mark close by, I just couldn't see it. Need jars. 20 baggies. 120 jars. Perfect. Full. So we gotta do this tomorrow. She needs soil? Yeah, she needs soil. Okay, well, she's not getting that till tomorrow. Or I need to sell shit. And I have the shit to sell. So maybe I don't have to wait till tomorrow. Granddaddy, purple, purple, and white gruel. Fuck. I'm like, they can't get me in here, right? Holy shit, that was close. finish all these off. Fuck. The fuck? Shit. Well, hey, that's what you need, bro. That's what you get. Fat slime, because we have that, so we should put that there with the rest of our meth. I think we're good for today. It's a pretty fast day. Brick press. And high quality pseudo. Okay, we need a new building though. So let's go to. Oh, wait, we need shit on us to sell so we make some money. Real estate agent. Fuck. You guys are so stingy. That's it, right? Raise real estate. Let's see what we can buy. The barn for 25,000. Alright, we have a barn now. So we got a whole new place to set up. Man, we've lost so many sales today. Damn, he's 4,000? Okay, he needs some Granddaddy Purple. Other than that, he's fine. Okay, we have enough money to launder now. Oh, I gotta buy a press. Of course. You're fiending, bro. Let's go 670, right? He's so fucking addicted. I already made a deal with him, so he's not gonna buy it. Fuck. You're already high as fuck, right? Yeah. You. Okay, there's no one at the counter. He's already fucked. Drop off Megabud. Let's go to the hardware store. He'll come running. He'll come back. Okay, you can't get it here. So maybe I get it at the hardware or the whatchamacallit? The warehouse. Oh, it's not open till 6. Okay. I think that's pretty much all we can do. We just have to wait now. Okay, where is... Okay, it's like way the fuck over there. Actually, let's go to the hardware store. Let's buy a fuck ton of shelves. It's gonna be our first priority. Damn, man, this is fucking huge. Okay. Well, we can do that for now. And we'll start with deliveries. Can we deliver the big stuff? No, we cannot, so we have to pick that up on our own. Okay. Should be after 6 now. So we should be able to go to the warehouse and get ourselves a brick press. Probably don't have enough money, actually. bet you it's pretty fucking expensive.
Oh no.
We're getting two.
Mm-hmm.
This will probably be the last night, and then we're gonna head her off. Why is no one doing anything? Damn, he's already out of jars? Motherfucker. Okay, well, shit happens. Let's go buy jars. At least buy enough to. Oh wait, no, we can buy. We don't need cash. I don't have anything on me. Fuck. If I had the brick press, because I didn't put that down. Just gonna test it out. Guy's just waiting. That makes sense. Oh, it's tiny. Oh, I can absolutely do this. He can get through there, right? I'm not sure. It's all the bud? I'm confused. Why can't I pour in the purple? I'm confused. Why is there this secondary product? So I only actually need one of these. Wait, can I do... No, I can't put a brick of it in there. So I don't know why it can hold two. That's so weird. Okay, that's not a thing. Okay then. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with this brick. Like, I can't sell it. Is that only like the first process? I'm not even sure. We can grab the output of all of this, right? For now, I'm just gonna store this here. Shit, he has no purple seeds? No purple seeds. Fuck, right, I didn't buy purple seeds. Oh well, it is what it is. Okay, time to end. Time to go to sleep. Purple, purple, purple. Green, green, green. What do we need? Granddaddy purple. That's all they're buying is the green crack and granddaddy purple. They're not buying anything else. We just gotta take these products off the table. And they'll find a way to... Why is white gruel so cheap? We need to make a fuck ton of money now. We're getting like absolutely no good deals. So I guess we gotta pamper some people. That was too close. Alright, we made some money. What's Benji got for us? Oh, he's got some money. He's still stocked. We can give him some more of that and some more of that. Might as well cap it up. Looks good to me. Can we add some here? Don't think we need to. Alright. Well, we'll fix the lighting tomorrow, hopefully, guys. But as always, remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends. You can, you say fuck you to. Fuck you. Who we raiding today?
Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. With an innovative design engineered for optimized gameplay, encounter the return of Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Intoxication? Is that how it is? Intoxication? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in. How are you today? Hi, Ricasso. Are you feeling okay today? I am. I am feeling, well, other than like my usual, like my normal level of pain. So, how was your stream? What were you up to today, Intoxication? Oh, and as I was saying for Etsy, my order hasn't shipped yet, but I'm very excited. I have a habit, for those of you who don't know, I have a habit of like finding artists on TikTok who sell their artwork and getting very excited and then purchasing said artwork to decorate my room with. Actually, the last, now 3 pieces have been grown in glass pieces, but this particular piece I saw an artist display and I fell in love with it, and I was like, oh my gosh, if you ever sell it, I was like, if you want to sell the original, I will buy the original. But if you don't want to sell the original, just like let me know if you start selling prints of it. And she did. And so I ordered a print, and I'm so excited for it to get here, and then I get to go buy a pretty frame. And this is it for those of you who've read Throne of Glass. It was a lazy day today, reading chat stories and playing Schedule 1 for, but didn't write a story today. Hey, not every day is a writing day, and I think that's something that we really have to normalize. I have a lot of not writing days, but hey, like, honestly, like, I hope it was a great time. I hope it felt like super, you know, just like rejuvenating, you know, because connecting to people and just relaxing, like, you have to do those things. You can't just like continue to force yourself into things. Don't mind me, I'm still posting WoW action in the background.
Thank you for the raid, yo.
That's a proper art, that is, yeah.
Yay.
And hearing ideas, yes. Oh, I always have many things.
Love
I always
the
have
boobies.
this.
Love the armpit
this question,
lick.
some question up.
Welcome, lurkers.
Last
and
week it
twerkers.
was, you know, tell me about
and
your,
light
three of your
workers.
favorite characters.
Welcome
in books.
to
And
the madness which
you know,
makes
it
us. Oh my
generated
goodness.
me an entire list of books that I want to read now because like characters that really inspired people.
The
and then
emos,
this week it's like quotes,
the
and then
emos
which is turning into more of an
super
indulgence
slow
for me
now
'cause I
because
get to share
I
my
am
quotes that I
pushing
like
my
to.
OBS, guys.
And yeah, like hearing ideas, hearing about people's characters that they love,
Well,
the things that
well,
inspired them, the things that
mahalo
just
for
like
the raid.
excited them. It's so good.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, like
this is gonna take.
It's
Is it-
necessary. I think we
Is
overlook.
it very jibbly and juggly over
We're so used
there?
to like a go-go production society. That
Ito,
we
we
don't
did makeup
value,
stream yesterday.
or we
Yay!
to
Nice,
put
Ito.
value
Did you have fun?
on relaxation.
Did you have
and
fun to
connection.
dress up,
And that's
love,
important.
like a butterfly?
Yeah, I'm
You're looking
super
at the
excited to get that
butterfly
piece of
wing
art.
right now. So how was your stream, love?
I
Ito,
ordered
how was your
the, like,
stream yesterday? The
mid-range
makeup
size one, but I
and
will
how was
probably
it
end
today?
up ordering
Was it writing
a larger
today?
print at some point. I'll just do it now.
Naomi! Woo! No snails,
I'll
only
paper ship it
butterflies
first,
under the microscope, Naomi.
But yeah, I love it.
No snails, just butterfly wings. Dead,
I
bro.
have this one.
Not today.
We're gonna go like.
Oh, today was video games.
last art.
Nice.
We're gonna
Well,
last art that I found
welcome
on TikTok.
everybody.
So this
Thank you
is-
for great. Tomorrow
I don't
is
have time for
writing
this one yet
though.
either. I'm
Okay,
probably just gonna
excellent,
both when we get there.
excellent. Well, Itok, I am sure you had
This
amazing
beautiful piece,
fun with
which
makeup and dressing up yesterday. And
King's
today
Way.
you had a gaming day, so
We've read it.
welcome, fam of
in the
Itok.
north,
Make yourself at home.
and
Just
it's
know that
beautiful.
this is
I'm slowly
definitely a
replacing
mad
all the art
place,
in the
so bring
that
some
I bought
madness
when I was married.
and some
So,
weirdness and some
So I
nerdiness.
do very much like this one. I think
And aloha Naomi
the
Biz,
Keltane art
shout
is
out
gonna
to
end up
Itok,
going
shout
here,
out to
so
Naomi
I'm
Biz.
gonna need to
Skylar,
get
are you
bigger.
there? Can you shout out for the both
but she deserves
beautiful
this one.
beings?
Um,
Can you shout out for these
and
two beautiful beings?
that's the Lord of the North. Well, that's the Lord of the North.
Can't be as mad.
And then this one.
No, Various Probabilities is not mad. He's just
I'm
a
so
tease.
careful with, because this is
He's just
the
a
original.
tease which can
The artist
drive
was
some
selling the
people
original.
mad.
And when I saw the post,
That's correct.
I was like, this
you,
is mine.
You drive people mad, but you're
Thank
not
you
mad yourself. So
for like making
I
beautiful
agree.
art.
Check.
Um,
Skylar, yay!
Sell it to me. Like
I, keep
I
the
didn't beg her
sanity,
to. Like it
for
was
sure.
listed for sale. She had already named a price on it, and I was like, yoink. I had happened
guys,
to just
I am
have gotten
pushing my OBS.
paid,
My OBS is struggling.
my first big bonus from work.
My
And
OBS is struggling.
thing I wanted to do is
Everything is
support
like
artists.
super
I was so excited to get
slow
it.
motion.
And it's beautiful, and you can't really see the details up close.
Everything
unless
is
you can get up close to
loading
it, but it's beautiful watercolor.
and floating.
And it says, "Once upon a time, in a land long since burned to ash,
I think
there lived
the
a young
stream
princess who loved
stopped,
her
right?
kingdom,"
Can you still hear me, guys?
which is right up there with my. favorite.
Everything is freezing right now.
And it's just,
Yeah, for
it's-
those who don't know Itok,
I
Itok
wish
is
I
an
could show you all
amazing
the
writer.
details up close. If you could see it in person.
The way he writes is definitely with an aha moment. You don't expect
Beautiful
that
Saturday morning.
The
It's
story
70 degrees.
goes and then it's
Excuse
just
you.
like kadaboom,
How early
kadabam,
is
like,
it?
ooh,
And it's 70
this is-
degrees on
this
alarm
took
for
an
you.
unexpected turn, so
Can finally be
it's
productive. Laptops
a lot of
getting brought
it's
out.
very
Yeah,
fantastical.
let's go. It is 53 degrees.
Very intriguing and interesting, and definitely a mind bender.
Keltane piece
So
gets here,
if you
I will be
like
buying
to challenge
frames
your mind and
for
to
those and
be
getting
a
them
bit
hung up.
like
time
massaged
to start the
in
treadmill.
your
Let's
your
go. We're gonna write things to do.
massaged in your fantasy
I still didn't,
and tickled, then Etok is the place to be. For
Didn't,
sure.
make a
Creativity
playlist for the happy stuff.
Deluxe. That's Etok in essence. Creativity
Small
Deluxe. So, share some love. And
Right, and don't
glory
fall.
if you can. Naomi, love,
One at
how
a
are
time,
you?
sir. One at a time. Yeah. This will end poorly.
Oh, you can hear, but you can't see.
It's okay. Counted like 50 people out running. It's perfect. I'm just afraid for what the rest of the day has. Wasn't it us four who said it was like 90 degrees out? Or he was yesterday? No, thank
I think
you.
that, yeah.
I need people to live like that. I like the cold, it hurts.
Today I saw Skylar walking. I
There's
tried
like a
to
lot
walk
of you
to
in here
him,
this morning.
but he
Like
ignored me.
I guess it's not that early morning compared to what I usually do. Good morning,
Skylar,
everyone. Are we all
you're
having
playing hard to
caffeine?
get. You're playing hard to get. You're married, so you don't have to hide from Naomi. You're married, so you stay. Get his attention.
What, monster?
exactly.
Yep.
You must throw a stone at
I'm
him.
gonna go get my Lord Street 9th and drink because
I don't know.
I treat myself this week.
Skylar is such in a dream work, he might not
Or is
even
this
feel
last
the
week? It's a treat
stone.
yourself week.